Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A notification appeared asking if they knew the end of this world. Petals fell to the ground. The crowd of creatures stood still. Putting his foot forward, the creature said that tearing off a petal, he added that he was going to. The demon's eyes lit up and he spoke frankly. Lowering his head, the monster said that they had taken the first step towards prosperity. The man was kneeling before him. The people opened their eyes in fear. Lowering her head, the girl said that she was grateful. A drop fell to the ground. Looking down, the lady said that in addition to them, there were 6 more cities that decided to support the uprising. His Majesty would need time and people to conquer them all. Looking at her, the demon asked, "What is understandable? She is so worried about their burden." "That is true, military campaigns are not cheap." Putting her hand on her chest, the girl said that then she could help. Her name was Christina. She was from a noble family and her word had a certain weight in the empire. With her influence, they could make them lay down their arms without using force. Tearing off a petal, Dave replied that it was clear. Her words made sense. Grinning, Christina thought that yes, a little more, and she would be able to convince him. Closing her eyes, she said that later she could help in the negotiations. The last petal came off. It was heard that in other words the girl looked at him in fear, hearing that she had decided to sell her people. Dave raised himself and asked if he had understood correctly. Christina's eyes widened, saying no, to which he said that they should not have bargained for their lives. Looking at her, the guy said that they should not have begged for death. They should be ready to sacrifice themselves for the sake of protecting the people. The people opened their eyes in amazement, hearing that he was not right. With his hand outstretched, Dave addressed the townspeople and asked if they had heard her. The people froze, listening to how their leader had chosen to save her own skin instead of their lives and the lives of their children. The cloak fluttered in the wind, and it was heard that she was worthy of her title in this city. Christina looked in amazement, hearing that she was of this world. Clenching his fist, the guy shouted that he was not. He opened his mouth wide and added that he could not leave it as it was. Such a thing was unforgivable. With his hands outstretched to the sides, Dave said that he would confront this selfish woman who only thought of herself, and not only her. The townspeople widened their eyes in surprise, hearing that he would confront a world filled with such people. With his hand outstretched, the young man shouted that they should fight with him, destroy this rotten world. The man raised his hand up and exclaimed. The girl looked down in fear. The guillotine appeared. Christina began to cry and scream. People exclaimed joyfully. A torn flower lay on the ground. The man took a step forward. Dave smiled widely. The thought appeared that 72 demon kings ruling the world. He won the 71st place. This is the beginning of the battle of minds. Stalactites appeared in the cave. Lowering his head, the hero said that the devil, gritting his teeth, he thought that why was all this happening to him? The protagonist looked straight. He stood still. The thought appeared that he always hated his father. Smoke came from the ashes. It was said that he wished him death. A coffin appeared. The thought appeared that today the father died. Smoke came from the tower. It was said that the reason was a heart attack. The man closed his eyes, and the hero thought that he was a criminal. The girls looked at him. The father smiled widely. The thought appeared that he was greedy for money. The protagonist looked down and thought that he was like a dirty spot on his life, and his death was the best thing he had ever done for him. The garbage bags were on the ground. It was heard that the cleaning was finished. Looking down, Dave thought that maybe he guessed that he did not have long left. Pouring coffee, he said, "Well, okay, who cares?" The mug was on the table. The thought came that none of this mattered anymore. A bright beam appeared. It was heard that the sun was shining outside the window. People were walking along the street. It was said that office workers were going to their jobs to toil. Standing by the window, the hero said that he was watching this while drinking coffee. Clenching his fist, he shouted that long live. Raising his hands up, the protagonist added that life. Bundles of money appeared. The thought arose that who would have known that his dad hid his monetary assets from everyone. Houses in the basement. 500 million. Lying on the bed, Dave said that yes, that's true, he did him a favor. The house appeared. It was heard that with such money he could get everything his heart desired, a house, a car. The girls smiled happily. Money flew through the air, and the hero said that he only had to want it. Smiling, the hero thought that he didn't need any of it. Looking to the side, the protagonist shouted that yes, he was coming. Holding the phone in his hands, the man said that he should sign. Standing still, he added that he thanked him. Dave jumped on the bed and exclaimed. Lying on the bed, he thought that having the opportunity to buy everything he wanted, he decided to renovate his bedroom. Everything cost 30 million yen. Grinning, the hero thought that he had 3 vows: no job, no friends, no wedding. Job was crossed out. It was said that job was a pain in the ass and let them forgive him if he did not want to get involved with it. Friends were crossed out. The thought arose that friends, at most coworkers with whom he went to barbecue, and he was already annoyed by this eternal internal squabble of everyone with everyone. The protagonist thought about the wedding. The thought arose that the wedding, the other half with whom they swear to be together until death. The man looked away. The thought arose that his shitty, useless dad, in his life he got married 12 times, it was sickening. The wedding was broken off, and the hero thought that he was not going to go down the same path. Looking at the screen, Dave thought that he would sit at home, under the blanket and play games. This is the limit of his dreams, a real paradise. Lying under the blanket, the protagonist said that so, the game's loaded, it's time to beat them to platinum. 2 months passed, the ending of the game appeared. Closing his eyes, the hero said that dungeon attack was finished. Sitting on the bed, he added that it took longer than he expected. Smiling, the protagonist asked what they had next, maybe try VR. He looked away and exclaimed. A notification appeared on the screen. Looking at it, Dave asked again. Raising his eyebrows, the hero said that he had blocked the friend list. A notification appeared with gratitude for the passage, to which the protagonist asked that this was a message from the developers. Holding the joystick in his hands, the protagonist said that a simple act of politeness, the developers are also office workers. They were probably tasked with appeasing the players. Well, thanks for trying. Looking at the TV, Dave asked what the survey was. Putting his hand to his face, he added that why so suddenly. A notification with preferences appeared. Closing his eyes, the hero asked what kind of question it was. Taking the joystick in his hands, he said that he would choose this. Another message appeared, to which the protagonist said that another strange question. Looking straight ahead, he said that like this. Suddenly, Dave looked in amazement. Many notifications appeared. It was heard that this was nothing. He had a bad feeling. Frowning, Dave shouted that when would this end? A message appeared that he knew the end of this world. The hero looked in bewilderment. Looking straight ahead, he said that he had already cleared everything. The screen was on the table. A notification appeared that he wanted to change the outcome. Looking away, the protagonist said that seriously, what is this? Sitting at the table, he shouted that maybe this. Throwing away the joystick, Dave added that the invitation was fake, a message from scammers. They wanted to squeeze all the money out of him after this survey. That's no way. The cockroach was crawling on the floor. It seemed that he wouldn't be fooled that easily. It's good that he didn't have time to press the button. The hero clenched his teeth. He jumped up sharply and shouted about the cockroach. The protagonist looked down. He put the joystick on the table. A notification appeared asking if he wanted to change the outcome. Dave pressed the notification. A bright glow appeared from the screen. The hero squinted and asked what the... He covered his face with his hands. Suddenly the protagonist disappeared from the room. Looking at his hands, he asked what the... Just now, what kind of shit happened? Gritting his teeth, Dave said that these were not his hands. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Looking at him, the guy said that he should move and tell him where the treasure was. Smiling, he asked what or if he wanted them to hit him over the head again. The hero looked in amazement when he heard that the Demon King. Gritting his teeth, he thought that from now on. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist added that his terrible new life had begun. Stretching his hands forward, he asked again. Gritting his teeth, Dave thought that these were not his hands. Suddenly, he looked in amazement. The hero leaned on the ground and thought that the hell, what the hell, he was going to throw up. People were walking forward. Smiling broadly, the guy said that he should lay it out already. An idea appeared. Who it was? He opened his eyes wide and shouted that where he hid the treasure. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. Standing in front of him, the young man asked what or wanted them to beat him up some more. The hero's eyes lit up. It was heard that the Demon King. Kneeling, Dave thought that the treasure, the Demon King. A statue of a demon appeared. Stalactites hung in a cave, and the protagonist wondered what they were about. Sitting in the middle of the cave, the hero thought what and what kind of place this was. Frowning, he added, what the hell is going on here? People were smiling. An idea appeared, that he was at home, playing, and then can't remember. Looking away, the protagonist thought that this is not important now. First he needs to figure out the situation. Gritting his teeth, he added that his whole body was aching from pain. He wouldn't be able to run far with legs like that. Frowning, Dave thought, damn, it looks like they're going to finish him off here. No, he needs to collect his thoughts, calm down and think. Sitting in front of the people, he added that he needed a plan, and then asked them to stop. Looking up, the hero thought that maybe he could get some information from them, and then asked what kind of demon king this was. The man grabbed his horn. Smiling, the guy asked what he was doing. Had he completely lost his mind? His eyes widened. He added that he was a horned wimp. The protagonist's eyes widened. The characters appeared, and the thought arose that an RPG where the hero goes on adventures to defeat demon kings, dungeon attack. People looked ahead. The thought came that a fantasy game where you need to defeat all the demon kings and save the world. The game has a ridiculously high difficulty level, and the ending, where the world falls, brings players into deep depression. The man rushed towards the monster. The hero was sitting in front of the TV. He was lying on the ground. It was said that Dave was ranked 71st among the 72 kings, a weakling and a scumbag, the weakest opponent, whom the hero defeated first. Memories appeared. The thought arose that, yes, he was passing dungeon attack. Kneeling, the protagonist thought that here he is. So everything is right. This is the world of dungeon attack, and he is the weakest demon king. Dave, wide-eyed, wondered if this was possible, although it explains a lot. Looking straight ahead, he added that if everything is so, it happens now. The hero looked at the guy. Suddenly, the young man struck him. The protagonist fell to the ground. Looking up, he thought that this was bad. At this rate he was really going to die. Looking to the side, the guy turned around. People exclaimed in amazement. The guys laughed loudly. They started walking forward. The thought that they would kill him appeared. Suddenly a blow flew at him. Closing his eyes, Dave thought that yes, they were making fun of him. Did his dad really curse him for the last time? They were hitting him. The thought arose that only he decided that he could live in peace and comfort. People kicked him. Frowning, the hero thought, and here, damn, he loses consciousness. The man was sitting at the table. The thought arose, who is this? He raised his hands. The thought arose, his shitty father. The father smiled. The thought arose, why is he smiling? The man smiled widely. It was said that it was all his fault. He suffered so much because of him. If you think about it, something like this has happened before. The car was moving forward rapidly. A thought arose that a long time ago he was kidnapped by a man who had a showdown with his shitty father. The man looked in the mirror and thought why this brat was so calm. A thought arose that this was already the third kidnapping. The hero was tied up. Looking out the window, he thought that then he was so tired of everything that he sat calmly and did not worry about anything. A view of an old building opened up. The protagonist was sitting in front of the man. A thought arose that then he decided to bet on it. Holding a gun in his hands, the man said that he should listen carefully. This is not a toy, just let him squeak, and he will kill him. Looking at him, Dave said that he understood. Let him shoot him. A thought arose that he would be able to free himself from his dad. The man looked at him in amazement and asked what he was talking about. He was told that if the gun was real, then he won. The hero took his hand. Looking at the man, he said, come on, he asks, and then thought that if the fake then he lost, from now on, life, stained by the sins of his father. The protagonist held the gun. Sitting on the ground, the kidnapper asked what he was. The policeman took the man away. The thought arose that in the end the kidnapper himself surrendered, and he lost. Dave stood still and thought that, but he understood something. Looking straight ahead, he added that in the end the one with the stronger will survive. So it was, and he had already forgotten about it. Standing in front of him, the man said that this was his last chance. Taking a step forward, he said that the treasure. Smiling, the guy asked where they were. His hand lay on the ground. The thought arose that for sure, at that moment he was already dead. The protagonist grinned slightly. Lightning flew in the air. The thought arose that in this game he could do whatever his heart desired. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked, is that clear? Does he think he can drag the treasure with him to hell? Standing in front of the hero, he added that his patience had run out. Smiling, the bandit asked, is he sure? He never confessed. Opening his eyes wide, the man shouted that he doesn't care. They will find it themselves. Let him kill him. Swinging his weapon, the man said that they will cry about it in the next world. A bright beam appeared. Stretching his hand forward, the hero answered approvingly. It stopped his huge hammer. The guy opened his eyes in bewilderment. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he would do anything. Dave took his hand. His eyes lit up and he thought that anything would do to survive. Flowers stood on the table. The thought appeared that he had gotten rid of the curse that was his father. The hero looked at the glass and thought that he was finally free. Looking at the glow, he added that, or rather he thought so. The protagonist looked at his hands. The thought arose that he was suddenly sucked into the world of the game, and what's worse, he clenched his teeth tightly. It was said that he woke up in the body of the weakest demon king. The guy smiled widely. The thought arose that a group of adventurers stood in front of him. The young man held a hammer in his hands. It was said that the situation could not be worse. A little more, and he would be killed. Standing in front of people, the hero thought that hell no, he barely had time to taste freedom. Breathing heavily, the protagonist said that fine, he will show them. Frowning, he added where the treasure was, and then thought that he would survive at any cost. With his eyes wide open, the guy shouted that he really understood, and then thought that they would get what they wanted, and his head would be taken to the boss. Gritting his teeth, Dave thought that he just had no idea where they were, and even if he guessed. Raising his head, he added that they would kill him right away without blinking an eye. He needed to somehow talk to them in order to buy time. Standing on one knee, the hero said that he admitted defeat. Clenching his fist, he added that the treasures. A huge hall appeared. It was heard that they were in the chambers of the Demon King. The people frowned. Hearing that, however, they were hidden behind a secret magical door. They stood still. The man gritted his teeth, hearing that he was the only one who could remove the spell. Lowering his head, the hero said that it was him. Frowning, he wondered what they would say to this. Suddenly, the protagonist looked in amazement. A bright beam appeared in front of him. The guy stuck his sword in front of him. Lowering his gaze, he said that he should listen here. If he was hanging noodles on their ears, then he was dead. Looking at him, Dave replied that he understood. The young man stretched his arms out to the sides and shouted that they heard him. The treasures were in the Demon King's chambers. A cave appeared, and he heard that great they would go. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he was imagining things. People exclaimed joyfully, and the thought appeared that there was one less problem. Standing on one knee, the protagonist thought that now the real fight would begin. A cave appeared, and the thought appeared that they would not kill him right now. The bones were lying on the ground, and the thought appeared that he had time until they got to the place. People were moving forward, and it was said that it was necessary to quickly figure out what to do next. Dave frowned. Looking to the side, the guy shouted that he should move there, to which the hero apologized. Looking at him, he added that he was trying to stall for time, he wanted to die. Taking a step forward, the protagonist thought that at this rate he was doomed anyway. Breathing heavily, he added that before they finished him off, he had to find a way to kill them. Walking forward, Dave thought about how he could do that. There were 10 of them, and they were all armed. Looking around, he added that he might be able to use something. Right, this was a demon's castle. Frowning, the hero wondered if there really weren't any monsters left here. Smiling, the adventurer told him to get moving. Looking away, he thought that once they had the treasure in their hands, he would be finished. Following him, the protagonist thought about the remains of monsters all around. Judging by the look, they have been lying here for a long time. What to do, apparently. People walked forward. The thought came that they would have to rely only on their own strength. How much longer they had to go to the Demon King's chambers. Gritting his teeth, Dave thought, damn, if only this were a real game. Suddenly, he looked in amazement, and added that for sure. Smiling widely, the hero said about the Eye of God. Lowering his head, he thought that if he really was in the game, this should work. Suddenly, a map appeared in front of him. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Standing in front of the notification, he thought, here are the skills. The man's eyes lit up. It said the Eye of God, one of the skills in dungeon attack, as the name suggests. A compass appeared. The dragon looked at the treasures. The thought occurred that it allows you to see your location on the dungeon map, the location of enemies, traps and items, a high-class skill that can only be obtained halfway through the game. A notification appeared. It was said that but in the game settings there is a loophole, thanks to which you can use this skill only in one place. A glow appeared around the demon. The thought occurred that it was true. It can be used in the very first dungeon, where they will teach all the intricacies of the game, and this place is Dave's castle. Looking at the map, the hero thought about what, and he was still thinking why this skill can only be used by him. He did not expect that it would help him out so much. He silently looked up. Looking at the notification, the protagonist thought that he knew it. There is no army. With wide eyes, he added that for. A message appeared about the current number of troops in the castle. Dave looked at it in amazement. A notification with a contract appeared. The hero smiled broadly and thought that the Demon King has a skill for summoning monsters. He frowned and looked down. A message about a wallet appeared. The thought that only 100 Libra appeared. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought, what the hell was he doing here, the damn Demon King? Putting his hand to his face, he said that there were 10 opponents. He could hire 8 goblins in total. They would not last long against them. Looking at the map, Dave thought that he could summon golems and catch them off guard. There was no guarantee that the golems would hold out. There was very little time left until the chambers. The hero silently looked at the notification. A dungeon map appeared. A message with a contract from Hades appeared. With wide eyes, the protagonist thought what if. Frowning, he added that the probability of success was 60%, too low to risk his life. People were moving forward. The thought appeared that no, there was no time left for another plan. The guy smiled. The thought appeared that he would have to take a risk. Dave clenched his fist tightly. His eyes lit up, and he thought he was ready. Standing still, the hero thought that in order for everything to work out, he needed to gain their trust. Smiling, he added that he would first learn more about them. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he was an apostle of Aphrodite. Notifications appeared above the people's heads. Dave's eyes lit up, and he thought that he was an apostle of Aphrodite, a skill that allows you to see the characteristics of your opponents. The guy looked straight ahead. The thought appeared that he would look like this. That's it. The characteristics of the person appeared. The thought appeared that now he can see everything. The guy looked to the side in surprise. Stretching his weapon forward, he shouted that he should move his legs. Lowering his head, the hero said that he was asking for forgiveness. The man smiled widely. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that it was time to make the first move. Looking straight ahead, Dave wondered what he had found. Frowning, he added that now he knew how to destroy them. The guys smiled. The thought came, what to do first. People looked angrily, and Dave thought that he needed to gain their trust. Wide-eyed, the hero thought that it was time to make the first move. The girl closed her eyes. It was said that the Apostle of Aphrodite, one of the high-ranking skills in dungeon attack, which is available in this dungeon. A notification appeared. The thought came that with its help you can see the characteristics of other players, which are usually hidden from prying eyes. Frowning, the hero thought that he had all the necessary information in his hands. How should he play his cards? Turning around, the guy addressed. Pulling out his weapon forward, he shouted that he was talking to him. Stop slowing them down. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he apologized, and then thought that the key to success. Larry clenched his teeth tightly. The thought came that to make their boss trust him more. Holding his hand, Dave thought that he would have to take a risk, but the game was worth the candle. A flame appeared behind him and he thought, well, it's time to get down to business. Stone columns appeared. People were walking forward. The hero looked at the skeleton. Looking down, he thought, so, the first step. Smiling, the protagonist shouted that he asked to stop. The man exclaimed in bewilderment. Frowning, Larry asked what he was talking about. Stretching his hand forward, Dave said that he should forgive me for interrupting. Looking straight ahead, he added that but in that passage there was a trap. The guy looked at him in amazement and asked again. The hero took a step forward and answered what exactly. Standing in front of Larry, he said that in a couple of meters the hidden device would release about a dozen arrows. He definitely could not avoid injury. Walking forward, the protagonist said that therefore he would go first. Looking to the side, he added that he would disarm the trap. Frowning, Larry shouted that why should they trust his word. Looking at the map, the guy said that according to the map, the passage would only get narrower, to which the young man replied that yes, it was so dark there that the devil would break his leg. A long tunnel appeared. Looking at the hero, Larry shouted that he should stop. Frowning, he added that he should not even think about running away from them. Dave silently walked forward. Suddenly he stopped and said that they should not worry. He himself understood that with such legs he would not run away. He just wanted to show him a sign of respect. Grinning, the hero said that they were different from other adventurers who came here. They did not try to kill him right away. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he added that if they did not trust him, they could follow him. But he could not guarantee their safety. Gritting his teeth, the adventurer asked again. Frowning, he shouted that he didn't care, and that everyone should follow him. Stretching his hand forward, the young man said that he should wait, that they would stand here. Opening his eyes wide, the adventurer said that yes, they almost fell into a trap at the entrance. Iron columns fell in front of the people. Larry looked angrily. Stretching his hand to the side, he shouted that they were men or something. Light appeared in the distance. Stalactites appeared in the cave. Looking to the side, the hero thought that he had gone far enough. Holding the arrows behind his back, he added that good, everything was going according to plan. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought about the arrows that he picked up from the corpses. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he managed to carry them unnoticed. Clenching his fist, Dave thought that now it was time to put them to use. He gritted his teeth and thought about it. Suddenly, the hero swung an arrow. The people froze in amazement. The guy looked to the side and asked what they heard, the voice of the Demon King. Larry looked furiously and shouted what was going on. He gritted his teeth when he heard that it was too early, and that he should not come any closer. The young man looked at him in fear and asked what they should do. Turning around, the guy shouted that everyone should be ready, and that anyone who chickened out would be killed on the spot. The adventurers froze in fear. They began to move forward. The flame illuminated their path. Looking straight ahead, Larry asked where he was. Traces of blood appeared, and someone asked again. Frozen, the guy said that there was a trace. The man was holding a torch in his hands. They were standing in front of a corpse. An arrow was stuck in the leg. They heard what happened. The hero gritted his teeth and wheezed. The protagonist began to rise and said that damn, I think he lost consciousness. Frowning, Larry asked what was wrong with the trap. Let him explain what happened here. Sitting in front of him, Dave replied that he should be calm. The traps were disarmed. The guys looked at each other. Raising his hand, the young man asked why the hell he saved them. He could have kept quiet about the trap. Putting his hand on his chest, the hero replied that as he had already said. Looking straight ahead, he added that they were different from other adventurers. They gave him a chance to survive. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was impressed by this act. That's the whole reason. Looking down, he added that of course he was careless. Grabbing the arrow, Dave said that but it would not be a problem. Smiling, he added that it was time for them to move on. Smiling widely, Larry thought that he was serious. The hero smiled. Looking at him, a notification about the adventurer's sympathy level appeared. The characteristics window appeared. The protagonist's eyes widened as he thought about it. A multitude of notifications appeared. People smiled. The thought arose that this was great. This was what he needed. They began to sympathize with him. Dave's eyes lit up and he thought, but that's not enough. He needs more. That was just the first stage. It's time to move on. They're moving on to the second stage. Several notifications appeared. The hero grabbed the arrow and said, well, smiling, he added that it was time for them to move on. Smiling widely, Larry thought, seriously, he really saved them. He can't believe it, but this might come in handy. A notification about the adventurer's sympathy level appeared. Grinning, the protagonist thought that this was what he needed. They started to sympathize with him. The characteristics window appeared. The thought arose, great, let them continue in the same spirit. Looking straight ahead, Dave thought, the game is just beginning. Raising himself, he said, well, let's move on. Looking at him, the young man said that he was a strange guy, and then thought that perhaps he could be useful. Standing still, the hero heard that with such a wound he would only slow everyone down. It seemed he would have to help him. Looking to the side, Larry said that they should help the Demon King go. Looking at the hero, the guy said that he should hold on like this. The protagonist looked at him in amazement and thanked him. Frowning, Larry asked what he was so surprised about. He was the first to help them. Let him consider this a return favor. The torches were raised up. It was heard that and now they will go. They need to speed up. Dave grinned and thought that it was great. Everything was going as it should, however. The young man looked down. A thought appeared that it would not be easy to get along with their boss. Looking down, the hero thought that it was not enough. Raising his hands, he added that he needed more. People walked forward. A thought appeared that now the second stage began. They stopped in front of the entrance. It was heard that they were in place, the entrance to his castle. Larry looked at him happily and said that it was a nice door. He thought it was smaller, great. they open it. He opened the door. Smiling, the guy thought that they had finally gotten there. Looking to the side, he said, "Come on, let him get the treasure." A drop fell to the ground. The hero began to cry. The young man looked at him in bewilderment. The guys froze in amazement. Looking to the side, the man asked what happened, why he was crying, to which the protagonist apologized. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that he could not hold back. This place reminded him of his comrades, or rather, his family. Larry looked at him in surprise and asked if demon kings also had families. The guy widened his eyes, hearing that of course. Lowering his head, Dave said that a long time ago. Looking straight ahead, he added that even he had one. The hero stretched his hand forward. The palace appeared. It was heard that there were people whom he considered his family. The orcs were standing at the entrance. A crowd of knights appeared. The protagonist walked forward. Pointing at him, a soldier shouted that he was here. The knights aimed their weapons. Dave turned around, hearing fire. Arrows flew forward. The hero's eyes widened. The monster was standing behind him. The protagonist looked away in amazement. Looking at him, the orc asked if he was okay. Looking straight ahead, Dave wheezed. Arrows were stuck in the orc. Lowering his head, the monster said that he should save himself. He would deal with them, and he should run away as quickly as possible. The hero looked at him in amazement and asked what he was talking about. He couldn't leave him. Tears were streaming from his eyes. Many arrows were stuck in the orc's back. It was heard that he would be okay. Looking straight ahead, he said that he should leave quickly. The protagonist clenched his teeth. He stood next to the orc. Dave looked at him. He began to slowly walk away. Standing in the middle of the palace, the hero said that they all sacrificed themselves to save him. The guys looked in amazement. It was heard that wow, even so. The adventurers froze, and someone said that he felt sorry for him. Lowering his head, the young man said that he thought the demon kings were terrible. The hero was crying. It was heard that he was mourning his fallen comrades. With wide eyes, the guy said that he thought Dave was a good demon. He froze in amazement. Notifications appeared above the people. Lowering his head, Larry thought that what? His story is different from the one he heard. The girl looked ahead. It was heard that the girl said that the demon king is a heartless bastard. A notification about the characteristics of a person appeared. Smiling broadly, the boy thought that although what difference did it make, he was more interested in whether he could benefit from it. Taking a step forward, the hero addressed. Looking straight ahead, he said that he was sincerely grateful to them for bringing him here. The adventurer looked at him in bewilderment, hearing that after all he was not mistaken. They were not like those adventurers who killed his family. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he believed that even the souls of the dead could rest in peace, seeing their nobility, and therefore. Dave's eyes lit up and he added that his life and the treasures of this castle now belonged to them. Turning his head, the hero said that they had come. Larry froze in anticipation. A huge hall appeared. It was heard that these were the chambers of the Demon King. Stretching his hand to the side, the protagonist said that well, as promised, let him give them the treasures of this castle. Looking to the side, the guy asked what was going on and where they were. Walking forward, Dave answered that as he had already said, the treasures were hidden with magic. Grinning, he added that he would now remove the spell, but would ask them to step back a little. Turning his head, the guy answered approvingly. Standing in front of him, Larry asked if that was enough, to which the hero replied that yes, it was enough. Turning around, he said that it had been a hard journey. They had done a great job. Walking forward, the protagonist thought that everything was going according to plan. A little more, and he would be done with them. Smiling widely, Dave thought that it was time to add the finishing touches. Everything was clear with the stats, and the treasures had never been here, before his rebirth. A notification about the castle appeared. The thought arose that Dave only had 100 Libra left. Grinning, the hero thought that this would be enough to fool them. That was all he needed. Raising his hand, he added that in the world of dungeon attack, his capital appeared, and the protagonist thought that 1 Libra is equal to 15 silver coins. A write-off notification appeared. Putting his hand to his face, Dave thought that according to the laws of the game, all written-off items appear in front of him. Looking at the notification, he added that they would use this, and then, the hero grinned slightly. He raised his hand up. The protagonist froze and shouted that he was the 71st Demon King, the ruler of these lands. Frowning, he added that on his own behalf he grants them these treasures. Dave stood in front of the people. Larry looked at him in amazement. The guys froze in surprise. The hero grinned slightly. The coins began to fall down. More and more coins fell. Several piles of silver coins appeared. The young man opened his eyes wide and said that it couldn't be. The adventurer froze and asked if this was a dream. Frowning, Larry laughed loudly. Coins fell from the air. Smiling, the guy said that it worked. It was all theirs. Smiling widely, the adventurer thought that they finally had them in their hands. He clenched his teeth and laughed loudly. The guy opened his eyes wide. A notification about the sympathy level appeared. Clenching his fists, Larry shouted that all the treasures were divided equally. If they understood, then they should quickly collect every last coin. Looking to the side, he thought that now he was sure that this Demon King would still be useful to them. It would be stupid to kill him now. The ceiling in the hall appeared. It was heard that they should listen to what he had to say. The hero stood still. Looking at him, the guy asked what was going on. He wanted to give them something else. Let him wait a little. They were busy now. Messages appeared above the people. They were collecting coins. Looking at them, the protagonist said that they should forgive him for distracting them, but there was a conversation that could not be postponed. Standing in front of them, he added that 30 more adventurers had just entered the dungeon. The guy smiled widely. They looked away in amazement. Looking down, Dave said that he had used magic to detect the strangers, but had not expected such a result. The young man's eyes widened and he shouted that it couldn't be. How could that be? Larry looked in amazement and thought that for how much he had said, 30 was too many. They would not be able to handle such a number. Looking at the hero, he shouted that he should listen. There must be another way out of this castle, right? Looking down, the hero replied that no, there was only one way out. Raising his hand, the young man shouted that it meant they were trapped. The man looked at him with fear and shouted that they couldn't stand against 30 adventurers. They would be overwhelmed by numbers. Then what should they do? Larry froze in fear. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he had an idea. Frowning, he added that if they couldn't escape, they had no choice but to face them. Larry, wide-eyed, asked what he meant. Dave, watching him, asked that he had a map, to which he responded approvingly. A map of the dungeon appeared, and it was heard that unfortunately he could not predict which route they would take. Lowering his head, the hero said that he could become bait. The adventurer asked again, his eyes wide. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that yes, judging by their number, this was a military detachment, which meant that they would probably use magic as well. If so, then the first thing they would do was follow his magical trail. A diagram of the dungeon appeared, and it was heard that there were 3 paths from the chambers. Looking straight ahead, Dave said that they would take one, and he would take the other, and then they would be able to escape. The guy's gaze froze and he thought that he was again ready to sacrifice himself for them. Let them wait. Frowning, he asked what, and he wasn't accidentally trying to escape now. Maybe there was no one there. The hero held out his hand and said of course not. He really wanted to lend him a helping hand. Taking a step forward, he added that but he didn't have time to try to convince them now, so... The protagonist smirked slightly. Larry froze in amazement. His eyes widened. Holding his hand out, the boy said that I understand, well, fine, they'll do as he says. Looking away, he added that but he shouldn't tell them about the bait plan, or the guys will get upset. With his hands outstretched to the sides, the adventurer shouted that they should stop panicking, grab the treasure, and get out of here quickly. Looking at him, Dave thought that thanks to him, he had no doubt. His eyes lit up and he added that he wouldn't believe him. Standing in front of the people, the hero said that 30 adventurers had just entered the dungeon. The young man looked at him in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he could be the bait. Stone columns appeared. People were holding torches in their hands. Looking to the side, the guy said that the boss had acted bravely after all. Dave frowned. Bags of silver appeared. It was heard that they were grabbing treasures and dumping them quickly. Raising his head up, Larry shouted that they were dividing into 2 groups and moving along different paths to the exit. The young man looked at him in amazement and asked what he was up to, and the other added that he should explain. He didn't understand anything. Holding a map in his hands, the adventurer said that they should shut up and listen. It was a map of the dungeon. The dungeon diagrams appeared. It was heard that there were 3 paths leading from here to the exit. Those who had penetrated here were not fools. They would take the safest path, the same one they had taken. Frowning, Larry shouted that 30 people looked like some kind of combat squad. They were no match for them. Smiling broadly, he said that all they could do was increase their chances of survival. The men looked at him in surprise. Closing his eyes, the adventurer said that if they were lucky, they would all survive, and by splitting up, they would increase their chances of survival, and someone would definitely be able to get out of here. Taking the bag in his hand, he added that one more thing, all the treasures would be his for now. Frowning, the man asked what he meant by that. Stretching his hand forward, Larry replied that they should calm down. He hadn't said that he was taking them forever. The hero looked straight ahead, hearing that the second squad would get the Demon King. Raising his hand, the adventurer said that yes, they should consider themselves lucky if they survived. The boys looked at him in bewilderment, hearing that not only would they receive a reward, but they would also become real heroes. Holding the bag behind his back, the adventurer said that he assured them that it was worth it. Looking away, he shouted that everyone should shut up. Smiling, the young man added that they would quickly pull themselves together. They wanted to die here like dogs. The adventurers looked at him in fear. The man looked at him in fear. Hearing that and what would happen to their families then, they were not the last cowards, so. Looking at him, the people heard that so, he asks. Standing in front of the adventurers, Larry shouted that great, and now let them fight for their lives. The people walked through the cave. Looking straight ahead, the guy thought that they were idiots. It was worth putting pressure on them, as they fell for it. Smiling broadly, he added that at first he thought that they were really finished. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the guy asked that he was not accidentally trying to run away now. Maybe there was no one there. To which the hero replied that he did not have time to try to convince him, so. Grinning, the protagonist said that he could send a few people with him to make sure he didn't escape. Looking at the adventurer, Dave said that he would come up with a reason to take all the treasures for himself. one way or another, they would come out on top. His eyes widened and he added that if he told the truth, some of his comrades would die with him, and his share would increase. His gaze froze and the hero added that if he lied, they would simply not let him escape. In any case, they had nothing to lose. Grinning, the adventurer thought, what a demon. Closing his eyes, he added that he was right. If they died, it was no big loss. The main thing was to get out of here himself. Grinning, the hero thought that he already knew what he was thinking. Idiot. A diagram of the dungeon appeared. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that it was time. Dave looked at the notification. A contract message appeared, and he added that they were all to be killed. The cave suddenly shook. The columns began to shake. Raising his head up, the man asked why everything was shaking. Were they really being attacked? Dave looked in confusion. People froze, screams were heard that the ground was glowing. Smoke flew in the air. People squinted from it. Torches fell to the ground. Looking straight ahead, Jack asked what was going on here. Suddenly the hero grabbed his face. The guy looked away, hearing that he was advising him to keep his mouth shut. Standing behind him, the protagonist added that, or it would only get worse. Dave took the weapon from him. Jack's eyes widened, hearing that thanks he owed him. Suddenly the hero swung his sword. People watched the glow. They froze in amazement, and someone asked what was going on. A pentagram appeared in front of them. The boy looked at it in fear and asked what it was. A huge golem stood right in front of them. Its eyes lit up brightly. Looking at it, the man asked what the hell was going on. Rocks started to fall down. The adventurer's eyes widened and he screamed to escape. Boulders started to fall to the ground. The man covered his face from the smoke. The adventurer was pinned under a rock. The golem raised its hand up. The boy, holding the weapon in his hand, screamed for it to let go. His sword shattered on the creature. Looking straight ahead, the boy said no. The giant swung its fist. The man looked up in fear. Blood splashed out. The adventurer froze in front of the golem. He looked at the pool of blood in fear. The man froze in fear. Suddenly, the hero was behind him. Looking to the side, the boy asked what he knew. His eyes widened and he added that they needed to escape. Blood was dripping from the sword. The protagonist stabbed the man through, to which he asked why. Dave stood still. Smiling, he said that it was obvious. Raising his hand, the hero said that because of him. His eyes lit up and he added that the Demon King. The people walked forward. It was heard what kind of shaking that was. Looking to the side, Larry wondered if the second group encountered that squad. If so, then the Demon King did not rip him off. Looking straight ahead, he added that he really helped him out. The hero stood in front of the people. The man gritted his teeth and asked what he was doing here. The protagonist silently looked at him. Stretching his hands forward, the adventurer said that he understood, so they managed to get around the invaders. Well, and where are the rest? Holding the weapon in his hands, Dave said that the people he sent with him. Looking straight ahead, he added that they were all dead. Smiling widely, Larry asked why he was here then. If this was a joke, then he didn't find it funny. Wiping the blood off his sword, the hero replied that he had already figured it out, or simply didn't want to accept reality. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he added that his guess was correct. He had killed them all. Standing in front of him, the guy shouted that he should repeat it. Broken columns appeared. It was heard that they were all complete idiots. People froze in front of the hero, listening to what they should have seen in their eyes, full of trust in him. Larry looked furiously and said that he had used them. Many notifications appeared. The thought appeared that yes, that's it. Let him get angry. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was so lucky that they seemed dumber than a monkey. He was very grateful to them for that. He screamed with wide eyes that they really believed that the Demon King would side with the humans, and then thought to let them be furious. The adventurer clenched his teeth in rage. He frowned and screamed. The humans rushed forward when he heard the command to kill him. Dave stood still. His eyes were bright. The golem's eyes suddenly lit up. He punched. The humans were covered with rocks. The adventurers looked at the golem. The monster turned its head. It clenched its fist tightly. The boy screamed with wide eyes. Larry stood still in front of the golem. His gaze was frozen in place. The man swung his hammer. He struck the golem. The man crushed it. Looking away, he shouted that he had succeeded. Larry opened his eyes in bewilderment. The hero stabbed him in the back. Looking straight ahead, he said that thanks again, he had helped him a lot. Frowning, the guy shouted loudly. The protagonist stood next to the monster. The man asked again, his eyes wide open. Looking away, Dave said that the golem was easy to kill. It was enough to simply destroy the core. Putting his hand to the golem, he added that at least an experienced adventurer who knew about golems could easily deal with it. Grinning, the hero said that in other words, if they had not fallen for such a cheap provocation and had thought with their heads instead of muscles, they would have been able to defeat him. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he added that so, the situation had changed. What would he do? Gritting his teeth, the adventurer thought, damn, why did he change so much? The protagonist looked at him silently. The thought occurred to him that now in front of him was the real Dave. Frowning, the guy thought, damn, it's too early to give up. He won't die in this place. He will definitely survive. The adventurer stood still and thought that yes, he had gotten out of worse troubles, and this time he would get out. Smiling, he added that at any cost, and then turned. throwing the sword on the ground. Larry said that it was offensive to admit, but he accepted defeat. Kneeling, he added that he surrendered, let him kill him. Holding the sword in his hands, the hero replied that that's how it is. Well, okay. He walked towards the guy. Lowering his head, the young man laughed. Smiling, he thought that he was a fool, he was caught. Looking up, Larry thought that who was he to try to kill him. Holding the blade behind his back, he added that he would die today. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist. He looked away. It was about Hades' contract. Dave walked forward, the thought appeared that like this, closer. As soon as he was very close. Looking down, the guy thought that he would take out the dagger and kill him. The hero took a step forward, the thought appeared that great, 3 more steps too. Frowning, Larry thought that he was a corpse. The protagonist suddenly stopped. The adventurer looked at him in bewilderment and thought why did he suddenly stop? Standing in front of him, Dave turned. A notification appeared above him. It was heard that everything was written on his face. Pulling the sword forward, the hero laughed. Opening his eyes wide, he said that this time he really was finished. The man looked scared and thought that it was the end. Suddenly his eyes filled with rage, and he added that it was a lie, this will not happen. Larry raised his weapon and shouted that he would not lose. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. The guy rushed towards the hero. He frowned angrily. Suddenly, the adventurer fell to the ground. The young man looked away in amazement. Slime appeared on his legs. Gritting his teeth, Larry asked what the hell, where did it come from? The protagonist stood behind him. Looking away, the man exclaimed. The golem suddenly grabbed his arm. The adventurer winced in pain. Looking at the notice, Dave said that everything went exactly according to plan. Looking at the contract, he added that it was good that he left money for the slime. He couldn't even believe that everything went so smoothly. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero asked how it felt when someone he considered a weakling ground him into dust. His eyes lit up and he added that he thought it was like to experience such a death. Looking up, Larry screamed and wondered where he had gone wrong. Memories appeared. A thought arose that at that moment when he decided to hold off on killing him. No. Larry looked at the girl. A thought arose that or when he took the castle map from that woman. The guy smiled broadly. It was said that no, the main mistake was the challenge thrown to Dave. Now he realized that he should never have gone against him, because he was the king of demons. A bright glow appeared around the hero. Standing in the smoke, the man said that he should be ready. A thought arose that where is he, him again, what does he want? Let him get lost already to the next world. Smiling, the father added that no matter what decision he made next, his life would still be 100 times worse than his. Waving his hands, the hero thought that he should shut up. He was already annoying. Let him go and not come back. The protagonist suddenly woke up. Looking at him, the girl said that he woke up. Dave raised himself and asked who she was, to which the demon replied that no, he had not fully woken up yet. Raising his hand, Lala said that let's get straight to the point. The hero frowned, hearing that 2 months ago she had lent him 100 Libra. In addition, the interest on the loan was currently 96 Libra. Looking at the scroll, the girl said that the total was 196, asking him to pay off the debt today. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist wondered what she was talking about. Memories appeared. It was said that it all began 3 weeks ago, when he was pulled into the world of dungeon attack into the body of one of the weakest demon kings, who occupies the penultimate place. The adventurer smiled. The thought appeared that when he opened his eyes, he saw a squad in front of him, thirsting for his death. The hero's eyes lit up. The thought arose that even then he had put his own life on the line for a chance to destroy them. The protagonist fell to the ground. The golem sat next to him. Looking straight ahead, Dave thought that it was all over. He began to slowly roll his eyes. The sword was stuck into the man. Several notifications appeared. Looking at them, the hero thought, what's what? It was training, choosing a skill, of course, and since the training was over, then his skills. Looking at the corpse, the protagonist thought about the fact that they were no longer available, but he could choose one first-level skill. Gritting his teeth, he added that it turned out that everything was just beginning. He didn't want to think about it, but, frowning, Dave wondered if he could survive in this body in that case. The corpses lay on the ground. The thought arose that at the moment there was no guarantee that he would be able to return to his world, which meant all he could do was continue trying to survive here. The message appeared, and the hero thought that it was important to choose the skill correctly, which one would suit him best. The protagonist was sitting on the ground. The S-rank skill appeared. The thought arose that this skill would allow him to see the stats of opponents, and their level of sympathy for him, even have the ability to read their thoughts. Looking forward, Dave thought that a very convenient skill. Good, he will take it. Sitting on the ground, the hero thought that great, and now. The golem raised his hand and exclaimed. Closing one eye, the protagonist thought that he was tired. The sword was stuck in the guy. It sounded like he had not slept. The corpse was lying in a pool of blood. Limbs were sticking out of the cracks. It sounded like several days in a row. Looking at the golem, Dave said that let him lie like this for a little while, right now. Closing his eyes, he added that he wanted to sleep. The hero sat on the bed. The thought occurred that the next thing he remembered was how he ended up in bed. A view of the room opened up. Old equipment appeared. Looking at his hand, the protagonist thought that Dave's room. Probably the golem brought him here. He hoped that the recent events were just a dream. Standing by the window, the hero thought that, but he was still in the body of a demon and remembered perfectly well what happened. He covered his face from the light and added that he could survive in the body of the demon king. The girl entered the room. It was said that, ignoring his disturbing thoughts, immediately rushed in. The protagonist looked away, hearing the appeal. The demon took a step forward. The thought occurred that a new troublemaker, a girl with an icy look, and her name was Lala. Putting his hand to his face, Dave said that he was repeating. Sitting on the throne, he added that he did not borrow any money. Looking straight ahead, Lala said that, and yet let him forgive her for her rudeness, but she does not understand why he says that. Kneeling in front of him, she added that 2 months ago he took a loan from their trading company. She is absolutely sure of it. Looking at the IOU, the girl said that here is the proof. Rolling his eyes, the hero thought, damn, it doesn't work. They have been going around in circles with her for a whole week. Clenching his fist, he added that first they were thieves, and now collectors, the worst world you can imagine. The IOU appeared, and the thought arose that, and why he should clean up all this mess after him. The girl silently looked at him, and the protagonist thought that they would start with the fact that they were the first to be stupid, to lend money to such a blockhead. Suddenly, Dave's eyes widened. Looking at him, Lala heard that she could answer one question, to which she answered approvingly. Opening his mouth, the hero asked her what she knew would happen if he didn't pay his debts. Lowering her head, the girl replied that first, he would be declared bankrupt. Stretching his leg forward, the protagonist asked what would happen after he went bankrupt. Looking down, Lala said that then their trading company would receive all rights to the Demon King's castle. Looking straight ahead, she added that after that they would give him a few small tasks. The girl's gaze froze and she said that he would be obliged to obey their instructions without question. Looking at her, Dave replied that it was clear, then the last question. She looked at him in bewilderment when she heard that it was today. A glow appeared around the hero. Pursing her lips, Lala asked what he meant, to which he replied that he wanted to hear the exact date. Leaning her hand on the floor, the girl said that she was asking for forgiveness. Today is April 17, 1505. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and thought that 6 days had passed since the date of repayment of the principal debt. Too many, so the interest would only grow, and he would go bankrupt, and then said that it was clear. The girl looked at him in surprise when she heard that he had a counteroffer for her. Smiling, Dave said that he needed a loan, another 10,000 Libra. Birds were flying in the air. The branch of the Kunst Trading Company appeared, April 20, 1505, according to the imperial calendar. A man was running down the corridor shouting, out of the way, what to do, and that he would not have time to do anything. Timmy was taking notes as he went. He rushed forward and said that great, let him give this document to Her Majesty Penelope, and that no later than 8 o'clock. He was answered positively, and Timmy asked what was wrong with the ships in the port of Batavia. He was told that there were no problems, to which he said that good, then they would sail on time. The head of the company looked at his watch, and said that things were bad. Gritting his teeth, he thought that it was so inopportune to decide to gather the entire management. What the hell happened? Apologies for the wait were heard from behind the door. Several people were sitting at the table, and someone told Timmy that he was late. The man crossed his arms and continued that for them, merchants, time is money, and so that he would sit down quickly. They were already late. Isaac looked up and said that they would now begin the meeting. The Kunst Trading Company is patronized by the Demon King, who ranks 5th, and Queen Penelope, who ranks 9th. In the entire demon world it is the best trading company, and at the head is one of the 3 true vampires, Isaac. The man at the head of the table said that today they were all gathered here for one reason, and asked Lala if she would tell. The girl stood up and said that she would. The creatures at the table raised their heads in surprise. They opened their mouths and exclaimed, isn't this that hybrid of a human and a succubus? The girl stood still and the voices said that she forgot at the management meeting. After all, this is a child of cursed blood. She is not even a manager, but an ordinary employee, so why? Isaac's eyes lit up and he exclaimed that there was silence. Timmy looked ahead in fear. He folded his arms and told Lala to continue, and she agreed. She looked up and said that recently the Demon King Dave, who was ranked 71st, had made a request for an additional loan. The head of the company thought angrily that they had been gathered for such a trifle. Opening his mouth, he exclaimed that he had stopped talking nonsense, and asked the chairman what he meant by that. Isaac smirked and answered to calm Timmy down. Then he looked at Lala and asked if she could tell him how much Dave had asked for. Frowning, she replied that yes, he had asked for 10,000 Libra. The creature's mouths dropped in shock. Looking up, the goblin thought that she had said 10,000 Libra, which was equivalent to the budget of a small country. He placed his hands on the table and exclaimed that the fool had seriously said that. Lala looked down and agreed. The girl sat in front of the throne and asked him what he was saying. The protagonist asked with a smile if she had heard him correctly, and that he said he wanted to borrow 10,000 Libra. Lala pursed her lips and said that she didn't understand since he already owed them 196 Libra. Dave extended his hand and said that was why he was taking out a bigger loan. The girl opened her eyes and said that she really didn't understand what he meant. The hero smiled and offered to tell him frankly why their company had lent him money since everyone knew him as a talentless demon king. Dave asked, sitting on the throne, if he hadn't, and the girl remained silent. Then she looked down and said that no, she didn't think so. The protagonist grinned and said that it was okay. He didn't think they expected him to repay the loan from the start. He walked away from his throne saying that they wanted to declare him bankrupt and make him a leash dog for the company. The man approached Lala. She looked at him, and it seemed that this was their true goal. Looking at her, Dave asked if he was wrong. The girl pursed her lips and answered that he was wrong. The roof of the building appeared and the hero asked to let him rephrase the question. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist said that it was the trading company that ordered her to gain his trust and lend him money. Lala opened her mouth and answered that no, it was her own initiative. The hero laughed and said that it was clear. The thought arose that this woman was lying and not blushing, interesting, and continued to say that they needed to return to the main topic. Standing in front of the girl, Dave said that she was asking why he needed 10,000 Libra and what he would answer. He frowned and said that it meant that he agreed to be their little dog for the rest of his life. A smirk appeared on his face and he said that in return he only asked for 10,000 Libra, which he said was a cheap deal. Looking at her, he continued to say that besides, it was a very good deal for her. Lala lowered her head while the hero said that she could become famous as the one who single-handedly managed to turn the Demon King into a minion of a trading company. Success was guaranteed for her. Dave took her chin and asked what she would say. Looking into her eyes, he asked if she agreed or not, and what she would do. The girl grabbed his hand. She abruptly removed his hand from her face, then replied that it was okay. Timmy furiously screamed at 10,000 Libra. He couldn't even return 100 Libra. No way, this was clearly some kind of trap. Isaac grimaced and replied that it was a fair point, and told Lala that it was her word. Standing still, the girl responded. The protagonist in her thoughts laughed, and said that if such a question arose, she could answer like this. Lala stood straight and said that Dave had gone mad. He was now suffering from the plague of this world. Without a special cure, he would die. The girl opened her mouth and continued that besides, he was doing this for the sake of his beloved. Timmy asked again with displeasure about his beloved, to which the girl replied that yes, and that she would dare to say that he meant her. Standing straight, Lala said that after all, she was the beloved of the Demon King Dave. The creatures at the table exclaimed in shock. Did she understand what she had just said? They shouted in surprise, what a treacherous woman, even the Demon King himself. Suddenly Lala's eyes widened and she said that she had gotten close to Dave on her own initiative for this moment. The monsters cried out furiously that the despicable half-breed had decided to lay hands on the Demon King, and that someone would throw this harlot out of here. Standing next to Isaac, the girls said that it was all for the sake of him becoming the dog of their great company. The chandelier shook with loud laughter. The man stood up from the throne and shouted what they would say, this hybrid of a human and a succubus. Timmy watched in fear as Isaac said that he had just recently joined their company, but she was ready to even sacrifice her innocence to get rid of the fate of scum. Lala frowned and the man said that she was now the lover of the Demon King. Isaac's eyes shone. He laughed and said that it was wonderful, simply amazing. Then he bared his teeth fiercely and shouted that they in Kunsk valued the merits of their subordinates. At first he could not understand why she gave a loan to this talentless Dave. Lala looked in his direction when he said that they would allocate special funding and for Lala to return to the Demon King's castle and give it to him. He put his hand forward and shouted that they would give 10,000 Libra, as he desired. The trading city of Kairos appeared and someone asked Mrs. Lala what brought her here. The girl showed a plant and said that she wanted them to collect all the grass of this kind that they could find on the continent. The man asked in confusion if she was sure and that she would have to hire thousands of people. Their wages would cost her 8,000 Libra. And what kind of grass was this? It looked like an ordinary weed. Narrowing her eyes, Lala replied that he should not care. This was the order of the Demon King Dave, and asked her to start work immediately. The girl turned and walked away. The men grinned as they looked at her. Lala walked past the crowded street. A smirk appeared on their faces and it was heard that she was running errands for the most talentless Demon King. Was he seriously considering spending all his money on weeds? They laughed and said that it looked like Dave had gone completely crazy, and that was true. They said that she had also become his mistress. It was not for nothing that she was called a mudblood. Well, that was it. Now Dave was definitely finished. Dave's castle appeared. The girl approached the protagonist and called him. He looked at her with displeasure. Lala said that the order had been carried out. She stood in front of the hero and said that they had done everything as they had asked. There was not a blade of grass left on the entire continent. The grass had been put away in pre-prepared storage facilities. The protagonist picked up the book and replied that it was clear she had done a good job. The girl's hands were behind her back and she asked if he would let her know what they had planned. The protagonist grinned in the girl's thoughts and said that he wanted to take out a loan of 10,000 Libra. Lala looked at him and said that he needed such a large amount of money because of the upcoming epidemic, and in the end he buys useless weeds. Dave grinned and asked what she thought. The girl's eyes lit up and she asked to let her be frank, and that she saw absolutely no logic in his actions. The protagonist rolled his eyes and replied that he saw no logic, so oh well. Looking at her, He suggested that they first celebrate her success and raise a toast. Lala looked down and said that it was not worth it. The hero narrowed his eyes and asked what was wrong. Maybe she thought he put something in there. The girl opened her mouth and said no, and apologized for her rudeness. Dave handed her the glass, saying that he was joking, and so that she would not frown like that, and that they would try again. She did a good job. The girl picked up the glass while the hero was saying that they should drink to their future. Lala took a sip. She drank it down. Then she wiped her mouth and asked what it was. The protagonist grabbed his head and shook. Dave laughed and said that it was the fruits of her labor, a decoction of herbs she had collected, which she thought tasted good. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked if he was joking. The fireplace appeared and the hero replied that he was not joking. The trading company must already know. He extended his hand forward and continued to say why he took 10,000 Libra. They thought he had gone crazy and was making medicine for a non-existent disease. Dave grinned and said that if you think about it, there was some truth in it. Lala looked at him silently. The hero sat on the throne and said that now to the main thing. Does she know what day it is today? The girl frowned and replied that yes, the 20th of June, 1505 according to the imperial calendar, and that today was some special date. Dave put his hand to his face and replied that I understand, so it was time. He had a pen in his hand and the hero said her name. Then he began to write, saying that starting tomorrow he might not come to the castle. Dave handed her a piece of paper and said that instead he wanted her to look here and check how things were going there. Lala looked closely at the paper and asked why. What was the point of it? The protagonist laughed and replied that she should go and figure it out herself. She looked at him while Dave said that he knew she had had a hard time lately. Taking breaks and relaxing was also important. Hot springs for travelers appeared. The girl took off her shirt. She raised her hands and thought that she would not understand this guy. What the hell he was planning. Lala entered the bathhouse. There were many girls around her, and the thought occurred to her that he might need it in such a place. Lala went into the water thinking that if the note was to be believed. Looking at it, she thought that this whole story with the epidemic was true. No. She dived deeper and continued the thought that it was impossible. He was not able to predict the future. Then why was she so worried? Suddenly, Lala turned around. She ran forward screaming what happened. She was told that she suddenly fell. The girl was lying unconscious on the ground. Lala began to shake her and scream if she could hear her. What was wrong with her? What had happened? Just let her not pass out. The girl closed her eyes and said that it hurt. Lala asked where it hurt and what hurt. She touched her forehead and she was told that her whole body hurt. The girl said that she had a fever. Let her be patient. Now they would take her to the hospital. A moment later, Lala's eyes widened. A spot started to appear on the girl's neck. Dave's note popped into her head, and she thought it was a black spot. She opened her mouth in shock. Lala was sitting next to the unconscious girl. Then she turned around. Someone was shouting that a person had fallen here and here too. Lala thought what the hell was going on here. The hospital sign appeared. The girl was covered in black spots. Lala was sitting on a bench while someone was telling them to quickly place those who were still alive in wards. This was already the 30th patient. God, what was this? The girl opened her eyes in shock and thought that this was impossible. There had to be a reasonable explanation. A man appeared next to her and asked if she was okay and that everyone who had been at the hot springs had died except her. The corpses were lying on the couches and she was told that she was better. Spots started to appear on the man's neck and he said that he should leave this city as soon as possible. Lala looked down. She looked at her hands. Then she remembered taking a sip from the glass. In her memory, she wiped her mouth and asked what it was. Dave smirked and said it was the fruit of her labor, a decoction of herbs she had collected, and she thought it tasted good. Lala looked ahead and thought she didn't believe it, but it all fit, it did. Frowning, she thought that Dave really did. The protagonist looked out the window, and she realized that he had foreseen the epidemic. The system announced that it was July 16th and the year 1505 according to the imperial calendar, and that the plot was in a place called a trading company. The fairy flaps her wings. She leaves sparkles in the air. The goblin is perplexed by the fact that someone is apologizing for disturbing him. Timmy shakes his head, saying that he has a meeting with Her Highness Penelope and calls for him to disappear and everyone else, and immediately apologizes for his rudeness to His Highness. Someone hits his hand with a brush and replies that everything is fine and that most likely the matter is urgent. The red-haired one smiles contentedly and asks him not to worry, because she will wait. Timmy looks at her in bewilderment and notes that he is sincerely sorry for his behavior, to which she asks him to tell her what he has. The fairy pulls out a scroll and agrees, saying that the head office recently contacted them. The goblin reads the letter and thinks that if there is some nonsense in it, then it is just a corpse. The green one is horrified. He reads and notes that there can't be anything like that, because the letter says about an outbreak of an infectious disease and that this disease has spread throughout the kingdom and its first outbreak is indicated, and a note that in the coming days the disease will reach neighboring countries and that the mortality rate is about 80%. Penelope asks with interest what is going on there. He grits his teeth and refuses to accept what is happening. He reads on about how information has appeared that the Demon King has a cure for the aforementioned infection and that, on his orders, A certain specialist named Lori has organized the collection of all the necessary herbs for the cure across the continent, and that the current value of Dave's property is estimated at approximately 1.2 to 3 million gold, and that an emergency meeting of the board of directors has been scheduled. The girl holds out her hand, asking what it is and asking to see for herself, to which he agrees. The red-haired girl is horrified. She reads the letter. The goblin is perplexed and asks her a question. She looks at him contentedly and notes that it is interesting. Someone is standing outside the window. Dave smirks and you understand that a storm is approaching. He is standing near the window. The guy turns around and notices that someone returned to him much faster than he thought and asks what was there and whether she managed to relax. The girl looks displeased. He squeezes his fingers and asks what's wrong with her because she looks pale and assumes that she didn't like the hot springs. The blue-eyed girl frowns and asks if he knew everything. The brunette smiles and asks again what she means. Lala asks him not to dodge the question with displeasure and notes that she is talking about an epidemic. She lowers her eyebrows and continues that the herb that he told her to collect turned out to be a miracle cure. Against the backdrop of the towers, he asks again what she is getting at. He turns completely to her. He bares his teeth. Lightning strikes. He spreads his arms and asks if there was a time when he warned her about something like this. Lala is taken aback. Dave's eyes shine and the voice explains that the girl is right and that this guy knew everything from the very beginning, specifically what kind of future awaits them. In the background of the guy, the voice continues that in this game the action takes place in the period of 1915 and that it was then that the plague engulfed the entire world and thereby plunged it into darkness. The infected raise their hands and the voice says that if you believe the plot of the game itself, the outbreak of the epidemic happened right at those very hot springs, in the summer of 1505, and that only a year later someone will find out that the black grass has miraculous properties and is a good cure for the plague. Against the background of such grass, he explains that until that moment this plant was considered just an ordinary weed. Dave puts his hand to his mouth and thinks that he ended up in exactly that period of time, and that knowledge about this era turned out to be incredibly useful for him. Lala hands him an IOU, saying that this is evidence. The guy then read it, and realized that it was in this very IOU that he noticed the date he needed. The blue-eyed girl frowns and the guy thinks that without her he would not have coped with the task. He frowns at her and asks what she thinks and what the trading company says about this. The girl's eyes shine with the words that the company is now a real chaos and that it looks more like a hive, all the bees in which are furious. But there is one but specifically, that all the management called for an emergency meeting on this matter. Dave takes a couple of steps and notes that everything is clear and asks her one question about why she is still standing here and not running there with all her might. He looks at her furiously and clarifies why she came to him instead. He shows his fangs and asks permission to guess and suggests that it is now that it is dangerous for her to return there. He extends his hand and continues that the trading company probably thinks that it was impossible to predict the beginning of the epidemic. Dave leans his forehead against her with the words that means that someone deliberately released this disease into the world and wonders who did it, and for what purpose at all, and that they also have an answer, and that she is right in thinking that they will think specifically about her. Lala clenches her fists, and the guy continues that it was she, in their opinion, who subdued the stupid demon king and became his lover and reminds them that she herself told them that she could make him her obedient dog for the good of the company. Blue Eyes is taken aback and he continues that it turns out to be such a coincidence that she ended up at the right time and in the right place, exactly where the plague began, and that she had previously searched the entire continent in search of that very miracle herb. Lala is horrified, while he says that all this smacks of betrayal on her part. Dave looks madly and insists that since she came to him and not to the company, then she herself must understand all this perfectly well. Blue Eyes backs away. She imagines people's faces and thinks that from the very moment she was born, she was treated like trash. She looks at them indifferently, and continues that she had to work tirelessly in order to achieve her current position and prove to everyone what she is worth. Lala stares in horror and thinks that now all her efforts were in vain and everything she had strived for all her life collapsed in an instant. Dave is standing in front of her and the girl wonders who he is and realizes that she has a feeling as if the demon in front of her is far from the one she knew before. The brunette is furious, and she reasons that what if it is not him in front of her at all. Against the background of the chandelier, he answers that she now has only one path. The red-eyed man smirks, saying that she should bow before him, and what if she does? He squeezes his fingers and explains that in this case he gives her real power, and that all the medicine will be transferred under her personal control. She, dumbfounded, asks what he means. Dave spreads his hands and explains that this world was destined to face this epidemic, and that as a result of it many will die, and that among them will also be women and children, rich and poor, and that thus death will spare no one. Blue-eyed frowns as she listens about those who considered her a mudblood, including those who will die, and that they will desperately look for a way to survive. Lala is surprised to hear that they will come to her and want to make a deal with her. He smiles, saying that she is half human and half demon at the same time, and that she is the one they considered scum, and that she will hold the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in her own hands. Red-eyed looks closely and asks if she wants to have such power, and asks her decision on this matter. Lala looks in horror and understands that she cannot agree to this, because she understands this. But still there are reasons to agree, and she does not understand why her heart is beating so fast now. There is a purple curtain behind the curtains. She does not give an answer. The girl kneels and agrees. Blue-Eyed looks down and officially declares that she is handing over her life to him, and that from now on she will faithfully serve the Demon King. She kisses his glove. Dave looks at her with satisfaction and says that in exchange for her sincere confession, he guarantees her a seat in the front row. Something hot is on the table. Lala is sitting at the table. She is looking straight ahead. The girl remembers how she knelt down and promised to hand over her life to him, and that from now on she will faithfully serve the Demon King. Someone knocks on the door a week after the incident, and someone says that she brought him lunch. Lala is standing near the door. The door opens and the girl apologizes for disturbing her. The blue-eyed girl looks at him with displeasure and reasons that it has been exactly since the Demon King became her master. A pile of books is lying on the floor. He is sitting in a chair incorrectly. The girl caught him sleeping and continues that from that moment on, he has always either read the books that were in the castle or slept. The book fell on the floor. Lala is standing next to him and reasons that she does not understand him at all. The brunette lay down differently, while she continues that she wonders what is in the head of the Demon King. She remembers standing in front of him 6 months ago, and that he contacted him with a desire to get a promotion in his company, and then told him that she was glad to meet him and that she was a representative of a trading company. Dave ordered her to be silent. He looks at her madly and retorts that he is not interested in the name of some mudblood, that he is busy, and asks to talk more to the point. The girl imagined him and remembers that he turned out to be such a scumbag and that everything was as she expected, that as soon as she showed him the money, he immediately pounced on them. Then someone came to them and she reasons that she only had to tell the right people that treasures appeared in the Demon King's castle, and someone says that this means that he now has a map. The blonde smiles and asks if this is a map to the Demon King's castle. The blue-eyed girl smirks and remembers that his words then hurt her, and that she wanted to make him howl in pain. Lala stands next to the owner, and thinks that nevertheless this Demon King is beyond her understanding. She frowns and continues that now the lives of the entire population of the continent are exclusively in his hands. The brunette is sleeping and she asks how he is able to sleep peacefully in such a situation. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and notes that several countries have already sent letters with an offer to purchase herbs. The blue-eyed girl looks away with the thought that in fact it is very difficult for her to believe that the trading company will remain silent in such a situation. The goblin stands behind the door and asks someone to let him in. He recognized him by his voice and gave permission. There is a head of a demonic goat on the wall. There is a statue on the table, and the scene transfers to the office of the trading company. Timmy looks forward and addresses someone. He looks at the candles and notices that he is here. The candle lights up and he asks him to sit down. The goblin sits on the throne. Isaac asks what the situation is. Timmy looks at him in confusion and replies that the situation is currently worse than ever, and that the epidemic is still spreading and that it is only a matter of time before the miracle just takes over the entire continent. Isaac looks at him and says that he understands him, and that if he believes his company's calculations, then about 30% of the population will die. Green looks at him in horror and asks again about 30%, because most likely he just didn't make a very good joke. Red-eyed frowns and asks if he ever joked at all. The candles sway and he replies that such a thing never happened. Blonde looks forward and Green hears that the LODs have also suspended trading operations with his company today. Timmy's eyebrows rise in horror. He hits the table and screams that it is all because of that mudblood. Isaac sits quietly and hears the question about where she is now. The blonde folds his arms and replies that they still haven't been able to contact her, and that he has one guess. He wiggles his mustache and explains that she most likely planned to betray them from the very beginning. He recalls the letter and continues that he judges solely by the fact that she was at the site of the outbreak of the epidemic, and before that she spent several weeks in a row collecting herbs that are needed to create a cure for this very disease. The candles shake and the green one laughs and retorts that no one could have predicted the onset of the plague, and that even God cannot do such a thing. Isaac shines his eyes and explains that all this leads them to the fact that this epidemic was not accidental and that it was obviously created on purpose. The goblin thinks about his words. He looks in horror and is perplexed, because someone could not have intentionally done such a thing, and wonders who is behind all this. The blonde listens to his reasoning that it is clear to him that the girl released the disease into the world, but she could not have pulled off something so large-scale alone. Timmy frowns and realizes that she and Dave are involved in this together. Isaac sits and retorts that this can't be, because even if he was capable of such a thing, he would never have stooped to such an insignificant state of affairs. He brings his hand to his face and continues that most likely he is just a small screw, the same as the blue-eyed girl. The goblin opens his mouth and asks who could have arranged something like this and clarifies whether someone could really be capable of starting an entire epidemic. He frowns and realizes that he has one demon in mind for such a matter. The goblin asks if he is thinking about the same one he is, to which he receives a positive answer with the explanation that this is one of the greatest lords of this continent, and that he is an immortal black magician, and that only he is capable of doing something so large-scale, and that he is the god of black magic and diseases, and he understands that he is talking about Barbados, who is also the 8th in the demon rankings. Green frowns and realizes that if Barbados is involved, then anything is possible. He imagines her saying that she hates humans more than anyone else, and that he has started wars and destroyed many countries. Goblin sweats and thinks that the plague will mainly affect humans, not demons, and that in the worst case, they will simply die out. Isaac looks at him and reasons that this is all in the spirit of the demon kings. Green frowns and fumes that if this is Barbados' doing, then he does not understand what to do. He looks at the ceiling and says that his company has built strong friendships with many demon kings, and that is why they have risen so high. Green extends his hand and reasons that if they have to go against one of them, then they need to carefully prepare for such a thing and find strong evidence against him. Isaac's eyes shine and asks again about the evidence, and whether he thinks that they don't have enough evidence anyway, because Lala and Dave will tell them everything themselves. He sits down more comfortably and asks him not to worry because he has already taken all the necessary measures on this matter. Gray-haired laughs and notes that they will still greatly regret crossing his path. Goblin is horrified. Blue-haired turns to Isaac. He laughs and clarifies if this is an answer. The letter lights up. Isaac laughs madly. He smiles and asks Timmy to go to Penelope and give her their request. He looks at him and explains that she is the only one who can fight equally with Barbados, to which he receives in response that it will be done. Timmy imagines them and remembers that these two demons are like cat and dog and that Her Highness Penelope will agree to help them. Isaac's eyes shine and asks if these brats dare to oppose him. The throne glows black and the goblin is indignant. He falls apart and says he can't wait. The goblin is scared while he continues that he can't wait to finish them all off one by one. He stabs someone in the neck saying that he is starting his business with Lala. Isaac drinks the blood and says that it will become part of his collection of living dolls. Lala runs to Dave and calls him with a request to wake up because they are in big trouble. The brunette opens one eye and asks her again. She hands him a piece of paper saying that he has received an invitation. His eyes shine and ask if this is an invitation and where it is. The girl looks at it and explains that it is for a meeting and that she has never heard of it being organized so quickly. Isaac laughs evilly and announces a gathering of the demon kings who rule this world and that they will all be in one place. Lala looks at him and declares that Walpurgis night will take place. Someone sings about how they are sailing through a magical sky to a dreamland. A man in a hat asks his sister to tell her something, namely who their next client is. The blonde grins and says that the next one is the demon king named Dave. She smiles and notes that it is true, it will be him, who fell in love with a half-demon half-human. The green-haired girl raises her hand up, saying that forbidden love is so romantic and that she is sure that this demon is a real gentleman. The blonde calls on the others not to invent unnecessary things for themselves. They look at the castle and she continues that they will be there very soon. Someone in the cave asks His Majesty to hurry. Lala insists with displeasure. Dave opens one eye and asks her not to make noise and asks her to tell him why he needs to go there. The brunette covers his face from the sun and asks again what this Walpurgis night is. Blue Eyes looks at him with displeasure and reminds him that he is the demon king and does not understand why he asks her such things. Lala frowns even more and asks if it is true that he has never participated in this meeting. Dave spreads his hands and replies that he has never been there. Lala looks at him and decides to explain to him that this is a very important event, where all the demon kings and their closest subordinates gather, and that together they solve problems of a global scale for the sake of maintaining universal order, and that the meeting is held rather irregularly, but almost all the demon kings are invited to it. The brunette scratches his ear and notes that in this case this event does not concern him at all. Blue Eyes looks at him and insists. She goes to him and explains that the topic of this meeting is the plague and that they have chosen this place as a meeting. The girl shines her eyes and says that one of the branches of the trading company is located there, from which anyone can draw one conclusion. Dave hears that the company itself initiated this meeting and that at the moment it has a monopoly on the miracle cure for the plague and that if he does not show up this time, it will be bad. Dave looks at her with displeasure and she continues that it does not matter what the reason for his absence is, they will still come for him. Red Eye puts his hand to his chin and thinks that he is just dealing with one problem when another one immediately appears. The demon looks ahead and notes that one thing is clear for sure, that the situation cannot be brought to the point where the trading company uses force against them. Blue Eyes stands opposite and hears that he agrees and that they will go to this Walpurgis night. He smirks at the thought that the negotiations give him at least some guarantee for a peaceful solution to this situation, and that in the event of a bad outcome, everything will be really bad. Lala turns around and he understands that in this case he has her. Dave smirks and understands that after all, he did one thing for a reason. The brunette put his hands in his pockets and notes that this thing is a big waste. He goes, saying that he has something to tell her. The demon looks at her and asks how they are going to get there. The red-eyed man frowns and notes that it will be very profitable for the company if he does not show up and that they will probably put spokes in their wheels along the way. She takes out her watch and agrees with him and states that she took this into account and prepared transport and escorts for them in advance. The blue-eyed woman looks at him and continues that they should show up any minute. Someone sings that they are floating through the magical sky to the land of dreams and count to 3, after which they suggest singing one spell together. The witch smiles and says that they soar up and fly and will take him wherever he wants. Dave is taken aback. He looks at them in horror. The blonde smiles. She comes down. Glitter falls from her boots. All 3 have arrived. The girl bows and thanks him for choosing their services and explains that they are the Berber sisters and that they have come to accompany His Majesty the Demon King named Dave on his journey. They all sit down and says that they are glad to meet you. Dave is indignant. The brunette whispers a question about whether they are children and whether she is sure that they can handle the task. The blue-eyed girl looks at him and asks her not to judge by appearances, because the witches' bodies stop aging the moment they make their first contract with the Demon King. They look at the witches and she continues that the fact that they look so young only proves their genius in their field. Dave is taken aback and hears that each of them is at least 200 years older than her. The brunette replies that he understands everything and notes that such behavior on his part was rude. He extends his hand and asks the sisters to raise their heads. The red-eyed one puts his hand on his chest, saying that he is grateful to them for accepting their request and that he hopes that his flight will be safe with him. The witches sheepishly answer that they agree. Lala watches closely. Dave asks her what happened, to which he does not receive a clear answer. The blonde casts a spell and notes that it is time to get down to business. A throne on a broom appears in front of them, and she calls him to come on board. The brunette tiredly clarified whether everything will go well, to which he receives in response that he should not worry so much. The blonde sits in front of him and says that she asks for his attention and that she thanks him for choosing the sisters' services and that it is a great honor for them all and that the weather around is clear, and therefore they are catching a tailwind and hope that they will be able to enjoy the flight to their destination. The statue holds its hand up. The scene moves to Hermes Square. Dave looks at the witch and states that nevertheless, sitting still for 6 hours is still torture for him, to which she says that she thanks him for his patience. Red-eyed smiles and remembers that he did not praise them for trying hard and asks if he should treat them to dinner. The witches look pleased and ask again if this is true, because they will be very grateful to him for it. The blonde raises a finger and says that she knows of a very popular restaurant nearby, to which she receives approval to take him where he needs to go. Lala frowns and tries to make him memorable. Dave looked at her with displeasure and asked what was wrong and whether she was tired from the road and noted that if he didn't eat now, he simply wouldn't live to see the meeting. The blue-eyed girl looked sternly. The Demon King leaned over and asked what was wrong and suggested that she was simply afraid that the company would attack them and retorted that she should relax because no fool would attack the Demon King in the city center. The pink-haired girl thought about it and agreed. The monsters were sitting and drinking. Other creatures were doing the same. The brunette walked and noted that this place was quite lively, to which the witch agreed with him and explained that this was the only area where everyone was served, regardless of the class and race of the visitors. She pointed and continued that they were already close and called them to follow her. The brunette thanked her. He turned around. Someone was beating up a man and shouting that he was doing this, and the second one was asking him for forgiveness. The man grins and shouts that this is not alcohol, but rare crap and that it is simply impossible to sit on these chairs and notes that he can't even serve guests normally and asks if he should pay him for such service. Dave watches as he kicks the man and shouts that it is easier for him to get rid of old people like that gentleman, to which he asks to forgive him. The red-eyed man turns to Lala. Dave looks angrily and clarifies what kind of trash this is. The blonde kicks him and the girl explains that in front of them is the 72nd Demon King. Dave lowers his eyelids and notes that in this world there are only 72 demons, and that he himself is the 71st. The brunette takes the swill from the child, saying that he was very interested in finding out what the 72nd is and that now everything is clear to him. The demon drinks. He raises his glass. Lala frowns and calls out to him. The brunette throws the glass on the ground and explains that this journey turned out to be much more interesting for him than he expected. Against the background of the game's splash screen, someone starts telling about it. Demons are standing nearby and the voice continues that this world is ruled by 72 demon kings and that this is a fantasy game, and that you need to defeat all the other demon kings. The building is on fire and the voice says that you need to kill, for example, the demon that destroyed the village of the game's protagonist when he was still a small child, and notes that when he grew up, he gained the desire to take revenge on all the demon kings and began to explore the world with his comrades on the way to achieving his goal, and that the action of the game itself takes place in 1515 according to the imperial calendar. Dave looks away and notes that he got to this world in 1505, which is 10 years before the start of the main plot, and that here he is known as the 71st demon named Dave. The demon following him smiles and the guy reasons that the demon who destroyed the village of the protagonist, and thereby gave birth to a great warrior, is the same 72nd demon king. The creatures look on discontentedly while he insults him, and the victim screams and asks him to forgive and spare. The goblin looks on in horror and hears that he has shut him up. The light one kicks him, saying that he is so annoying. Dave smiles and thinks that he is completely sure that he will soon attack the village of the game's protagonist. The demon screams insults. The red-eyed one frowns and continues that events are moving much faster than he expected. He takes a glass and notes that everything is clear to him. The demon drinks and decides that if so, why not immediately nip the root of the problem in the bud. The brunette raises his glass. Lala is displeased with his behavior. The demon drops the glass on the ground and explains that this journey turned out to be much more interesting for him than he expected. The wine spreads under the shards. The blonde turns around at the sound. The red-eyed one stares at him contentedly. The 72nd one turns around displeased. He looks at him and asks why he is staring at him like that. Dave smiles. The second one gets angry. The blonde one goes to him and asks why the hell he is grinning like that. The 71st demon turns to the girl. He lowers his eyelids and asks if he has any patrons for the potential opponent. Lala calmly replies that as far as she knows, he does not have any and that he spends most of his time in gambling houses nearby. She looks at him and continues that this demon is known for using his status to torture people with impunity, and that even the demon kings themselves consider him a shameful stain on their reputation. Dave smiles and says that he understands everything. The blonde one goes to him. He looks at them and wonders why they are standing like statues. He lowers his eyelid and thinks about the brunette's horns. Dave stands opposite, and Larry thinks that the girl in front of him is most likely a succubus, and then decided that she looks more like a half-breed, and that it is about the guy in front of him that rumors are circulating everywhere. The blue-eyed girl frowns and turns to her master with a request that he refrain from rash actions, because the battle between the demon kings can cause a lot of problems. The brunette has already entered the excitement, and clarifies whether this is a general law. Lala looks at him and gives him a positive answer with an explanation that it is believed that the demon kings are higher in rank than any aristocrat, and that such possess incredible power that can destroy the entire world in 2 counts, and that there are only 72 kings. The kings stand against the backdrop of fire, and she continues that due to a number of circumstances, instead of the laws of the empire, such individuals follow a common law that ensures their own safety, as well as the protection of their businesses. She frowns, saying that any fights between demon kings are strictly prohibited in such a set of rules and that she is sure that he himself should know this. Lala looks with glassy eyes that he is like a child at such a moment. If he gives into emotions and is the first to get into a fight, then he will inevitably face punishment. Dave stands still and decides to do something a little differently. The demons stand opposite each other. The 72nd looks displeased and asks if he knows who he is. Dave looks madly and replies that he simply does not care. He raises his eyebrows, saying that he stood there and watched him mock the weak and that the whole spectacle just makes him want to puke, and orders him to disappear from his sight. The blonde looks no less madly and asks again if he wanted to die with such statements. The red-eyed man smirks and asks him to try to kill him in that case, and asks if he is even capable of such a thing. The blonde man swings. Lala frowns. She runs to attack. Dave puts his hand in her way. He looks at the enraged opponent and notes that this is wonderful. The brunette smiles and waits for the moment when he will be hit. The blonde man stopped. The red-eyed man looks at the fist. The 72nd pokes his finger at it and notes that he heard a rumor. The brunette gets angry and listens to what he knows about the rumor that one demon king lost his memory and that he completely forgot what kind of blood flows through his veins and that he now runs around like a dog around a hybrid. The blue-eyed girl tensed up while he added that he also made her his lover. 72nd puts his hand on his shoulder and continues that he did not expect such a turn of events, that he would meet him in such a place. The blonde looks at him madly and calls him by his full name. The brunette lowered his eyebrows and thinks that the demon turned out to be an ordinary blockhead and asks him how he should understand all this. The blonde smiles, saying that he almost hit him and that he almost broke the general law, and with a grin reminded him that demon kings are forbidden to attack each other. The brunette's opponent grins and continues that if he did not understand that a local celebrity was in front of him, he would have definitely gotten into trouble. Red-eyed looks at him with displeasure and notes that he provoked him on purpose and that he just wanted him to attack first. 72nd hysterically asks if he thought he would fall for his trick and explains that he just messed with the wrong person. Dave doesn't know what to answer. Lala looks at him and hears the question of who is with him and recognizes her. He looks at her with satisfaction and asks if she seduced the demon king and calls her a garbage rat. Her eyes glow with anger, while he notes that she has a pretty face. 72nd frowns and notes that all-age hybrids smell disgusting. The blonde looks at her and asks what that idiot saw in her. Lala backs away and hears that he himself has become interested in trying her out. The girl calmly asks him to stop. The demon lowers his eyebrows and asks again what she said. He turns away and notes that he has something to tell Dave about the general law. The blonde drools, saying that their law only prohibits battles between demon kings. He swings. Lala is taken aback. He hits her with all his might. The witch sisters are horrified. The local visitors are also perplexed. 72nd looks pleased and shouts that he can hit anyone here except him and that nothing will happen to him for it. He goes into hysterics and continues that he will teach this girl manners, and then return her to him, and that he asks him not to be angry if he spoils her face a little. Dave looks displeased and hears the question of whether they had come to an agreement. The red-eyed man touches his chest. The guy with a crazy look shouted that he will teach this girl manners, and then return her to Dave. Only he should not be offended if her face is spoiled. The protagonist listened to this with a serious look. The guy spread his arms and began to laugh loudly. The wounded Lala lay on the ground. Nate frowned and asked if the stupid people could see, be they women or children, that he would spare no one who stood in his way. He cried out with satisfaction for them to bow down before him. The guy waved his hand, noting that otherwise they would share the fate of this hybrid and experience his power. The girls looked at him attentively. The people looked down. Nate watched them with a smile on his face. His gaze fell on Lala. He swung his foot. The guy stepped on it. The girl cried out in pain. The bandit with a satisfied look said that this felt better than anything. MC continued to watch this. The villain looked at him and asked how it felt. Standing under the bright moon, he said that he was beating Dave's woman right in front of him, and he couldn't move a finger. Raising his hands above his head, the demon asked who they thought he was, then asked to say his name, noting that he was the one who stood at the top of this world. With glowing eyes, he noted that his name was the Demon King Nate. Veins appeared on his face from anger. Dave laughed at him. The protagonist looked at him and said that he made such a pompous speech, he even became interested. Smiling widely, the main character clarified how many people there would listen to him. The dumbfounded Demon King asked if MC refused to admit defeat. Standing in front of Dave, he emphasized the fact that if they did not submit themselves, he would simply use force, as with the hybrid. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He looked at the enemy and asked to first ask himself if anyone there cared about his power. Nate was taken aback by what he heard and asked again. He turned his gaze with a serious expression. The girl rose to her feet. Lala wiped the blood from her face. The demon was furious. He said with a furious look that she could lie there and not twitch, but she wanted to die. She continued to look at him. The angry guy asked what kind of look that was. Nate punched her in the face and said that she was too arrogant for a hybrid. The Demon King was surprised. Lala remained standing. She looked at the monster again. The guy raised his fist and screamed so that the insect would not get too cocky. The monster hit her again. Clara was shocked by what she saw. Dave touched her chin and watched what was happening with a satisfied look. Nate ran at the girl, while the guy reasoned that Lala was a hybrid, and therefore she grew up in the slums since childhood. She was used to beatings. Nate struck again. She flew to the side from the blow, while MC thought that the demon's fists were not scary for her. The enraged guy was preparing for another attack. Continuing to beat Lala, he noted that he was the Demon King. In this world he was the king. He grabbed the girl by the collar. The protagonist reached out for the dagger, saying that he would lend it to her for a while. Lala's legs buckled. Clenching his hand into a fist, the Demon King wondered what was wrong with this girl. He did not understand why she was still standing. Looking at Lala's face, he mentally asked why this hybrid was looking down on him. His eyes began to glow brightly, after which he came to the conclusion that he would kill her. Nate turned his gaze to the voice that called out to him. MC swung the blade. A cut appeared on the demon's face. The girls were shocked by what they saw. The main character stood over the enemy. With a smirk on his face, he said that Nate did not even understand who he could raise his hand to and who he could not, so he did not need these useless eyes. Lala stood in front of him and said that he would now be considered the initiator. Dave approached her. Hugging the girl, the protagonist said that she held out well. Lala was embarrassed by what had happened. The guy with glowing eyes said that he was grateful to her with all his heart. He took her hand. Smiling, MC said that he wanted to do it in a more formal setting. Now she was so shining that he could not resist. The girl lowered her gaze. A ring appeared on her ring finger. Grabbing her hand, the protagonist asked her not to say anything, to be silent and watch. Raising her hand, he loudly addressed the inhabitants of Nibrahim. Opening his mouth wide, Dave cried out that he was the 71st Demon King, and next to him was his beloved. Lala was shocked by what she heard. The residents listened with a surprised look, that even if they were from different worlds, it didn't matter to them. Even if he was forbidden to be with her, he would love her. People were shocked. Looking at the wounded Nate, MC added that he had started to mock his beloved for no reason, after which he asked to say if he could turn a blind eye to such things. Furious, MC said that Nate should disappear, because such things were simply unacceptable even for the Demon King. The girl hugged the guy to her chest. Enraged, Dave raised his hand. The villagers opened their mouths in surprise. The witches were puzzled. A drop of sweat was running down Beatrice's face while she thought that he really went against the rules and attacked the Demon King for the sake of his beloved. Looking at Lala, the guy asked her to look back. Smiling, the guy added that it was quite a sight. Looking at the villagers, the main character asked how much longer they would turn a blind eye to the actions of this unscrupulous Demon King. Looking at the wounded man, the protagonist clarified whether they were really satisfied with everything. The surprised villagers continued to listen to him. A dark aura enveloped Dave. He asked with a mad look if Nate deserved punishment, if there was justice in this world. Holding his face, the guy clarified what his opponent said. He asked again about punishment with an enraged look. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, he said that he was the only one who was wrong. He had fallen for this small fry. Spreading his arms, the demon noted that the main character had broken the general law and attacked him. Blood was flowing from his eyes. Raising his hands above his head, he screamed for someone to grab Dave. The residents listened with a displeased look that MC had broken the law of the Demon Kings. Looking at the people, Nate emphasized the fact that if they disobeyed, he would kill them. The guy with a satisfied look said that the guy was a good guy. He had no right to interfere. MC approached him. Standing above him, he asked why the guy was still so arrogant, after which he assumed that he did not get it. The monster was shocked by what he heard. Raising his hand above his head, the main character addressed the residents of Nibrahim. He opened his mouth wide and said that on behalf of the Demon King, he found Nate guilty. The guy was shocked by what he heard. The villagers were surprised. MC, with a satisfied look, noted that they should decide what punishment he would bear. He put his hand on his chest. Dave, with a serious look, said that they, the Demon Kings, exist to this day thanks to people. The man began to cry after these words. The people looked at the main character, who said that Nate was just lucky to be born a Demon King, and he imagined himself to be God knows what. Opening his mouth, he added that, in addition, instead of fulfilling his duties as a Demon King, he hangs out in bars and casinos and even dares to raise his hand against the weak. The protagonist was the center of attention. Waving his hand, he asked what kind of Demon King is this if he does not even know how to behave. The people frowned at the words that someone like Nate has no place in their beautiful world. The dumbfounded monster listened to the question of whether it is really worth leaving someone like him alive, for the sake of their lands and for the sake of their future. Dave said with a satisfied look that it was time for the heroes of Nibrahim to act. The villagers were inspired by these words. Nate looked away and shouted for the fool to shut up. Looking around, he continued to try to give the order to quickly grab this guy. The trash cannot disobey him. Smiling, the protagonist asked if the Demon King was panicking. Standing behind him, MC noted that the monster was afraid because he could no longer see. The frightened monster asked to be silent. Closing his eyes, the main character said that he understood everything. Now the villain would never understand who would kill him. The embittered Demon King asked him to be silent. Someone stabbed him in the back. Wincing in pain, Nate asked who did it. The man stood behind him. The demon's eyes turned red from pain. Touching the guy's shoulder, the protagonist said that everything went exactly as he planned, for which he was grateful to the monster. The enraged Demon King asked what the guy was talking about. He was horrified by the terrible sounds. The frightened monster clarified who it was. The monster began to look around while they told him that they would kill him. The villagers stood behind him. Smiling, Nate asked them to wait and asked what they were planning. Dave approached Lala. Turning around, he said that what goes around comes around. Looking at the demon, he asked if he had heard of cause and effect. Leaving from there, the guy said that they were done there and could go. Lala and Clara looked at him. Blood splashed to the sides while Nate screamed that he was guilty and asked them to stop. The protagonist began to leave from there. The night sky enveloped the settlement. Turning around, he said that he was tired and suggested eating next time. Clara extended her hand and said that she agreed with him, he should rest today. Bowing her head, the girl added that they would take him to the hotel. Dave was surprised and said that one witch was missing. Clara turned around. She asked with a dumbfounded look if Beatrice had disappeared again, noting that she had a habit of wandering alone. The protagonist's face was irritated. He began to look around the city. MC raised his finger and said that there were more important things to do. He had one more request for them. The girl was surprised by what she heard. Beatrice smiled and said that she did not expect this. It was excellent. The witch was flying in the sky and assumed that the guy would still show himself. Light came from the windows of the houses. Streams of wind enveloped the estate. The goblin walked along the corridor and thought that tomorrow there would be Walpurgis night. He pointed out with a puzzled look that he had not heard from Mr. Isaac for a week. He stood in front of the gate and called out to the gentleman. He opened the gate slightly and asked if the man was there. There was no one in the room. Timmy was puzzled and wondered where the hell he was. He was suddenly taken aback. The girl was sitting on the window. Beatrice asked him with a crazy look if he had been looking after the company well. She jumped out of the window. The goblin frowned and asked where Mr. Isaac had been. The man in the form of a witch remembered how he had been following the protagonist and replied that he wanted to take a look at Lala and Dave himself. He began to laugh with a crazy look. Timmy was surprised and asked if he had found out anything. Isaac replied as he walked through the room that they had not said a word about the plague, but something interesting had happened in Hermes Square. There was a smirk on his face. The goblin listened to him attentively. The girl's cheeks turned red. She imagined the protagonist and assumed that she had underestimated this guy. But some things remained true. Isaac, in the form of a girl, imagined Dave hugging Lala and noted that he was head over heels in love, which meant that Lala was his weak spot. A girl with pink hair appeared in his imagination. Approaching the coffin, he asked if there was an answer from Her Highness Penelope. Looking at him, Timmy said that Her Highness had agreed to take their side, and she would do everything possible to ensure that they succeed. Opening the coffin, Isaac laughed. Closing it behind him, he replied that everything was clear to him. There was a smirk on his face. The girl closed the coffin. Streams of dark energy began to emanate from it. A powerful aura hovered around the coffin. Isaac began to open it. He returned to his true form and asked to listen to him carefully, and to convey his words to Her Highness Penelope. He said with a grin on his face that he had not felt such impatience in hundreds of years, waiting for tomorrow. The girls walked around the square. While the plot told us that 24 hours had passed since the encounter with Nate, the guards stood in one row. The moon illuminated the castle. The people were delighted by the cry that this was the first demon king to arrive. They should make way. The horse walked towards the castle. The carriage stopped. Its wheels began to creak. The guys on both sides of the red carpet began to bow. Penelope noted as she got out of the carriage that she was well received. She listened with a satisfied look as they said that they were waiting for her. The people bowed their heads. Covering her face with a fan, Penelope asked if the negotiations with Isaac were over, to which she received a positive answer. Smiling, she said that she understood everything. Looking at the people, the girl asked if she had arrived too early, since she did not see a single familiar face. The old man raised his hand and shouted for the citizens to move aside, since the demon king had arrived. Penelope silently shifted her gaze. The horse began to neigh loudly. The horses suddenly reared up. The people were shocked by what had happened. The horses stomped loudly on the ground. Dust rose. The girl kicked down the door of the carriage. She said with burning eyes that she was already tired of sitting. Going down to the path, the girl asked where the smell was coming from, since it smelled like an old sow, after which we were introduced to the Black Mage, the god of diseases, Barbados. Veins appeared on her face from anger. The enraged girl looked at Penelope. She also paid attention to her. Smiling, Barbados noted that this was their noble. Penelope frowned. The demon stood in front of her and said that nothing had changed. She still had the same disgusting taste. Smiling, Barbados said that she had heard that she had a good time with the centaur. Looking at Penelope, she added that she could not imagine that she would behave so vulgarly in such a place, after which she asked if she would finally calm down and start behaving like an adult. The girl smiled and said that with a body like that, Barbados would never have an adult life. Frowning, she listened as he told her that she was destined to remain a child forever, but her inferiority complex should not become someone else's problem. Furious, Barbados said that she would cut off her sagging pieces of fat right there and then. They stood opposite each other. Another carriage pulled up. The old man raised his hand and shouted that the demon king had arrived. The girl turned around and asked who it was. Dave and Lala got out of the carriage. The surprised people said that it was the one. Lala's gaze was frightened. Barbados clenched her teeth in anger. Lala looked at her. MC smirked and said that he knew who was in front of him. He assumed with satisfaction that the participants of the show also knew who they were. Barbados and Penelope looked at him with displeasure. The guy touched his chin and noted that he had to go. We were shown the estate 30 minutes before arriving at Walpurgis Night. The carriage was driving down the street where Lala was saying that she still couldn't go with him. Sitting opposite, Dave asked her if she was too nervous. Sighing, the main character said that there would probably be a ball before the meeting itself. Stretching out his hand, he asked what he should do without a partner, and whether she wanted him to go there alone. The girl's face was calm. Turning away, the protagonist asked if she was still angry about what happened yesterday. He remembered how he stood in front of the townspeople and shouted that this was his love. The embarrassed girl lowered her gaze. Dave looked out the window. Raising her hands, the girl replied that it was not about that. Only the demon kings and some of the upper-class demons could take part in Walpurgis Night. Looking at her lover, she said that it was simply impossible for someone like her to participate in such an event. Holding his chin, Dave asked if she was still worried about it. Crossing his legs, he said that Lala was now officially his fiancée, so it was only natural that she would accompany him. Right now they were the most talked about couple. Smiling, the protagonist noted that people wanted to see them together, and they should give it to them. Lala looked down and remained silent. The confused girl wondered what he was planning, since she did not understand him at all. Looking out the window, she wondered in her mind if the story with the mistress was not just for the sake of getting alone without unnecessary suspicion. Looking at the building, she emphasized the fact that the outcome of this meeting could start a war. Any little thing that happened there could be a death sentence for a dozen countries and hundreds of thousands of people. Lala folded her arms and added that especially considering that the topic of the meeting was epidemic, and now yesterday's incident would be added to that. She looked at the groom. Looking at his face, the girl mentally asked why he could still remain so calm. Looking at the castle, Dave said that they had arrived. Frowning, the guy looked at her. Dumbfounded, Lala looked out the window. A smirk appeared on his face. He began to get out of the carriage. Stretching out his hand, the main character asked why not show them how close they were right away. MC looked at her and asked if they were coming. Lala was surprised. Passing by him, the girl refused him. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, said that he would not get bored with her. He watched her go. Frowning, the girl said that she was in front of him. Penelope and Barbados turned their attention to him. They silently examined the new arrivals. Taking a step forward, the guy said that he knew who was in front of him. He approached the girls. Putting his hand on his chest, the main character said that these were Her Highness Penelope and Her Highness Barbados. They had not met before. Smiling, the guy introduced himself as the 71st Demon King, Dave. Furious, Barbados said that no low-ranking demon king dared to talk to her frivolously. She was in a bad mood without him. Bowing his head, the protagonist said that he was sincerely sorry. He was still a rookie. The girl listened attentively to his speech, that such a powerful person appeared before his eyes that he could not resist the urge to talk to him. Frowning, MC asked to accept his sincere apology if he had offended her with his actions. Barbados raised one eyebrow. She clenched her teeth. Taking the bottle, the girl asked him to stop, noting that she was tired. Lala watched what was happening. An angry Dave looked after her. Leaving from there, Barbados reasoned that this low-ranking one ran into her and Penelope at once, and at the same time was not at all scared, quite the opposite. She smirked and mentally checked if his name was Dave. She passed Penelope. The girl was watching her. She looked at the guy and said that he was in trouble. Taking a step forward, Penelope asked him not to be angry. She had heard some rumors. The demon queen stood in front of him. The guy's face was serious. Covering her face with a fan, she began to talk about the girl behind his back. Kneeling down, Lala introduced herself as His Highness's servant. A smile appeared on Penelope's face. Approaching her, she said that she did not need to be so polite. Lala looked up. Penelope pulled out her fan. Touching Lala's face, she said that she had a beautiful and youthful face. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. Putting his hand on his chest, he said that Her Highness flattered her too much, after which he asked who could compete with her in beauty. Penelope smiled and replied that he knew how to flatter. Looking at the guy, she said that if you looked closely, he was not bad either. Approaching him, Her Highness said that she would like to talk to him in a more relaxed atmosphere a little later. Leaving from there, Penelope emphasized that they would see each other again. Dave watched her go. Grinning, he came to the conclusion that it was an interesting show. He turned his gaze to the bride. Her face was dissatisfied. Looking around the castle, Lala noted that with him, even 9 lives would not be enough. The eyes of the demons were shining brightly. Looking around, the protagonist said that it was not so bad there. He suddenly frowned. Lala followed him while he asked if she felt it. Turning around, the girl answered that she did. The main character covered his face with his hand. He began to look at the guests of the event. The guys were in the center of attention. The night sky surrounded the castle. The chandeliers were shining brightly on the ceiling. People surrounded them. Looking at the people, he thought that everyone there was pretending not to care. People were chatting among themselves. MC stood still and thought that they had not taken their eyes off them the whole time. The monster's eyes were glowing. Watching them, Dave wondered in his mind if they were trying to say that they had nowhere to run. Smiling, he thought that he felt like a rare animal, put on display for everyone. The main character remained surrounded. Turning his attention to the people, he emphasized the fact that now they were all wondering if this rare animal was really worthy of their attention, or if it was nothing more than an appetizer for the evening. In his mind's eye, a picture appeared of a lion walking towards 2 rabbits. Looking at the bride, MC asked if any of the guests were directly connected to the trading company. Lala calmly stated that she did not know. Information about the client was available only to those who made the deal and the top management. She held the document in front of her. Looking at the girl, Lala said that according to the guest list, 40% of the guests belonged to the faction of Her Highness Penelope, whom they had met earlier. Introducing Barbados, the girl said that another 40% belonged to her. She turned her attention to the man and said that the remaining 20% belonged to His Highness Mike. He occupied the 5th place in the ranking. They held a neutral position. Dave noted with a serious expression that everything was clear to him. Looking at the demons, he wondered how many of them were dogs of the trading company. He began to reason with a smirk on his face that if he were a member of the company, he would not know what to do. He looked at the chandeliers. The candles suddenly went out. The room darkened. The protagonist calmly listened to the voices that said that they could not see anything. The torch lit up with a blue flame. They began to fly around the room. Dave looked up. Lala turned around. She looked at the empty arch. A man walked towards them, thanking them for attending Walpurgis night that evening, and asked to be allowed to greet them. Isaac put his hand on his chest and declared that he was the host of this meeting. He introduced himself with glowing eyes and added that he was the head of the Kunskis trading company. The main character's face was distraught. Standing next to the bride, he asked if this was Isaac. The girl's eyes began to glow as she said that it was. In the demon world he was considered the richest being, a true vampire and the owner of the Kunskis company. Watching him, the girl told him that thanks to Dave, he became her former boss, whom she had to betray. The boy smirked and thought he couldn't believe it. He covered his face with his hand and wondered if the man had already decided to show himself. Looking at the man, he noted that this was the appearance of the main boss. The old man's face was serious. He saw the protagonist among the crowd and thought that they had finally met. His gaze fell on his former subordinate. He imagined pink energy radiating from the skull. While he thought that this pathetic hybrid dared to outsmart him, and even became the lover of the Demon King, she was a scary woman. Standing in front of him, Isaac emphasized the fact that everything would end there for her, and he would sit and watch her fall from her pedestal. The vampire smiled widely and declared that he declared Walpurgis night open. Wine was dripping down Barbados' face. The protagonist's face was displeased. The old man looked at him. Wiping her mouth, The girl asked him if he knew how long it had been taking her to get there, and then asked him to let her rest properly. A stinking old man like him was just boring. She pointed out with a displeased look that she felt like throwing up. It would be better if Isaac brought some drinks. He was such a bore that you wanted to kill him. Smiling, Dave thought that Barbados had taken up the matter. Extending his hand, the vampire said that he understood Her Highness's feelings. But then the girl loudly asked if he would contradict her. Bowing his head, the old man replied that he would not dare. He shifted his gaze. Taking a step forward, Penelope said that she should assess the situation before speaking. She said with a saddened look that she was ashamed to think that they were of the same race. Isaac had specially prepared this place for them. Sticking out her tongue to catch the last drop of wine, Barbados asked if it was her again. She threw the bottle at the girl's feet. The bottle broke. Penelope's gaze was calm. Barbados pointed at her and asked her to go home to her centaur and stop getting in people's way. Standing in front of her, the girl said that it was sad. She not only looked like a child, she had a child's brain too. She smiled and noted that among adults there was such a thing as etiquette, although she was not given to know about it. Veins appeared on the demon's face. Penelope touched her lips with her fingers, asking if she was angry. Barbados's eyes began to glow. A pink aura enveloped them. They paid attention to the voice that ordered them to stop. Mike stood between them and noted that this concerned both of them. His face was serious. The girls suddenly turned away from each other. Looking at the vampire, Mike apologized, noting that he could begin. Smiling, Isaac thought that His Highness Mike did as he expected. All the actors were in their places. The protagonist's hands began to tremble. There was a smirk on his face. The boys began to exchange glances. The main character's face was satisfied. Isaac smirked. Penelope's face was satisfied. Barbados looked at them. Mike heard the vampire ask to start the Walpurgis night meeting with a serious expression. Lala looked at her companion. The protagonist's face was dissatisfied. Dave stood in front of a crowd of demons. Beads of sweat were running down his face. His hands began to tremble. The puzzled girl turned to him. He stood still. Looking at the monsters, he thought that this was the real power of the Demon King. Looking at them, Dave noted that under such circumstances, he, who was at the very bottom of the food chain, would be torn apart in an instant. He pointed out with a satisfied expression that if he made a mistake, in Isaac's place, he would first of all enlist the support of one, if not all, of the higher demon kings. A blue aura rose from the demons. MC imagined the evil smiles behind the old man's back and assumed that all the participants of the meeting were already on Isaac's side. All they had to do was take the seats prepared for them and enjoy the spectacle. A picture of a butterfly stuck in a web appeared in the main character's imagination. Frowning, the guy noted that something seemed wrong there. The vampire shifted his gaze. He was standing opposite Penelope. Holding a fan in her hand, she said that before they started discussing what to do with the infection, she would like to raise one more topic. The man opened his mouth slightly. Stretching out his hand, he asked what had happened. Mike watched them silently. The girl's gaze was cunning. Standing surrounded by people, she assumed that no one ATM knew about this yet. Her Highness covered her face with a fan and said that this morning her men had found the body of the 72nd Demon King Nate. It was torn to pieces. It was a horrific sight. The people present were shocked by what she heard. Opening her mouth, she said that she had managed to obtain useful information about this case. Frowning, Penelope noted that it turned out that Nate was murdered. The people were shocked. Isaac pretended to be surprised and asked how this was possible. Lala was taken aback by what she heard. MC frowned. Mike stood in front of her and clarified if this was true. The girl looked away and replied that it was. She had solid evidence. The enraged man asked if she knew who the killer was in that case. The girl spread her arms and said that the killer was the citizens of Nibrahim. The Demon King was shocked by what she heard. Looking away, Penelope added that, however, it turned out that their actions were cleverly manipulated. The upset girl said that someone had planned Nate's death at the hands of people. Standing in front of the crowd, she said that this someone was now among them. Lala was scared by what she heard. She looked at the protagonist and asked him not to panic. Dave thought with a serious expression that it was obvious that Penelope wanted to crush him in front of the entire company at this meeting. And she had no reason to give such a pompous speech. 9 out of 10 that Penelope was in league with the trading company. Presenting the puzzle, the guy noted that they knew everything about yesterday, after which he wondered when they found out about everything. On the puzzle pieces were various memories. The main character emphasized that he accidentally ended up there when they started watching. Perhaps they were there from the very beginning. His eyes began to glow. Looking at the girl, he came to the conclusion that if this was the case, then there was one ambiguity. Looking at her, he mentally asked where she was looking from. The upset girl shifted her gaze. Dave was shocked by what he heard. Looking at her, the guy thought that everything was clear to him. A smirk appeared on his face. Isaac asked with a serious face who was manipulating people. Holding a fan in her hand, she said that the one who controlled people's hearts and provoked Nate's murder was the 71st Demon King. Her eyes began to glow brightly. She pointed at Dave. Everyone began to look at him. All attention was focused on the protagonist. His eyes began to glow. The surprised spectators began to discuss that they could not believe that the Demon King was killed by the Demon King. Isaac frowned and asked everyone to remain calm. Mike asked to repeat it again with an angry look, noting that if her words were true, it could shake the entire foundation of the demon world. Bowing, the girl swore that her words were true. She frowned and said that she officially accused the demon king Dave and wanted to hold a meeting on this topic. Grinning, the vampire thought that there were already prepared witnesses waiting outside. He would not be able to justify himself. Folding his arms, Isaac turned to the protagonist and clarified if he had anything to say in his defense. He stood in front of the rulers. The old man looked at him intently. Lala's face was puzzled. The main character, with a satisfied look, said that he had nothing to say in response. Everything was exactly as Her Highness said. The guys frowned at what they heard. Putting his hand on his chest, MC said that it was he who pushed the people to kill Nate. Isaac stood opposite and asked again what the guy said. Lala turned her attention to him. Penelope was furious. The protagonist put his hand on his chest. He told them with a smile on his face that he was the one who provoked the people to kill Nate. In his imagination, there were scattered pieces of a puzzle. He noted with satisfaction that they came together as one. Imagining Isaac and Her Highness, MC came to the conclusion that the motive of the trading company was clear. They wanted to strengthen their relationship with Penelope, using Nate's death as an excuse. He imagined his face falling apart into pieces and concluded that they would get rid of him and take all the black grass for themselves. He imagined a sprout. Dave remembered Nate's crazy face and noted that they knew all the details of the story. Remembering yesterday, the guy said that it was just a coincidence. He met Nate completely by chance. Standing surrounded by people, the protagonist wondered how they found out so quickly, noting that if you think about it, everything becomes clear. The red eyes stared at him as he reasoned that they had been watching him from the beginning. Imagining the witch, the main character came to the conclusion that the spy could only be the one who had disappeared so suddenly yesterday, one of the Berber sisters, Beatrice. Dave frowned and mentally asked why she agreed to spy on him. Penelope's pink aura rose up as the main character asked what all this underhanded play was for, since they had been in cahoots from the start. He thought with a serious expression that it was much easier to use force, especially when their opponent was one of the weaker demon kings, and then asked why they didn't attack and what if they couldn't. Looking at the demon kings, the guy added that they hadn't been lazy and organized this meeting, so they couldn't do without Walpurgis Night. Looking at the girl, he noted that this was the answer. She had told him everything herself. He remembered how they were surrounded and noted that from the moment he arrived there, they hadn't taken their eyes off him. Dave added with a calm face that it seemed to him that they were looking through him, hence the unpleasant feeling. Looking at the intruders, he mentally asked who they were really looking at. He pictured the dying people and emphasized the fact that from their perspective, it was impossible to predict the plague. The man released streams of energy while the protagonist reasoned that it was natural for them to believe that someone had intentionally caused it. Turning his attention to Penelope, he said that the first person that came to mind was the one she had been focusing on all this time, the black mage and goddess of disease, the demon queen Barbados. She had a smirk on her face. The protagonist stated with a satisfied look that Isaac and Penelope had come to the conclusion that Barbados was behind the whole plague story, in which case everything would make sense to them. He imagined the girl manipulating a puppet and said that he had become just a puppet to them, and they were watching him to get proof of their connection. He pictured a horde of monsters and emphasized the fact that if they tried to use force, Barbados would go to war against them. He stood still and noted that this was why they needed to gather as many dignitaries as possible. He imagined himself kneeling and assumed that they must have decided that if they accused him, he would immediately fall down with an apology and reveal all his cards, in a place where all the high nobility of demons were gathered. The girl spread her hands, while Dave reasoned that Barbados could only deny that she had any connection with him, and therefore she could not help him. Blades were put to his throat, while he thought that all that remained was to admit that he was the instigator of the epidemic, after which they could take all his herbs with a clear conscience. Looking at the old man, MC thought that this was a clever idea and he even respected Isaac. There was a smile on the man's face. While the boy said that he was different from those he had encountered before, he was a head taller than all of them put together. The protagonist, looking mad, said that it pissed him off. Looking at the villains, the guy came to the conclusion that if their target was Barbados, then she couldn't be in cahoots with them. He imagined Penelope pointing at him. Turning his attention to Mike, Dave added that he was a noble demon king who would not stoop to dirty intrigues, but would approach Barbados directly to explain everything. Penelope bowed to him. Isaac had a smirk on his face. Looking at the guys, the main character noted that only these two were in cahoots. He seriously emphasized that they wanted to start a fight with him, two of whom he was able to defeat. The guy, covered in a powerful aura, said that they would see that not everyone agreed to dance to their tune. Stretching out his hand, Isaac asked if it was true that Dave acknowledged everything Her Highness said. The boy replied with a satisfied expression that it was. That's what he said, and then asked if he had a problem with it. The man answered in the negative, holding his cane in his hand. He wondered with glowing eyes what the protagonist was thinking. Standing under the burning torches, MC said that he had something to say about it, so if they would allow a hearing. The old man leaned on his cane and agreed. The protagonist raised a finger and said that there was one more thing. He thought with a satisfied expression that Isaac was acting like the very personification of honesty, and he settled down in a warm place and watched the farce unfold, and then asked if he should be thrown off his throne. Mike was surprised when the boy addressed him. He said with a serious expression that conflicts between demon kings should be resolved by another demon king. Dave bowed and said that he was the highest-ranked person present, and would like to ask him to act as a judge in this dispute. The man frowned. He looked at Isaac, who was standing next to him. He frowned and said that he was sure that this incident was a heavy burden for him, and asked if he would mind if he took it upon himself. The old man accepted the offer with his hand on his chest. He lowered his head. Mike looked at Penelope and asked if she had any objections. She closed her eye and said that she had no objections. He took a step forward. The man extended his hand and stated that as the 5th demon king, he took full responsibility for this matter. He glanced at the torches. Mike stood in front of the guy and said that as the accused, he had every right to try to prove his innocence. He could come forward. The protagonist smiled and said that things were moving. Lala was surprised when he asked her if she understood where this was going. She answered with a serious expression that she understood everything and that he only had to give her an order. Turning around, the protagonist ordered her to watch and wait for his signal. The puzzled girl thought that he was smiling in such a situation. Looking at Penelope, the guy mentally offered her a dance. He was standing in front of her. Smiling, the girl said that she would like to take the opportunity to express her gratitude for his offer of a hearing. He was standing opposite her. Smiling, Dave replied that he himself was eager to talk to Her Majesty. His face was pleased. Imagining a gladiatorial fight, the protagonist came to the conclusion that this was starting to resemble a medieval duel. With a mad look, he asked the girl and his thoughts to fight until one of them died. Mike, with a serious expression, noted that they would begin the hearing. Both sides would express their point of view. Standing between them, he added that they would then hold a vote and decide whether the accused was guilty or not, and then asked if everyone agreed. The self-confident guy thought that voting was the thinking of powerful people. He began to look around those present. Standing in front of the girl, he thought that according to Lala, 40% of those present belonged to Penelope's faction. His face was thoughtful. Looking at his opponent, he emphasized the fact that, in truth, he was a weakling. In terms of physical strength, he was no match for this girl. Imagining a projection with the game, he added that his only weapon now was the knowledge gained from the game. Information about her sympathy for him appeared above the girl. Remembering moments from the game, the protagonist reasoned that in the dungeon he had already had to use this skill. But then he reached the maximum level, and after he completed the training, he slid down to the first. Standing in front of the judge, the guy added that now he only had information about the level of sympathy. But that was enough. MC smirked and said he would begin. Mike held out his hand and said they would start with Penelope. She could interrogate the accused. The girl looked at her opponent while thanking the judge. She held her fan in front of her. Penelope looked at him with a haughty look and asked him to clarify that he had been in Nibrahim Square yesterday, and even though he knew his opponent was the Demon King, he had still provoked people to kill him. The guy's eyes began to glow. Dave spread his arms and said she was absolutely right. He raised his finger. The girl listened attentively. That, to be precise, although she probably already knew this, before he had provoked people to kill, he had cut Nate's eyes. The main character remembered how he had struck. Mike was surprised by these words. The stunned listeners said they could not believe it. They asked with a frightened look if he had heard of the common law. MC extended his hand and added that even if humans couldn't finish him off, he would personally rip out the fool's heart and cut off his head. He emphasized the fact that he didn't care whether he was a demon king or not with a crazy look. Penelope frowned at these words. The people's mouths dropped in surprise. Lala was wary. Messages popped up that the people's affection levels had decreased. Isaac watched the trial from the sidelines. He concluded with satisfaction that the idiot was finished. A projection appeared, saying that the demon queen Penelope's affection level for Dave had dropped by 10 points. She asked with a sad look how the protagonist could call the demon king a fool, adding that he should be more careful with his words. Standing in front of her, the guy replied that unfortunately he was not going to take it back and would repeat it as many times as necessary. Smug MC said that Nate was a disgusting piece of trash. Raising his hand above his head, he screamed that this fool was bound to die sooner or later. The dumbfounded man clarified what the guy was talking about. The listeners asked with a puzzled look if he was crazy. The main character looked at the messages. The sympathy level had dropped even more. The furious girl said that he talked too much. Nate was one of them. Smiling, Chuck apologized, noting that he did not agree with her. Mike listened attentively. This bastard had nothing in common with them. He was a disgrace to their entire race. Penelope was furious. Waving his hand, the main character asked what difference it made whether he killed him or not. Because this fool was already waiting for the devils in hell, he just sent them their well-deserved prize. His eyes glowed brightly. Standing opposite, the guy added that seeing how she defended this trash, frankly, made him want to puke. He turned to Penelope with a serious expression. The girl was shocked by such impudence. A notification popped up that her sympathy level had dropped by 40 points. A vein of anger appeared on her face while she was saying that she demanded that he apologize to her immediately. The listeners were shocked by this. A huge number of notifications surrounded the protagonist. He read that the Demon King Mike's sympathy level towards him had dropped by 10 points. Taking a step forward, the man noted that the highest representatives of society had gathered there. Penelope was right. Frowning, he emphasized the fact that Dave should choose his words more carefully. MC had a smirk on her face. Bowing, he asked her to forgive him, because he could not hold back. With a satisfied look, he came to the conclusion that the first stage was passed. His goal was not them. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist mentally asked what she would say. Looking at the girl's furious face, he noticed that he managed to piss her off. Looking at the happy Barbados, above whom hung a message that her sympathy level had increased by 50 points, the protagonist emphasized the fact that she was his original target. Many notifications about changes in sympathy level appeared. The hero looked at the system windows. He thought that this was great and his target was not them. He smirked and thought about his target. The system window reported an increase in sympathy from the Demon Queen Barbados by 50 points. The guy thought that this was his true target. The demoness took a bottle in her hand. He thought about her. The protagonist frowned. He thought that in order to win, he needed to get a majority of votes. The characters were standing in the hall. The hero counted that 40% of the people here were from the Penelope faction, 20% from the Mike faction, and 40% from the Barbados faction. The Demon Queen bared her teeth. Dave thought that he needed to get Barbados on his side. He remembered his speech to Penelope and thought that this was the reason he was crucifying her so much. A vein swelled on the demoness' face. He thought that his answers were aimed at getting her mad. The hero looked at Barbados and thought about how to introduce herself to her. The Demon Queens stared at each other. The protagonist thought that Barbados wanted to hurt Penelope's feelings the most. He chuckled and decided that he would help her with this. His eye was shining. He thought that the time had come to move on to the decisive battle with the demoness. Dave put his hand to his heart and offered his deepest apologies to Her Majesty Penelope. The woman grimaced. He bowed down and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness and stated that he would like to ask for forgiveness from everyone present. The demons opened their mouths. They were perplexed. The hero put his hand to his face and said that he was not trying to show disrespect to them with his words. He said that as they could see, his inexperience was showing and he had no self-control at all. A shadow hid his eyes. He said that among the kings, he was ranked last, 71st, and he had no achievements or titles, and was like a baby compared to them. Mike frowned. The protagonist stood in the middle of the hall and admitted that even someone like him knew that it was wrong to mock the elderly and the infirm, and he had never killed a child for not showing him respect. His hand clutched his shirt. The demon's eyes widened. Mike looked at him and asked what Dave was trying to say. The guy bared his teeth. He looked over his hand and asked that they didn't know that Andromarius killed about 54 civilians in Nibelheim. The woman looked away, and the man frowned. The demons' faces reflected shock. The hero held out his palm. He said that there were 12 children among them, and he killed a child who was not even 10 years old. He touched his chest with his palm and said that in a drunken stupor he began to beat his horse with a whip until it died. Dave spread his hands and said that one couple claimed that he raped their daughter, and the poor girl's body was found in the sewers and the parents were inconsolable. He held out his palm in front of him and said that, taking into account non-fatal outcomes, a total of 327 residents of the city suffered at his hands, and these are only known cases. The demons stood in the hall in silence. Penelope parted her lips. Mike frowned and asked if it was true. There was a girl standing behind the hero. He said that it was true and his subordinate personally investigated this case. Lala frowned and parted her mouth. Dave looked back at his subordinate and thought that he had decided to play it safe and sent her to find out more about Nate's meanness in the morning, and he was lucky that he really was an asshole. His lips curled into a grin. He thought that he had embellished a little, and that the dead would not be able to argue with his words anyway. The protagonist looked straight ahead. He said that yesterday he heard a cry for help and rushed to the call, and then he saw the poor old man and Nate. The demons opened their mouths. He said that the demon king shouted at him, which he stared at, after which he approached him and even managed to swing. The listeners looked at him in surprise. A shadow hid Dave's eyes. He said that Nate realized that the hero was also a demon king and began to beat his beloved instead of him. Lala stood among the aristocrats. The protagonist said that it was terrible. She bowed her head and continued to tell that Nate hit his lover in the stomach, and when she tried to get up, he continued to hit her again and again and again. The demons listened to his story. Mike looked away. Dave stood in the middle of the hall. He turned to Her Highness. The demoness' face was sweating. He raised his hand and asked if he could have acted differently in this situation. He looked at Penelope and said that his lover was being brutally beaten right in front of him. He asked if she meant that he should have silently stood and watched. The demoness raised her fan. The hero grinned. He thought about Penelope. The demoness stood with an object in her hand. He mused that in Dungeon Attack, out of all the 72 demon kings, she felt the most sympathy for humans. The queen frowned. He reasoned that perhaps, unlike Isaac, she really cared about the people affected by the plague. Barbados and the protagonist were smirking. He assumed that this was why she wanted to punish him and Barbados because she considered them guilty. He thought that in her eyes they were sinners and her sense of justice was truly admirable. The demoness held a fan to her face. Dave thought that this sympathy turned into weakness. The hero's eyes were shining. He thought that her weapon had become a double-edged sword and now the time had come. The guillotine was glittering. The figure of the demon queen was visible from behind the execution instrument. The protagonist thought that it was time for a public execution. The chain broke. The guy stood with his arms outstretched. He declared that he would say it again. He raised his hand and shouted that Nate had no right to call himself the king of demons, and if he were to leave him alive, the number of victims would only continue to increase. His face was serious. He asked if they should turn a blind eye to such things. The demons listened with wide eyes. The hero said that he had ruined so many innocent lives. Mike looked back. Isaac frowned. The guy asked if they agreed with him. He spread his arms out to the sides and told her to answer him if this demon was worthy of being spared. The demons stood silently. They listened to the protagonist in shock. His foot left the floor. Dave turned to Her Majesty and asked if such a piece of trash was worthy of being considered their kin. The demoness was dejected. He said that just one piece of trash could ruin the entire reputation of the demon kings with his behavior, and clarified if she intended to protect him with all this. He extended his palm towards her and said that here and now he was asking her to answer his question. Penelope grimaced and thought about how this happened, and how everything should have been different. Her face was covered in sweat, and she was thinking about not letting Dave tarnish her reputation. Drops rolled down her skin, she muttered. The hero glanced sideways. Mike glanced away. Barbados doubled over with laughter and said that it was true. She applauded and said that the 71 were good. She thanked him for destroying the worm that was disgracing them. She laughed and asked if they agreed with her. The demons looked at her in shock. She stood at a distance and laughed. Isaac's face was covered in sweat. Lala looked at what was happening and thought about what was happening. The characters were standing surrounded by other demons. Many notifications appeared. Barbados laughed. The characters looked at the queen, who was doubled over in laughter. Dave glanced sideways at Penelope. Her face expressed confusion. The demon queen applauded and said that he did the right thing by killing him, the 71 demon king Dave. She bared her teeth and said that she herself wanted to finish off this bad demon. She extended her hand and added that he was dodgy and always hid from her. She clapped again and said that finally someone got rid of this piece of excrement, and thanked them from the bottom of her heart. The demons looked at her in shock. She stood with her back to the audience and asked what was wrong with them. She looked back and asked if they wanted to stand up for Nate and ordered them to confess. The demons perked up. They began to applaud. The queen smiled and said that they were great and that today was a sacred day. The people around her watched her with their mouths open. She said that she wondered what would happen if people found out that someone stood up for Nate, and on Walpurgis night at that. She bared her teeth and said that they would all be laughed at immediately. The demons stood with confusion on their faces. Isaac frowned. The people around began to applaud. The characters stood surrounded. Barbados pointed her finger and said that now Nibrahim would probably praise him. She pointed at the hero and said that he protected his beloved despite the prohibitions and got rid of the local troublemaker. Dave frowned. She called him a real hero. The queen laughed and repeated that the demon king is a hero and that's amazing, then turned to Penelope. The girl grimaced. She asked if she agreed with her. She thought in denial. The demons supported Nate's death. She mentally asked them to stop and clarified what they were all applauding. The woman grimaced and thought that this was enough and for them to stop. Sweat covered her face. She mentally denied it and thought that Dave had broken the law and it shouldn't be like this. The characters stood in the hall. A shadow hid Mike's figure. He looked from behind a monocle. The old man extended his palm and ordered to create silence. The hero looked at him. Barbados grimaced. He stood with his hand outstretched and said that their applause was disrupting their meeting and he would not tolerate it anymore. The demons froze. Barbados picked at her ear and agreed, saying that it would be as he said, adding that she wanted them to know. She smirked and said that her admiration was sincere. The protagonist took a step. She said that among the lowly demon kings, these nobodies, someone real had finally appeared. She raised her hand and declared that she was not going to disrupt anything. Mike looked at her. He turned to Penelope and assumed that her speech was over. The queen lowered her head. The request to wait was unexpected. Mike looked at her. Penelope looked up. The king stood in front of the demoness and asked what was wrong and if she had anything to add. The girl frowned and declared that she was not finished interrogating Dave yet. The demon looked askance and said that he had known her for 500 years and knew everything about each other. He extended his hand and said that he could not understand how she could protect Nate if she always looked down on people like him. The old man looked at the woman. She frowned and mentally denied. The woman looked back and wondered what was wrong with her face. Barbados bared her teeth. She looked at her opponent and mentally asked Mike why she was smirking. Dave smiled. Penelope grimaced and thought that weren't they the real evil? The girl was enveloped in an aura. She bowed and turned to His Majesty Mike. The old man looked at her in surprise. She knelt before him and asked him to give her one last chance. Her face was tense. The grandfather narrowed his eyes and agreed, after which he told her to do as she saw fit. The hero raised his hand to his face and mentally laughed. He smirked and mused that he knew she would do this. The protagonist looked back at his subordinate and wondered if it was time. His hand gave him a thumbs up. Lala frowned. She turned and started to walk away. The girl walked past the demons to the door. The hero smiled. He was standing in front of Penelope. The queen with the ornament on her neck addressed the guests of Walpurgis night and admitted that she had hidden something from them. The demons froze in surprise. The girl with a confident face said that they should know that they had gathered here because of the plague. The listeners opened their mouths in surprise. People were suffering from a disease. She said that it was a virus that appeared suddenly and had already spread across the continent, and there were many dead, and their numbers continued to grow. The queen's eyes shone. She objected and said that the truth was that someone intentionally released this disease into the world. The demons with shock on their faces asked how that was possible. Isaac smirked. Mike frowned. She said that a criminal was behind the spread of the plague. Barbados grimaced. The girl screamed and said that it was him. Penelope pointed with her fan and called the hero's name. The guy smirked. He slightly shook his chin and thought that this was the move she decided to make, and now he understood. He looked around and thought that the demon was just an appetizer. Isaac leaned on his cane. A shadow hid the old man's eyes. The hero thought that now was the time for the main course. Mike looked at the queen and turned to her. He frowned and asked if she had evidence to make such accusations. Her expression was confident. She confirmed. Her fingers tapped her palm. The old man thought that Penelope was good and seemed to have regained her composure and keep it up. Isaac grinned and thought that victory would be theirs. The girl turned her head and addressed those around her. People were dying from the disease. She said that this plague had already taken many lives of both humans and demons, but they should not lose hope. The characters were standing in the hall. She said that a cure existed. The hero brought his hand to his mouth. The grass grew on the ground. She said that this plant was called black grass. She stretched out her palm and said that it had a miraculous effect and was able to instantly suppress the disease, and asked to guess who was the first to discover this grass. The protagonist stood thoughtfully. She said that they thought correctly, and it was Dave. The heel was on the floor. She said that, strangely enough. The queen pointed with a fan and said that even before the epidemic itself, he bought up all the available supplies on the continent. The demons talked in surprise. Barbados grimaced. The aristocrats froze. She said that there was only one thing she did not understand. Mike looked at the speaker. She turned to Dave and said that he not only knew when the epidemic would break out but also knew how to treat it. The demoness covered her face with a fan and said that he was prepared. The cloak lay on her shoulders. She said that in the history of the continent, such an epidemic was happening for the first time, and the black herb was not used as a medicine. She stretched out her hand and asked if there was a logical explanation for this, after which she said that the answer was obvious. The hero frowned. The girl turned to him and said that he was the creator of the plague. The demons in shock asked if this was possible. They froze in surprise. Mike frowned. Penelope said that, like her, Dave used the services of a consultant from the Kunsk trading company. She brought the fan to her face and said that he was the one he instructed to buy up all the medicine. She frowned and asked why he needed so much black grass, after which she said that it was useless to deny it, and all the facts were there. The characters stood at a distance from the others. Mike looked at the hero. He frowned. The demon looked at the protagonist and turned to Lord Isaac. The king looked back and asked if Penelope's words were true. The old man bowed and confirmed. He said that everything was as she said. His Majesty Mike. His hand was pressed to his heart. He said that with his permission he would show where the truth is and where the lie. The old man looked askance and said that he did not dare to doubt his judgment, but if such was his will, he would immediately provide all the necessary evidence. The king turned around and asked if they wanted to say that they were already ready. Isaac frowned and confirmed. The hero smiled. He looked back. The grandfather smiled and wondered what he was looking at. He grinned and thought that he had nowhere to run and he had won. Mike glanced sideways. Penelope frowned. Someone asked for forgiveness for interrupting the sacred Walpurgis night. The soldier stood at the door and shouted that he was truly sorry and asked to make way. The king frowned and asked what was the matter and wondered how he dared to burst in during the meeting. The soldier fell to one knee and asked him to understand, and that the fact was that the branch of the Kunsk company had just been attacked by unknown persons. Barbados grimaced. Isaac frowned. The hero bared his teeth. The old man raised his hand and exclaimed, "How to understand this?" He looked at the soldier, and he said that judging by the information received, the guards heard an explosion and then discovered smoke coming from the upper floors of the main branch. The grandfather's face was covered in sweat. He thought that his entire collection was stored there. Isaac bowed and turned to His Majesty Mike and asked for forgiveness, after which he said that he would have to leave. The king frowned and asked him to raise his head. He looked down at him and said that he understood his situation but could only give him 15 minutes, and even taking into account all the circumstances, this meeting was sacred. He asked if he understood him. The old man bowed his head and confirmed, after which he thanked him for his generosity. He started to get up. Isaac pushed the demons away, shouting for them to move aside and out of the way. Barbados laughed and asked if they saw it. She said that he made a face as if he saw a ghost. The demoness grimaced. Dave started to leave. She exclaimed for him to stop. Penelope looked at him and asked where he was going. The hero smirked and thought that she should not panic and that there is a time for everything. The protagonist looked back and said that he was going to get some fresh air, and that he was not going to run away. He turned away and said that she could rest easy. Dave touched the girl and asked for forgiveness for it. The queen grimaced in rage. She growled. The candlesticks illuminated the corridor. Timmy was called and asked where he was. The goblin ran out and called Isaac. He pounced on his interlocutor and asked what the hell was going on here and what had happened, to which he received the answer that he himself did not understand anything. The demon turned away and said that now was not the time to sort this out. He ordered to immediately gather everyone who was free and send them to the headquarters. The goblin said that everything would be done. The palace stood in the night. Timmy asked where Isaac went. He answered that he would go to the observation deck from where you can see the headquarters. The old man frowned and cursed. He thought about who could be brave enough for such a thing. He looked out the window and thought that they took advantage of Walpurgis night, and also found a weak spot in their defense. He remembered the coffins and thought what he should do if his collection was damaged. The old man climbed the steps and thought how difficult it was to climb the stairs in this form, and as soon as the meeting ended, he would move into a doll. He almost climbed to the observation deck and thought that this was outrageous, and whoever it was would make him pay, that he would find him and have a bloody feast. Smoke was rising from the tower. The old man said it was true. Dave said he knew he would come. Isaac broke out in a sweat and asked who it was. He saw the protagonist. The protagonist began to turn around and said that he thought with his efforts he would be able to see his chambers from such a distance without any problems. Clouds were running across the moon. The protagonist smirked. The old man thought, what the hell? Isaac frowned and mentally wondered what Dave was doing here. 10 minutes ago, the witch adjusted her hat and asked if there was another signal. In the sky above the main office of the Kunst Company, clouds hover among the tower. The girl sat on a broom and asked her sister if they were really going to do it. Clara frowned and confirmed. She said that this was the request of His Majesty Dave, and besides, she remembered how the gyro stood in front of them. He turned to the girls and said that he had another request. The witch looked at him and said that they were listening. Evening, the windows of the buildings emitted light. Clara frowned and exclaimed. She asked that they needed to attack the company of Kunsk. The hero looked at the girl. She asked if he was serious. His eyes shone. He said that he was absolutely serious. He smiled and added that he also thought that they were interested in this no less than he was. Clara asked what he meant. She opened her mouth. He answered that Beatrice most likely already. The image of the dead girl in Isaac's hands. Clara frowned and said that if His Majesty Dave did not lie, then Isaac must pay for his crimes. Lily held her hat and asked how they would know if he was lying or not. The castle towered over the city. She replied that sooner or later the truth would be revealed and there was no need to be afraid. The witch sat on a broom and explained that although Dave was rank 71st, he was still the Demon King, which meant his request was undeniable, and if his words were to be believed, they would soon be able to find Beatrice. Fireworks soared over the castle. Lily shouted to her sister to look and said that this was a signal. Lala stood on the balcony with her hand outstretched. Her eyes were shining. Clara stood on the broom and said that they remembered what to do. A pentagram appeared over the building. Her gaze emitted light. She ordered to begin. Smoke rose from the castle in the distance. Isaac frowned. The characters stood opposite each other. Dave smiled. The old man opened his mouth and thought about how the man knew he was coming. He assumed it was his doing. The old man looked around and wondered if Barbados was here too. The hero was standing by the railing. Isaac thought she was at a meeting and tried to calm down, thinking that it was just a pathetic game. The protagonist walked. He asked if he was worried and said that he shouldn't because it was just the two of them here. He stood opposite the old man. They looked at each other. Dave said that they had something to talk about and said his name. He looked down at his interlocutor. The old man was covered in sweat. His hands were lying on his cane. He was thinking about what he was planning and what they should talk about. The old man raised his palm and said that he didn't want to think so and asked if the hero had attacked his company. Dave grinned and answered that he was and that he had given the order. Isaac frowned and asked again. He thought how bad he was. The protagonist raised his palm and calmed him down. He said that he just needed a reason to talk to him. He put his hand to his chest and added that he never intended to destroy Kunsk. He moved his palm to the side and said that if he hadn't made a fuss, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to be alone with him. Dave grinned and added that for this reason he had to do a little mischief and apologized. The old man grimaced and thought about what he was talking about. The veins bulged on his face. He thought that pathetic little rat took him for an idiot. His face relaxed and he thought that let the hero say what he wanted and he would be finished anyway. The old man frowned and thought damn him, and he would leave no trace of him. Grandpa looked at Dave and turned to him. He said that it didn't matter what he said. He bowed and said that everything would remain as it was, and all he needed was to provide evidence to His Majesty Mike and the members of the assembly. Isaac stood before the protagonist in a bow. The hero added that this was their first meeting and he was sorry that they were on different sides of the barricades. The shadow hid the old man's eyes. The old man replied that he agreed with him and he was also very sorry. Dave grinned and asked again. He said that it was clear to him. The guy looked at him from behind his hand and asked if he understood what he felt. Isaac grimaced and thought about what kind of nonsense this impudent brat was talking. He pulled his hand away and said that he was afraid that he would not understand what thoughts were visiting His Majesty. The hero's eye smoldered. He asked again and replied that he knew better. Isaac looked up. Clouds covered the moon. The protagonist turned to the interlocutor. He pulled his hand away and offered the old man to become his subordinate. Veins appeared on the grandfather's face. He thought about what the guy had blurted out. The old man grinned and thought that even if he was the demon king, he should serve the one who occupied the 71st place. Isaac looked at the guy from under his brows and asked if this was a joke. Dave laughed and replied that it was not so and that he was completely serious. Isaac stood in a bow. The protagonist said that he would say it again, and the one who addressed the interlocutor by name offered him to become his subordinate. The old man covered his face with his hand and laughed. There was a grin on the hero's face. Dave laughed in front of the interlocutor. Isaac laughed with madness on his face. Dave echoed him. Veins swelled on the vampire's face. He asked if the hero was making fun of him. The aura of the undead burst out. The protagonist said that he seemed to have finally shown his true nature. He grinned and asked if that was true. The old man's eye was shining. He told the hero to stop clowning around. The castle was drowning in the night. The protagonist stood in front of his grandfather. He raised his palm and said that in that case it was time to finally settle all the issues between them. He looked back and said that this was enough and she could leave. Her feet stepped on the stone. Isaac frowned. Lala was approaching them. The old man shouted her name. The guy smiled and asked if they were finally happy to meet. The old man covered in aura shouted that he had been waiting for this, and said that she had broken the rules of their company. His eyes were covered in darkness. He said that in the name of Kunsk he must punish the traitor. The girl stood next to the hero. Isaac shouted that she would regret setting him up. A shadow hid her eyes. She replied that the end justifies the means and that's what he taught her. The protagonist looked at her. The girl said that His Majesty Dave promised her that he would provide her with a seat in the front row. The corners of the guy's lips rose. The heel stepped on the floor. She said that she was sure that thanks to him, she would have a stunning view. She stopped next to the hero. Dave glanced at Isaac. Lala said that she betrayed the trading company for this reason and did not regret it one bit. The guy smiled and said that that's how things are and turned to the interlocutor. The old man grimaced and exhaled. His palm was shaking. He repeated Lala's words and said that it was just a joke and that they were all over. He raised his palm and said that after the meeting they would lose everything and that the black grass would be his main evidence. Dave smiled. The old man frowned. He pulled his hand away and asked what was so funny, then asked if he understood the situation he was in. The hero opened his eyes and apologized for being distracted and added that he was very worried about him. Isaac looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The hand reached into his pocket. The hero turned to his interlocutor and asked if he knew what it was. His fingers were holding hair. Isaac grimaced. Lala looked at the thing and wondered what those glowing threads were and assumed what it was. The hero held the hair and laughed. He said that he was worried about his body. He grinned and added that he was not worried about the one he was in now, but about the one stored far away in the cold northern lands. A blizzard swirled among the mountains. There was a girl in the sarcophagus. The protagonist said that in the depths of the ice cave. The girl pressed her knees. Dave said that he was talking about his real body. He grinned and said that nothing would happen to him. Lala glanced at the hero. The cane fell to the floor. The old man asked again. Isaac reached out to him with his hands. He thought about how Dave knew about him. He shook in front of the hero holding his hair. The protagonist grinned and thought that he still knew the true identity of this old man. He remembered the menu of the game Dungeon Attack. The vampire threw back her cloak. He thought that in the game Isaac Lodbrok is a vampire princess in love with the protagonist. He imagined a picture of a sealed girl and thought that according to the plot, the demon king betrayed her, after which she sealed her real body in an ice coffin so that no one else would dare to use her. The figures of various creatures appeared before him. He explained that she moved her soul between them. He remembered their first meeting and thought that he was so surprised by this, because in the game her character looked completely different. The hero held the hair and said that how could he not worry, because that place was teeming with dangerous monsters and how could they bite off the sleeping beauty's arm or leg. Isaac's face was covered in sweat. The protagonist grinned and added that, for example, someone could give a special signal and the poor thing would be overtaken by disaster. The old man's eyes rolled back. She thought about how he could find out about her real body, because she had not told anyone about it. His fingers were holding a strand. She assumed that in his hand was her hair. The hero smiled and thought that he had come across the hair that was just what he needed. He remembered how he ran into the lady and thought that it was good that he decided to play it safe and pulled out a couple of her hairs. The old man was shaking. Dave thought that even he hadn't expected such an effect. He bared his teeth and decided that there was one last touch left. Lala looked at the hero and thought about what he was talking about. She glanced at the old man and reasoned that judging by her reaction, he wasn't bluffing. The moon was covered by clouds. The protagonist called Isaac and said that he would repeat the offer. The old man was depressed. The hero smiled and said for him to give up and join him. The vampire recoiled. He was shaking and thinking about how and why everything turned out this way. Dave's image was devilish. Isaac thought that she would never serve him for anything in the world. He was breathing heavily and mentally denying all this. She thought that it was impossible, and she would not bear it. The aura hid the old man's figure. Madness covered him. The protagonist frowned. Isaac attacked the interlocutors with a shadow. Dave covered himself with his hands. He narrowed his eyes. His palm was at Lala's neck. The old man told the hero to stand still. The vampire stood behind the girl. His claws touched her skin. He held the girl hostage and threatened the protagonist that if he made even a step, he would kill her. Dave frowned. He stood in front of his opponent. The castle was still smoking. The protagonist raised his hand and turned to Isaac. He asked what he was trying to do. Saliva flew from the vampire's mouth. He screamed at the hero to shut up and not move. The guy's eyes were smoldering. The old man broke out in a sweat and said that he was serious, and added that if he moved, he would cut her. The protagonist looked at the vampire. Isaac held the girl and shouted that he was offering a deal. He looked at the hero and told him to immediately call his men off his body, and only then would he release Lala. The old man smiled. He thought about what Dave would do, because his beloved's life was in his hands. Isaac remembered what had happened earlier, and thought that this was his weak point, and that for her sake he even went against another demon king. He imagined pictures of the past, and thought that he had no choice but to agree to his conditions. The vampire was breathing heavily. He thought that he wanted to finish her off right away, but in that case his real body could suffer. He remembered the moment of activating the magic and thought that he did not want to admit it, but he had just released it almost completely, and would not last long, and this meant that he had no choice. The capillaries spread in his eye. He reasoned that when he returned to his real body, he would definitely kill Dave. A shadow hid the protagonist's eyes. Isaac thought that he should quickly recall his people. The old man smiled. The hero replied that it was good. He thought that it was excellent. The vampire was confused. Dave said that if he wanted to kill her, then go ahead. His face was covered in sweat. He asked what he was. The protagonist smiled and asked if she had heard. He said that he didn't care if Lala died or not. The old man was holding the hostage in a daze. His eyes rolled back. He mentally asked again, and wondered what he was talking about and whether it seemed to him. The hero grinned and asked if he called it a deal. He presented a scale and said that deals are made between equal parties. One scale was outweighed. He explained that the second option is when one of the parties is many times stronger than the other. His eye emitted light. He said that he did not know that the head of Kunsk did not know such basics. The old man panicked and shouted at him to shut up. He added that he would really kill her. Dave shouted for him to kill her. He extended his hand and asked Lala if she agreed to this. The hero looked at the girl. She looked at him. His palm was pressed to her neck. She said that she agreed. Her face was confident when she said that she was ready to sacrifice her life. The old man looked at the girl and thought what was wrong with him. The protagonist began to walk. He told the interlocutor to listen to him. He said that she had miscalculated from the very beginning by suggesting the emergence of an epidemic. Isaac was confused. The hero added that he thought that Barbados created it. Shoes stepped on stone. Dave reasoned that Lala helped, and he was just a flunky. Sweat flowed down the old man's face. He groaned. Isaac trembled and exhaled. The hero asked if it finally came to that. He raised his palm and said that it was true. All this time he was the main initiator, and he made the wrong conclusions. The palm released the girl. The hero said that he could not believe that his insignificant thirst for revenge had clouded his brain so much. Isaac fell to his knees. He was trembling and thinking, who the hell is this Dave? He bowed before the hero and thought that he could not defeat him, and was the true demon king Dave in front of him. Tears were gathering in the old man's eyes. She looked up at the devilish figure of the enemy. The character stood near the kneeling vampire. The hero suggested that he not be afraid. He smirked and said that he would work for him, but this would not affect his activities in any way. Dave sat down and said that he would only have to occasionally carry out his orders. The protagonist parted his hair and said that he had no right to refuse, otherwise who knows. He raised his finger up and ordered him to listen to his first order. Dave leaned towards the vampire and whispered something. The old man's face twisted. He muttered. The moon was hiding in the clouds. The protagonist said that it seemed like it was time for them to go back. He looked back and added that he had nothing to do with the plague. They walked away from the kneeling old man. The hero said that he was counting on him. The fire illuminated the hall. Mike looked at his watch. He squinted and said that the time had come. His foot stepped on the tiles. The vampire stood with a cane. Barbados grimaced. Penelope tensed. The king turned to Isaac and asked how things were going. He said that he would like to continue Walpurgis night. The old man's face was sullen. He agreed with the lord and added that the problem was settled. The demon queen clapped her hands and asked what was wrong with him. She asked if he was unwell. She asked if he had lost his last strength along with the castle. The demoness showed her tongue. The king ordered her to calm down. The old man frowned and said that it remained to wait for Dave. The guy with Lala made their way through the participants. He said that he was here. Penelope grimaced. The protagonist grinned. Mike raised his hand and said that since everyone was gathered, it was time to resume Walpurgis night. The demoness looked at the hero and said that he had not run away after all. The guy looked at her and replied that he said that he just wanted to get some air. The queen's eyes darkened and she replied that this was complete nonsense. She pointed at the vampire and told him to show everyone present the evidence quickly. The old man stood surrounded by the participants. The girl frowned and asked why he froze, after which she ordered him to be faster. The vampire leaned on his cane and replied that he had no evidence. Penelope's pupil trembled. The demons froze in amazement. The demoness began to sweat and asked what he had just said. The old man's face was depressed. He said that he had no evidence to begin with, and all the words of Her Majesty Penelope were lies. The participants opened their mouths. Barbados grinned. Mike narrowed his eyes. The hero bared his teeth. Penelope broke her fan in rage. Magic burst out of the queen. She asked what he had just said and asked him to repeat it. The protagonist grinned. The old man opened his mouth slightly. Barbados bared her teeth. A drop of sweat ran down Lala's cheek. Isaac was covered in sweat. He repeated that he had no proof. Veins bulged on the queen's face. She said that if he wanted to die so much, then she would fulfill his wish right now. A kick smashed the tiles. The demons froze. Mike stopped the queen. The meeting participants were surprised. The old man extended his hand and shouted for her to calm down and not to violate the sacrament of Walpurgis Night. The girl clenched her teeth. She raised her hands and demanded to call Timmy because he was her personal consultant in the company. She again said to bring him to her. Barbados frowned. The goblin responded. Dave glanced to the side. Penelope looked back. The consultant stood in front of the meeting members. The vampire with a depressed face called him. The protagonist touched his chin and wondered who this little goblin was and how he could help her in such a situation. His eye darkened, thinking that it was all over for Penelope and Isaac. The goblin looked at the vampire. The old man looked away. The monster's forehead began to sweat, thinking about Mr. Isaac. The queen jumped up and shouted that Timmy himself told her that Dave was to blame for the spread of the mines. She frowned and added that there was no doubt about it. The goblin stood in front of the demons. He said that everything was true. Everything was as Her Majesty Penelope said. The demons froze. Timmy frowned and said that he claimed that Dave was behind the outbreak, but he admitted that he made it all up. Mike narrowed his eyes. Isaac broke out in a sweat. The hero frowned. Penelope clenched her fist and asked what he was talking about. She asked if someone ordered him to say that. She clarified if it was Isaac. Sweat was running down the goblin's face. He replied that no such orders had been received and that he was the only one to blame. Penelope's eyes turned black. She asked again and ordered Timmy to tell the truth. She added that he could not have made such a stupid mistake. She spread her arms and asked how long they had known each other. She said that she knew him inside out. The demoness frowned and said that she was asking him not as a client, but as an old friend. She clarified who had set it all up. The goblin frowned and replied that he was the only one to blame. The monster with a monocle said that he wanted to get the black herb that His Majesty Dave owned. He raised his hands and added that he could not have pulled off such a thing alone, so he used Her Majesty Penelope and Mr. Isaac to achieve his goal. The image of the girl covers herself with a fan, while the vampire smiles. The queen's face was covered in sweat, and she asked what kind of nonsense this was. The protagonist looked at the goblin, who said that he took advantage of Her Majesty's favor and also the power of Lord Isaac. Timmy's face was tense. Dave frowned and wondered if it was him. Mike frowned and said that it turned out that he was pursuing his own selfish goals and for this he deceived the Demon King. He narrowed his eyes and asked if the goblin realized the gravity of his crime. Timmy clenched his fists and replied that when his plan went wrong, he knew what awaited him. He put his hand under his cloak and said that if Her Majesty Penelope was guilty, it was only that she believed the words of an old fool. He pulled out a blade and thought, everything else is up to Lord Isaac and this is the last thing he can do for him. He put the knife to his throat and shouted that for the sake of redemption he will sacrifice his life. The hero's pupils shrank in shock. Lala's mouth opened slightly. The vampire shook. Penelope's face was depressed. Blood splashed. She reached for Timmy. The demons froze in shock. The goblin's corpse lay on the floor. The demoness grimaced. She fell to her knee and began to mumble that this couldn't be happening. She began to cry and asked why he did this. The demons gathered around their queen and asked if she was okay. Mike was called out. He frowned and ordered her to be taken away. The old man turned to the hero. Barbados laughed and asked if she got what she deserved. She said that it was a great sight and asked if they would be able to mock the goblin's corpse again. The girl threw up her hands. Mike ordered her to shut up. The protagonist looked at the corpse and thought that this goblin sacrificed himself and cleared Penelope and Isaac of all charges. He covered the dead man with his cloak and thought that he made them look like victims in the eyes of the others and that this was a commendable determination. The vampire closed his eyes. Dave bowed and thought that he sincerely respected Timmy and his courage. Mike approached the protagonist and said that he assured him that he would make Penelope compensate for all the losses and this matter could be considered closed. The guy looked back and turned to the king. He replied that there was no need for that. The old man's eyes widened. Barbados grimaced. Lala looked at the hero. He stood up and said that Lady Penelope was just a victim of deception. He looked back and said that Timmy was already dead and he had no right to make others bear responsibility for his actions. The Demon King looked at him and chuckled, after which he said that this was commendable. The system reported a change in the sympathy level. They stood opposite each other. The old man said that he respected his decision, and that the protagonist's generosity would be talked about for a long time. The grandfather took a step and said that there was no need for a vote, and that many events had happened today. Mike raised his hand and said that Valpurgis night was officially over. He spread his arms and shouted that he invited the gentlemen to enjoy the local alcohol until dawn. Barbados raised her head, asked again, and exclaimed how generous it was. She said that she would not refuse and ordered them to drag everything they had. She moved her finger and beckoned Dave to have a drink with her. He made a sober face and thought that it seemed like she would cause him more trouble. The castle shone in the night. Chandeliers illuminated the hall. Demons talked to each other. The vampire carried a goblin in his arms. He was dejected, thinking about Timmy and the fact that they had lost. He walked down the hallway and thought that he was truly sorry and hoped that he would forgive him. He mentally promised to repay this debt one day. Clouds crossed the moon. The hero stood by the railing. Barbados was sitting on the protagonist's hands and shouting that he should not be shy and drink heartily, after which she asked if she was getting into him already. Dave covered his mouth with his hand and thought about Barbados and how she was the only one who drank so much alcohol. He assumed that all demon kings were like that. The protagonist leaned against the railing and mentally cursed, noting that it seemed to have gone to his head after all. The hero stood against the background of the dome. He thought that a lot had happened since he got into this game. Memories flashed through his head, from the very first to the last day. He thought about his dad and asked him if he could see. Dave grinned and thought that he had managed to arrange a good life for himself in that world. The protagonist turned to Lala. She said that he was here as she thought. He replied that he was as expected of his fiancée. He looked back and said that she knew him very well. The girl looked at him and said that he had acted rashly today, then asked why he had spared Penelope. She frowned and asked if it was better to get rid of the root of the problem, and he had let her escape. The protagonist turned away and asked again. He clarified if she would lecture him again, then added that he was tired and asked for a little rest. The girl's eyes were shining. He looked at her and asked again, then asked her not to look at him like that. He said that Penelope and her friends would not interfere with them. He spread his arms and asked her to listen to him. He said that he was planning to do something that no one in this world had ever dreamed of. He extended his hand to her, and told her not to worry because he would fulfill his promise and an unforgettable world would open up to her. The girl opened her eyes. She looked at the protagonist and agreed. He closed his eyes and said that this was straightforwardness, and that he thought that she would scold him first. The hand grabbed the collar. Lala kissed Dave. Their lips parted. The hero's face turned red and he asked what it was. The girl replied that she knew the real face of His Majesty. The protagonist panicked and asked again. He replied that he made her his bride to achieve his goal. He was red. He convinced her that he was using her for his own interests. He added that he could leave her at any time, as he did during the conversation with Isaac. The shadow hid the girl's eyes. She said that she understood it. Dave's eyes widened. She said that she believed in him, His Majesty. The girl's cheeks turned red. Clouds floated under the moon. The hero said that he understood, and it seemed that he saw her smiling for the first time. Dave hugged Lala. The couple kissed against the backdrop of the night city. The past cannot be fixed. The haze dissipates. The woman raised a knife, screaming about the prostitutes' children and wishing them to die. The girls trembled on the floor. The boy and the man watched the scene. The boy grabbed the man's hand and turned to him. He asked him to break up with her. The man looked ahead and said that he could not leave her, because she was the boy's mother. He asked if he understood him. Dave screamed that she wanted to kill his sisters just because they weren't hers. He added that she would definitely kill them in a little while. The haze covered his father's face. The boy asked him who he would choose, them or her. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. His dad replied that he would choose his mother because he loved her. The man's eyes narrowed. The boy bit his lip. The man said that he was always thinking about the bad and asked if he couldn't be a little more positive. The boy's fist was shaking. He thought that he shouldn't be talking nonsense. He thought in his mind that he loved her. Tears were running down his cheeks. The boy thought that he would never forgive any of them. Lala slapped Dave. The sun illuminated the statue. People froze in shock. Lala stood in front of the protagonist. She raised her hand and said that she didn't expect His Highness to fall so low. The hero pressed his palm to his cheek. He looked at the girl and said that she raised her hand against the owner, and in front of a whole crowd, he clarified if he understood what he was doing. Lala stood in front of the villagers and answered affirmatively. Dave frowned and said that it was good. The protagonist waved his hand and said that she was fired from this moment. 2 hours later, September 20th, 1505, according to the imperial calendar, the residence of Admiral Nibrahim, the hero crossed his legs and said that this is how they broke up. He tapped his fingers on the armrest and asked why she was here and said her name. Barbados was sitting on the couch. She raised her glass and said that it was understandable because in the demon world everyone only chattered about how the hottest couple broke up and it was so funny, and that's why she came to find out the details. The protagonist waved his hand and said that they broke up only 2 hours ago, and the rumors have already spread. The guy frowned and added that he was unfortunately not in the mood to discuss this with anyone. The girl tilted her head and said that he was cold, but she was so sweet that she personally came to hear the story of their youngest. The demon grinned and asked again. She raised a glass in front of the hero's silhouette and said that usually mongrels like her are killed even if they just try to touch the demon king. She demanded to tell her what he did. The protagonist frowned and told her not to poke her nose into someone else's love story and leave. The demoness grinned and said that he could not tell because she liked him anyway, and as the eldest she was obliged to take care of their youngest, and added that he should not sulk because there are plenty of women in the world. Her eyes turned black. She added that he would quickly forget this mongrel. Dave covered his mouth with his hand. The demon queen sat opposite the protagonist. She asked if he understood and said that he was still very green. She said that she had lived in this world for 500 years and knew something about love affairs, and if he did as she said, then even the high elves would want to tear a piece of him, and he would not have to strain himself. The protagonist grinned and said that this was interesting. The demoness stuck out her tongue and replied that she would not advise him anything bad and asked him to tell her what had happened. The protagonist thought for a moment and chuckled. The old woman was holding a staff. The demon king said that she had come to him half a month ago. Barbados asked again. He confirmed. He said that the old woman had introduced herself as Lala's mother. The fireplace illuminated the room. The protagonist touched his chin and said that he had heard that Lala had been an orphan all her life. He asked if she had abandoned her and run away. The old woman knelt down and replied that she had been banished immediately after her birth, but not a day had passed when she did not think about her. The old woman cried and said that she had been looking for her all her life, and then she heard rumors. The guy replied that he understood and would allow her to meet Lala. The grandmother smiled and thanked Dave. She said that he was so kind and it was an honor for her. The girl entered the room. She turned to His Highness and said that he had received a letter. The protagonist turned to her and asked if she had arrived. He noticed that she was on time and asked if the girl recognized the old woman. Lala looked at the grandmother reaching out to her. The hero said that he did not expect her to appear either. The old woman was shaking and said Lala's name. The girl shuddered. Tears flowed from the old woman's eyes. Her fist clenched. The protagonist frowned and said that so that's how it is. He stood behind the old woman and addressed her, then said that she definitely said that she was Lala's mother. The woman turned to the guy. He said that lying to the demon king is punishable by death, and since she came here, she must be sure that she was her daughter. She replied that she really was Lala's mother. Dave asked her to tell him something. He leaned over to the old woman and asked why she only rushed to look for her now. She replied that she always wanted to see her. The hero's eyes were shining. She said that she was having a hard time. He asked again and clarified if she meant that she was too busy. The old woman grabbed the staff and answered that Lala was just a child and could have understood everything wrong, but now that was in the past, and he wanted them to become a family again without looking back. He looked down at her. His fist slammed into the old woman's face. Blood splashed everywhere. He looked at her and said that it was not up to her to decide what to do with her past, and asked if she was interested in hearing Lala's opinion. The blow threw the woman back. He stepped on the old woman and asked if she thought that she would meet her daughter, and that she would immediately share her treasures with her. The hero turned to the wall and said that Lala was a dear person to him, and he was not going to forgive those who wanted to harm her. The girl looked at the protagonist, turned to him, and asked him to stop. Dave raised his sword and refused. He said. What was written on her face? He asked if she was angry with her, and added that it was too late. He clarified if the old woman remembered something, or maybe she just decided to profit from her own child. Tears flowed from the eyes of the screaming woman. Lala blocked the old woman and asked him to stop. The old woman crawled away from the demon king. The couple stood opposite each other. The hero asked why she was stopping him and asked if she agreed with him. He asked if she was going to leave alive the man who brazenly ruined her life. The old woman ran to the door. The girl replied that it was not worth his effort. Dave raised his hand and offered to take mercenaries. Lala turned away and interrupted him. She said that he knew nothing about her. The system reported a drop in Lala's sympathy. A new notification shows Lala's current level of sympathy. The hero extended his hand and asked why she was angry. Because he was doing it for her. The girl left the room. He asked her to wait. Barbados frowned. The hero asked what he did wrong in her opinion. She asked if he was completely crazy. The hero spread his hands. She clarified whether he understood what he had done. He sat in a chair and replied that a woman who had ruined her life had come into his arms and he had acted wisely. The demoness stuck out her tongue and said that she expected him to be of some use, but he turned out to be a psycho. The hero frowned. She said that she had only decided that he could be used for more than just pleasure. Barbados held out a glass and asked if he had realized it. She said that he had tried to kill her own mother right before her eyes. The protagonist touched his chin and replied that if a person deserved to die, it was easier to kill him on the spot. The demoness sat with her legs crossed and asked her name. She said that she sympathized with her, and in her place she would have castrated him. There was armor near the fireplace. He asked whose side she was on. She grumbled and asked what happened next. The hero lowered his head and asked again. Barbados sat with her legs crossed and clarified that it happened half a month ago, and that something else happened after that. The protagonist looked down and chuckled. His gaze was on the girl's hips. She called out to him. She frowned and asked where he was staring, after which she added that if he wanted to watch, he should pay. He looked away and replied that he was already tired today, and for such conversations you need the mood. She grimaced. The guy said that he had been dumped 2 hours ago. She replied that he should admire her if he wanted to. He said that he would continue then. He looked straight ahead and said that Lala had brought a letter that time. The girl asked again. He confirmed and said that here it was. The protagonist held out the paper. Barbados narrowed her eyes. The letter said that he was their next target, and that 2,000 soldiers would attack his castle in 10 days. The army was making its way through the gorge. The demoness spilled wine and said that it looked like a threat. The drops fell down. The hero looked at her and corrected her that it was not a threat, but rather a warning. The queen waved her hand and asked again, after which she clarified the difference. He pulled the sheet of paper up and told her to take a closer look. The wine spilled, the letter was tattered. He said that there were only 2 sentences, but many important details. Barbados poured wine and asked again. The first sentence was highlighted. He said that firstly, you are the next target. The hero held the paper in his hand. He explained that this could be interpreted as a statement that he is not his enemy. The protagonist frowned and thought that this letter was written too softly for a threat, and something was wrong here. He wondered who and why sent him this letter. She put the bottle on the table and said that this was an interesting idea, after which she hurried him. The girl held the glass at arm's length. He explained that the author of the letter was clearly someone from the upper class, because there was not a single mistake, and judging by the set of letters, he could write with both his right and left hands. The demoness laughed and asked that he could understand this too, and said that it was funny. The protagonist raised his palm and explained that a person's lifestyle can be understood from his letters, and the author of our letter clearly holds some high position. The girl beckoned with her finger and asked if it was true, and asked to show her the letter again. The piece of paper flew to her. She glanced at the text and mumbled. The paper hung in front of her. She asked how he could understand it. The hero exhaled and asked what her eyes were for, and told her to look more closely. The number 2000 lit up. He explained that there was a comma between the 2 and the zeros. The girl propped her head up. The guy muttered that it was okay then. He frowned and said that an ordinary person would not waste time on a comma to write a warning, but their author was used to writing commas and numbers. The gold was in a chest. The protagonist gave an example that he often worked with large sums. The man leaned over the table. The hero explained that he had to communicate with a large number of people every day and was probably engaged in accounting. The man extended his hand. The protagonist assumed that he personally managed a large territory. Barbados grinned and said that he was cooking a pot. The hero smiled and said that she was too early to admire, and that there were 5 more clues in the letter. He raised his hand and said that he would not say more, because it would be uninteresting if he revealed all the secrets at once. She narrowed her eyes and asked if he was teasing her, and then insulted him. She looked at the glass and asked that in any case, their sender was a merchant. Dave clasped his fingers and said that he had come to such a conclusion. She grinned and offered to dot the i's. He looked at her. She looked at the protagonist, and said that she would find the one who wrote this letter. The hero frowned and asked that she could do that too. The demon queen released magic and asked who he thought she was. She bit her finger. Magic flew out of her wound. Dave's eyes widened. She touched the sheet. There was a smile on her lips. She used the regret of Thanatos. Blood stained the sheet. It became written that the demon king Barbados ordered him to fly to the author of the letter. The paper began to burn. The magic twisted into a spiral. The hero frowned. A bat appeared in the room. The demon queen raised her hand. She grabbed the animal and said that he would find the one who wrote the letter. The girl held the bat and added that she would send her a signal right after. The protagonist smiled and said that it was not bad. The hand unclenched. The window opened. The bat flew away towards freedom. Barbados said that she would help him. The hero looked at her and said that he knew about her magnificence, then asked how long it would take to find her. He winked and said that if the incomparable Barbados took on the matter, then he did not think this matter would drag on. The girl grimaced and asked what finally got through to him. She said that if she were not there, he would have been looking for it for months. She spread her hands and said that he should be grateful that she was looking for the author. She pointed her finger at him and said that her magic was working, after which she asked if he was sure of his conclusions, to which she received an answer that they would check. The hero sat on a chair with his legs apart. She asked what he thought the merchant wrote the letter. He smirked and said that this was just an assumption and that he had one friend who was a merchant, so if he was one of them, they would quickly catch him. The demoness looked at him and asked what he would do. Dave raised his finger and asked that didn't he already say that he had a friend who was a merchant. September 5, 1505, Nibrahim Imperial Calendar, Kunska's Trading Company. Isaac stood in front of the hero and said that he did not write this letter. His face was tense. The protagonist sat down on the couch and said that he wanted to believe him. He looked at him from under his brows and added that he had already tried to get rid of him. The vampire leaned on his cane. He denied involvement. He bowed and said that he no longer had any intention of harming His Highness. A shadow hid Dave's eyes. He turned to Isaac and said that he believed in his strength but not in him. The protagonist's eyes were shining. The old man looked at him and asked how he could then earn his trust. The hero sat with his fingers clasped and asked again. He said that he only needed to fulfill a couple more of his requests. The vampire's face was covered in sweat. He asked what he wanted. The guy grinned and asked to let him think first. He frowned and said that he wanted to hire mercenaries. A male silhouette of an orc attack. The hero added that he only needed high-ranking mercenaries. He smiled and said that in 2 days he should have 3,000 men. The vampire clenched his teeth. He stood in front of the Demon King and asked again. He looked at him and clarified that he only had 2 days. The hero frowned and asked if he meant to say that he couldn't handle it. Isaac extended his hand and said that he could gather an army, but 2 days was too little. The hero listened to his interlocutor. He explained that if he needed high-ranking mercenaries, then he could do it in half a month. The protagonist grinned and asked what he was talking about, and said that there were a lot of mercenaries wandering around nearby. The vampire opened his mouth in confusion. Dave spread his hands and asked why he was looking at him like that. He advised him to look around. He said that he was talking about the soldiers of Nibelheim. He heard that there were about 4,000 soldiers there. The protagonist smiled and said that he was in fact the ruler of the city, and asked why he could not borrow them for a while. The vampire spread his hands and said that in this case the city's defense would be weakened. The sun was shining on the settlement. Isaac explained that Nibelheim was the main trading city of the demon world. Sweat was running down the vampire's face. He said that if the city fell, it would affect the entire demon world. His eyes were not visible. He said that besides. The hero looked at him and asked again. The old man with a depressed face said that at the moment the problem of the plague has not yet been solved. Isaac looked at the interlocutor. He called him. Dave frowned and said that the vampire's comfort did not concern him in any way, after which he asked what kind of look it was. The old man narrowed his eyes. The guy stood up and said that he had really forgotten. He put his hand in his pocket. The demon took out the hair. He reminded that Isaac's beautiful body was in his power. The girl sat hugging her knees. The old man jumped up. He waved his hands and said that he did everything as he said. He told how he went against Her Highness Penelope. He raised his palm and said that he sacrificed one of the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce and everything to protect him. The feet stepped on the floor. The hero asked not to misunderstand him. He asked that he swore allegiance to him only because of this. The vampire's face showed tension. The protagonist approached the subordinate. He froze with a mask on his face. The guy turned to him and said, "Let's do it again." He spread his arms and said that he just needed to get on all fours. His eyes turned black. He ordered him to kneel in front of him. Sweat covered the vampire's face. He fell to his knees. The old man was shaking. He was kneeling in front of the Demon King. The hero's eye flashed. He ordered him to bow his head. Isaac was breathing heavily. He put his palms on the floor. The old man bowed to the floor. The boot was rushing. The protagonist put his foot on the vampire's head. He stood on his head and praised him, after which he said that their relationship was very simple. Dave's eyes turned black. He moved his boot on his head and muttered. Isaac's face twisted. The hero demanded complete obedience from him. The guy looked at his subordinate and asked if he understood everything. He said that in exactly 2 days he needed 3,000 soldiers. The vampire was pinned to the floor and said that he would do everything. The Demon King touched his face and praised him. He said that he had one more request for him. The vampire looked up. The girl was standing in front of the castle. The hero said that he wanted him to know about one person. Barbados threw her hand back and said that he was a sadist. She said that she could just see how this old man was writhing in pain. The girl raised her hand and asked what about searching for the author of the letter. Dave waved her hand and asked not to rush things. He winked and said that he did not have much time before the attack, and they would come back to this later, and asked that she was more interested in what happened between him and Lala. Barbados smirked. September 7, 1505 Imperial Calendar, Governor of Nibelheim Castle. Light was coming through the window. The protagonist was lying in bed. He turned around and asked why it was so noisy. Lala turned around and said that it was not morning anymore. She was naked reading a letter. The protagonist grinned and asked if it was from Isaac. Her thighs were covered. She answered in the affirmative. The girl was putting on a shirt. He hurried her. She said that the quality of the information was good. She was buttoning up her clothes and telling that there were 13 slave markets in the kingdom of Sardinia, and among them, 4 were used by aristocrats. The image of slaves in shackles. Lala said that the slave he was looking for was spotted at the Papia market. Dave smiled and said that he understood. The girl stood up in one shirt. She said her name, Laura. The aristocrats in the photo. She said that the child of the Marquis of Parnes and the maid was a stranger from birth. Rats ran along the foundation. The girl was sitting in the basement. Lala explained that she was kept in the dungeon for many years, hiding the very fact of her existence, and it was not the happiest childhood. The girl grimaced and asked why His Highness was interested in a human child. He smiled and asked if she was jealous. Lala looked at him and answered negatively. She said that she did not expect that His Highness was interested in little girls. The protagonist jumped up and asked what she was imagining. He asked her to finish and said that he was never attracted to children's bodies. She looked at him. Dave covered his eyes with his hand and said okay. He glanced sideways and said that he was really interested in that girl. The paper was lying on the table. He said that she might have what they needed. The girl had a calm face. The hero said that Laura hated people more than anyone. Lala turned to Dave and asked with interest why he was so interested in her, and the hero mysteriously whispered Laura's name. The hero grinned maliciously. An image of a blonde girl appeared, and the protagonist seriously stated that she hated people more than anyone. Lala looked ahead in surprise and remained silent. Lala looked at the interlocutor with interest and curiously asked if she hated people and why. Dave sneered contemptuously in cruel irony. and cynically advised her friend to put herself in her place. The girl with blonde hair sat on her knees, and the protagonist sorrowfully explained that her family denied the fact of her existence. She spent her entire life in prison, and she was constantly mocked and despised. An image of a dilapidated estate appeared, and Dave hopelessly concluded that after the fall of the Parnes house, the guy threw his hand up and angrily declared that as a result, she became a slave. Dave philosophically stuck his finger up and wisely asked what she thought Laura was dreaming about. The girl looked angrily ahead, and the protagonist maliciously added that Lala could try to imagine it, and she could understand her. Dave looked meaningfully into the frame and shrewdly concluded that the answer was simple. Under the dark figure of the girl, the earth collapsed. People cruelly twisted their faces from their pain, and the protagonist categorically declared that she wanted to take revenge on all the people in this world. The protagonist, sitting in his bed, declared that a person like her was always needed. The pink-haired girl looked ahead in confusion. The protagonist looked at his friend and asked what happened, because did he really disappoint her? The girl, standing in front of Dave's bed, affirmatively stated that he had disappointed her. Lala frankly lowered her gaze to the floor and honestly admitted that she was sure that he simply wanted to get a sex slave with noble blood. Dave indignantly threw up his hands and offendedly exclaimed that no, and what was her opinion of him anyway? Lala disappointedly dropped her shoulders and sighed practically that it was a pity, and that she hoped that Laura would finally relieve her of the burden of satisfying his needs. Dave offendedly covered his face with his hand and apologetically objected that it was she who climbed on him first, and that she apparently did not like sleeping with him. Lala tiredly closed her eyes from exhaustion and explained that at that moment she did not yet know about his endurance in bed, and that it took too much time and effort. The protagonist frowned his thin eyebrows, and the girl complained with overload that she could not work, since she spent all day pleasing him in bed, and the hero angrily whispered under his breath that this much had accumulated. The maid politely knocked on the door. The hero looked at the front door in confusion, and the maid respectfully informed him that their dinner was ready. Dave looked calmly at his friend. The girl calmly looked at the door, and the protagonist ordered the maids to enter and serve them. The maids bowed gratefully in the doorway, and the protagonist thanked them. The maid curiously looked up from the floor. The ceiling of the room was well lit. The protagonist and his pink-haired friend calmly looked at the maid girls. The pink-haired girl was not wearing pants. Her breasts were covered by a white shirt. The protagonist sat in his bed in a confident pose. The maid bowed apologetically and said guiltily that she apologized for interrupting them. Dave waved his hand indifferently, and replied that he didn't care, because he himself told them to come in and that they should do what they came for. The maid obediently nodded her head and humbly agreed that his demand would be fulfilled. The dishes were placed on trays. The girls laid out the dishes on the table. The maid looked at her friend. The pink-haired girl quickly put on her pants. She briskly threw on a black jacket. The maid languidly bowed her head. The protagonist's eyes lit up angrily. The protagonist threw his hand on the blanket. The protagonist sharply turned his head to his friend. The girl worriedly adjusted her hair. The head maid respectfully bowed her head and politely asked if they could leave, adding that dinner was served, and the protagonist commanded them to stand. Dave sternly threw off the blanket and categorically added that everyone should stay in their seats. The pink-haired girl turned around worriedly. The maid nervously looked around and asked again if she had done something wrong, and the protagonist cautiously asked who had just clicked his tongue. Dave confidently looked at the maids and accurately stated that someone had just clicked his tongue. The maid's eyes widened in shock. The maid fearfully stepped back and asked in confusion what he was even talking about now, and Dave sarcastically remarked that she had really decided to play the fool. Dave confidently stood with his feet on the floor, categorically stating that he knew exactly what he had heard. Dave menacingly threw his shirt over himself and accused the maid girls who had clicked their tongues. The maid was tremblingly silent. The protagonist took a step forward. The maids panicked from the growing tension and trembled helplessly. The guy confidently walked forward towards the girls. Dave looked decisively at the culprit and asked directly if it was her, and accusedly asked again if she had clicked her tongue. The protagonist demandingly approached the trembling maid and interrogated her as to why she had done it. Dave irritably inclined his head directly to the girl and impatiently asked if she had not heard him, and what should he do now, and harshly repeated that he was asking why she had clicked her tongue, to which the girl begged pleadingly, asking her to forgive her for her immense stupidity. Dave looked soothingly at the trembling with horror servant girl and said that everything was fine, and that he knew that she had not clicked at him, and that it had been Lala, and contemptuously asked if she really thought that a half-breed, who was lower in rank than her, was not worthy of being with the Demon King, and added that he was sincerely sorry. The girls covered their mouths with their hands in shock. Dave resolutely grabbed a sharp knife from the table and imperiously declared that Lala was his fiancée first and foremost. Dave menacingly squeezed the blades in anger and categorically continued that even if she was his servant 3 times over, she was not allowed to despise his beloved. The servant's face was filled with tears and the girl began to whine, asking for forgiveness. Lala looked at the hero in fear and pleadingly exclaimed that His Highness should not do this to girls. Lala, looking desperately at Dave, asked him to stop. The protagonist furiously turned his head back. The pink-haired girl looked menacingly at the protagonist. Her eyes sparkled brightly. Dave widened his eyes in shock. An image of an old woman appeared, and the hero shamefully admitted that he had succumbed to his emotions again. Dave desperately hit the old woman. The hero stood in a confident pose and groaned. What was he doing? Lala blocked the protagonist's path. The image of the girl appeared, and the protagonist sadly noted that everything was the same as last time, and a system notification announced that the level of sympathy towards him had decreased by 10 points. The girl was shaking painfully with fear, and the protagonist thought that she had just clicked her tongue. The protagonist angrily clenched his teeth and logically reasoned that it was not worth killing her, and yet, for some reason, he cared about her. The guy unclenched his hand with the weapon and sensibly concluded that Lale would not like it either, and he needed to calm down and think clearly. The girl was shaking with fear, and the hero instructively added whether she understood what she had done wrong. The protagonist turned around and declared that that was enough, and ordered the girls to leave. The maid turned around and announced that they were all sincerely sorry. The protagonist angrily looked after them. The protagonist raised his hand and said that when it came to his beloved, he had no control over himself. But this time everything was different. Lala frowned menacingly with her pink eyebrows. The system impartially recorded the further decline in relations and automatically reported that Lala Lazarite's level of sympathy for Dave had dropped by 7 points, and the hero desperately exclaimed that he had really fallen. The system coldly demonstrated the final result and mechanically stated that Lala Lazarite's current level of sympathy for Dave was 11 points. Lala turned her back to the protagonist in a businesslike manner and practically reported that they would be able to leave right after lunch, and that she would prepare everything necessary for the trip to the slave market. The girl began to leave the room, and the protagonist asked her to wait. Dave painfully extended his hand after her and, in bewilderment and despair, groaned why she had not forgiven him for this, and hopelessly asked what he had done wrong. The sun was heating up the sands. A girl in fancy heels stood in front of the hero. The merchant politely looked at the protagonist and his girlfriend, addressed the hero by name and professionally suggested that they begin. Dave nodded his head indifferently and agreed indifferently. The main one imperiously waved his hand at the merchant, and in a commanding tone ordered that they should begin. The merchant raised her hand up. Magic began to bubble in the water, and a girl named Clara presentationally announced that this was Hermes' equipment. A whirlwind swirled around the heroes. The merchant pointed her finger at the girl and politely said that Mrs. Lala should move a little, and guidingly commanded to move forward. The protagonist watched the magic unfold. A pillar of magic hit the ground. The girl watched silently. Thick smoke enveloped the silhouette, and the girl said that everything was ready. Smoke enveloped Dave's hair, and said that the topic of the day was a mysterious merchant. The protagonist stood before the heroes in a fancy costume. Dave looked critically at his head and appraisingly noted that the horn was indeed gone. Dave raised his hand approvingly and rather praised that it was quite good, and Clara enthusiastically thanked him. Dave looked at his transformed reflection with satisfaction and noted that now no one would even think that he was the Demon King. The merchant raised his index finger in warning and seriously warned that Dave should be careful, and that there was one detail. An image of an antique clock appeared, and the girl importantly explained that after 24 hours the transformation magic would wear off. The merchant pointed his finger meaningfully at the clock and sternly emphasized that in other words, his time was limited. Dave grinned carelessly and waved it off, saying that this was Cinderella magic, and that there should be enough time. Dave turned to his assistant with an imperious air and commanded her to gather her sisters and wait for him to give the signal. The girl respectfully saluted young Dave and obediently agreed to what would be done. Dave mysteriously turned his head to his pink-haired friend. Lala looked into the distance. The girl turned her gaze, and the boy muttered something embarrassed. Dave turned to his companion with a boastful air and smugly remarked that sometimes it was useful to change appearance, and asked if she liked him. Lala looked at the hero with a businesslike air and informed him that before heading deeper into the city, they must find a guide, and he should follow her. Lala conspiratorially approached the disguised king and carefully added that today's business must remain a secret. The protagonist made a displeased face, and the girl said that he should try not to expose his identity as the Demon King. Dave turned around impatiently and irritably agreed that he understood and that they needed to hurry. Dave winced in displeasure at the unnecessary precautions and cursed silently. An image of the recent events appeared and the hero thought that all his troubles were because of that time. The hero raised his knife menacingly. Tears welled up in the maid's eyes. Lala looked menacingly ahead. The protagonist covered his face and thought that his relationship with the girl was only getting worse and asked himself what he had done. Clara looked on in confusion. The heroes walked into the city across a deserted field. September 10th, 1505. According to the imperial calendar, the Kingdom of Sardinia, the Barbados slave market. The screen showed a panoramic view of a noisy market and an atmospheric trading square. A man angrily beat the ground with a whip and ordered his slaves to move. The shackled slaves looked down sadly. Many others stood aside from the heroes. The protagonist wondered why there were so many of them already. A hunched goblin accepted a bag of money and said that they could rely on him to show them around Babia, then asked if this was their first time here. The protagonist kept his hands behind his back and said that it was, to which the goblin asked what rank of slaves they wished to purchase. Putting a finger to his chin, the protagonist said that he had not yet decided. An image of slaves appeared on the screen, and the protagonist thought that there were about 4,000 here, a small town with first-class goods. An image of new slaves appeared, and the protagonist added that even the rarest specimens could be found here. He frowned and added that he could not wait to see it. Dave raised his hand and said that he had heard a rumor that the daughter of a missing noble had appeared at the market today, then asked if this was true. The information merchant rubbed his hands together slyly and chuckled. As expected, rumors spread quickly. The information merchant leaned toward the customers with intrigue and mysteriously informed them that this was definitely an unusual curiosity, and that like all rarities, it would be put up for sale at the auction tomorrow. Dave nodded his head approvingly and noted with satisfaction that he knew a lot. The goblin merchant bowed to his esteemed customer and obsequiously replied that he was honored to receive praise from him, but he was unlikely to be able to buy it. The information merchant glanced meaningfully at his competitors and added warningly that according to rumors, it was that man over there who did it. The heroes looked at the crowd of slave traders. The protagonist frowned and asked who it was. A man with an eye patch was standing nearby, and the goblin explained that he was the one who was the head of the slave traders. An image of a young man in a mask appeared, and the goblin added that on the right was the count, who planned to buy that very young lady. The border man frowned rather contentedly and declared that now he understood why nothing would work out. And moving his chin, he added that her buyer had already been determined. The hero grinned maliciously and declared that this was interesting. The protagonist spread his arms wide and asked what to do if he wanted to get close to the slavers, like the nobleman, and inquired what he needed to do so. The goblin shook his head in concern and warned him practically that Dave would not be able to do that, and that the slavers of Babia did not befriend everyone. The girl briskly handed the merchant a bag of coins and thanked him. The informant leaned confidentially towards the interested customers and confidentially informed them that there would be a dinner party that night, and that all the slavers in the city would be there. The protagonist smiled. It was daytime. The sky was gradually turning yellow. Night had fallen. The protagonist approached the establishment, and the informant explained in detail that they needed a bar on the outskirts of the city, and that it was a gambling house run by slavers. The protagonist slid open the door of the establishment. The men turned to look at him, puzzled. The hero walked forward on the stone floor. The men kept turning around when they saw him. The protagonist pointed at the bartender and ordered a glass of wine. The protagonist turned around and one of the players shouted that he had lost again. The protagonist stood in front of the goblin and said that he wanted to know the name of the slave trader who owned the young lady. The men were sitting cheerfully at the table and the goblin explained that it was a young guy named Jimmy. The guy threw a card on the table and shouted that he needed a little more. The red-haired Jimmy tiredly suggested playing one more time. The clock on the wall showed 10 o'clock. The protagonist's eyes flashed and said that he had found the one he was looking for. The hero looked menacingly ahead. The man with the scar on his face looked at Jimmy and asked if he was okay, explaining that for some reason he had gotten carried away today. Jimmy began to sip the drink from the glass and said that he was fine. The guy slammed his mug on the table and suggested that they begin. The heroes were playing in the gambling hall. The gambling men were throwing dice. Shouts could be heard from all around. The men looked at their cards with excitement and said that they were playing well. One of them threw the dice on the table and said that this had not happened for a long time. The man with the mustache scooped up all the chips and declared that he had won, explaining that today was really his day. The man patted Jimmy on the shoulder and philosophically noted that such things happen, and that he should not be sad, and that he had got the girl from the Parn's house. Jimmy nodded encouragingly and agreed, right, after all, he could get a lot of money for her. The croupier sighed enviously at someone else's luck and jealously admitted that he was even a little envious that the count would buy her out. The man threw his hands up and practically added that the count would definitely not be stingy. The man with the mustache licked his lips lustfully and giggled lecherously that Count Roselle was known for his amorousness, and that the girl would live happily ever after as his slave. Jimmy clenched his teeth angrily. The man rolled his eyes dreamily and lustfully admitted that he would also like to try such a beauty, at least once. Jimmy clenched his fist furiously from what he heard and hissed that that was enough. An image of a guy and a captive girl appeared, and the hero said that she was not like that. The guy looked at the frame with disappointment. The croupier squinted suspiciously at the unusual behavior and asked what was wrong with him, and that he rarely objected to them, and that it was impossible that he would become attached to the goods. The red-haired guy nervously waved his hands in denial and hastily justified himself that this was not true, of course, and that let's play already, and what next? The dealer grinned at the entertainment that was coming up and noted with anticipation that they had the whole night ahead of them. The dealer happily pulled out an extra card and thought maliciously that it was his turn now, and look how this stupid guy got excited. The man contemptuously reached for the cards and cynically thought that they were both slave traders. But Jimmy was such a good-natured guy that it was infuriating, and desperately prayed for his luck to be good again. Dave came up menacingly from behind and noted with interest that he looked very funny. The guy stuck a knife into the man's hand. The guy winked cheerfully at the players and declared that it was disgusting. The players looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The man screamed in pain in a desperate voice. Dave leaned gloomily towards the players and sadly thought that here he was, a real slave trader, and that he did not even think of perceiving people as equals. The guy leaned closer to the crook, asked suspiciously, "Did he cheat?" Jimmy recoiled in confusion from the unexpected accusation and asked again, "Did he cheat?" Dave raised the man's hand up. The guy looked at the red-haired player and asked, did his name really mean Jimmy, and added that the man had fooled him. The guy opened his eyes in shock and wondered, did he really cheat? The protagonist grinned sarcastically and said that it was not worth talking about now. The main character looked at the opponent and asked, did he really not feel confident in his decision to sell Laura to the Count? Jimmy opened his eyes in shock and babbled in shock, saying that no one knew her name, and why did Dave know his? The protagonist stepped decisively towards his interlocutor and answered in a businesslike manner that they could discuss this later, and that he had little time, to which the guy stated that he was not interested in Laura becoming a slave. Dave looked at the interlocutor with disdain, and asked if he really wanted that too. Jimmy stuttered in confusion from the unexpected situation and babbled incoherently, and the man sarcastically noted that he had said that Jimmy was an idiot. The dealer jumped up aggressively from his seat and shouted threateningly that her buyer had already been determined and that the guy would be crazy if he let her escape and that he did not know what happened to traders who broke the rules. The protagonist looked at the guy and said that the choice was his. Jimmy opened his eyes in shock and thought that the choice was his, and the notification said that the merchant's sympathy had increased by as much as 10 points. The guy frowned angrily. Jimmy would stand up straight and say firmly that he had brought her here and that it was up to him to decide what to do with her. It was a full moon and the boy asked if he was still awake. Dave would hand him the bottle and suggest solicitously that he should have a drink and that it would help him calm down, and Jimmy would thank him gratefully and think with amazement that he had thought Dave was scary, but he didn't seem so bad after all, and the system would report impartially that Jimmy's trader liking for Dave had gone up 20 notches. Dave would lean over to his new ally and suggest confidentially that perhaps he could tell him more about her, and that he felt that he and Jimmy would get along. Dave would grin and add comradely that that was what they should drink to, and the boy would sheepishly agree. It was a full moon outside. The moon had set. It was day. Jimmy would turn to his new acquaintance and ask curiously what it meant that Dave was traveling and freeing captive slaves, and Dave would say that he planned to someday completely eradicate slavery from this world. Dave would lean confidentially toward his interlocutor and add sincerely that in order to do this, he first needed to find someone like Jimmy who would support him, and that he was looking for him rather than Laura, and the guy would shrewdly note that he understood this, and the system would automatically report that the level of sympathy Jimmy had for Dave had increased by 10 points. Jimmy would look down sadly and honestly admit that he did not really want to become a slave trader, but his father was in debt, and there was no other work to be found in this city. Jimmy would desperately grab Dave by the sleeve and imploringly beg if he could help her escape. Dave would lean sympathetically toward the suffering youth and ask sympathetically why Jimmy was so eager to help her. Jimmy furrowed his brows and explained painfully that she would not be human here. Jimmy breathed raggedly with excitement and continued that only he knew. The bottle fell to the ground. Jimmy suddenly swayed from nausea and exclaimed in fear that what was happening to him. Jimmy swayed weakly in place and babbled that he seemed to have drunk too much, and the protagonist mentally confirmed that the sleeping pills had worked. Dave patted his sleepy companion on the back and comfortingly said that he thought that only Jimmy could take care of her, and that he understood his feelings. Jimmy looked at the protagonist gratefully with his eyes and asked again if Dave really thought so, and the system coldly stated that the level of sympathy of Jimmy the trader for Dave had increased by 10 points. Dave asked where she was now, and Jimmy, gesturing sleepily in the direction of the dungeon, mumbled incoherently that she was there, in the farthest cell. Jimmy looked at the hero, and Dave solicitously assured him not to worry, and solemnly promised that he would free her. The image began to blur, and the guy groaned that everything was swimming. Jimmy had difficulty focusing his gaze and blurrily said that it was good, but if it was Dave, and the system automatically notified that the level of sympathy of Jimmy the trader to Dave increased by 20 points. Dave stood next to the sleeping body and self-critically wondered if he had ever managed to increase someone's sympathy so easily before. Dave looked philosophically at the sleeping man and wisely concluded that this was why everyone was fooling him, but he respected his feelings. Dave walked down the street and promised that he gave his word that Laura would be happy. Jimmy was sleeping, and the protagonist cynically thought that this time he really had come across a rotten person. Dave glanced at his watch and anxiously noticed that it was already time. The clock hands showed the time. The hero walked forward. Dave majestically approached the dark cell and introduced himself that his name was Dave. The girl was leafing through a book, and the guy imperiously added that he was the 71st Demon King. Dave grinned maliciously and nobly proclaimed that he had come for her. The guy looked at the girl locked in the cage. The moon was shining in the sky. The girl was reading a book and said indifferently that she did not know who he was. Laura raised her head irritably and asked him discontentedly that he should not block her moonlight, since she was reading now. She turned around. Laura was returning to her task with concentration and added that she was reading. The narrator was informatively showing the game interface and educationally explaining that Laura was one of the main characters of the dungeon attack game. The girl was standing in the middle of the room, like the main character, she had the power to change the world. There were chopped bodies on the ground. There was only one difference. The victims of future events desperately stretched out their hands for help and cried out pleadingly that they needed to be saved. The girl raised her hand up. The girl's face was stained with blood. Laura does not bring hope. The girl was holding swords in her hands. She brings despair. An image of the main character appeared. The main character of Dungeon Attack represents the Gatsburg Empire. An image of a girl with a sword appeared. Laura represents the Britain Kingdom. The warriors fought in the battle. They started a great war for domination of the continent, which lasted for many years. The girl looked menacingly at the frame. In that war, Laura killed more people than all the demon kings combined. The protagonist looked at the girl in the cage and concluded that in some sense Laura was the main threat to the protagonist, not the demon kings, and optimistically added that this would only happen in 15 to 20 years. An image of the girl appeared. The current Laura was no more than a 16-year-old girl. Dave looked at her and thought that he should tame her now. Dave confidently looked at the girl and richly declared that he had enough money to outbid any bid at the auction, and there were witches near the market who were just waiting for his order, and that in extreme cases he could simply kidnap her. Dave nobly turned to the girl and said that he wanted to show respect for her feelings. Laura watched the hero with disinterest. The book was open. Dave was honestly leaning towards a potential ally and admitted that he needed a subordinate like her. Laura looked up from her book and stated with interest that she was not a slave. The protagonist nodded his head convincingly and confirmed that this was true and that if he needed a slave, he would have used money or force. But he did not, and if she doubted, she could test him and see if he was worthy of becoming her master. Laura sat on the floor and politely replied that the Demon King. She was grateful for his offer and that her fate was well known to her. Laura calmly rose from the stone floor and added that she was well aware of her fate. The girl looked ahead. An image of slave traders appeared and the guy noted that she would be ransomed tomorrow and that it would be Count Rosal from the Kingdom of Britain. An image of the merchant's disgusting face appeared and the protagonist disgustedly explained that Count Rosal collected noble maidens like her for the purpose of torturing them. Dave threw his hand up and cruelly listed that first there would be torture with wax, then roasting alive, then worse, until it came to amputation of limbs. Laura put her hand to her chin and rationally reasoned that she could still withstand wax and fire, but she did not want to lose a leg or an arm, since it would be more difficult to read. Dave shook his head and asked if she really only cared about reading, and that she was surprisingly calm. Laura modestly shrugged her shoulders and calmly explained that she realized at the age of 6 that she was a genius, and that she did not need to be praised. Dave smiled in surprise at the coincidence, and noted with interest that he also realized that he was a genius at that age, and what a coincidence it was. Laura looked ahead at the hero, and said that she realized this when she saw that at the age of 10 neither her brothers nor sisters understood anything about geometry. Dave nodded sympathetically and shared with understanding that in his case he understood everything when he noticed that his 5-year-old sister could not learn at least 2 foreign languages. Laura stared at the protagonist and arrogantly stated that every time she saw people who could not understand simple truths, she felt sorry for them. Laura cruelly grinned at human stupidity, and cynically added that she did not understand how they even lived with such a tiny brain, and that in their place she would simply commit suicide. The protagonist looked at the girl philosophically and condescendingly concluded that most people were pathetic creatures, and that people like them could only lead them in the right direction. The girl turned to her like-minded person and sympathetically asked if it was not too tiring. The protagonist raised his hand up and realistically answered that such things existed, but they were still a part of this world. The guy scratched his chin pragmatically and continued in a practical manner that sometimes, for the sake of a great goal, you have to sacrifice something. The girl looked calmly at the interlocutor, and he curiously asked again if it was possible to sacrifice just once sometimes. The protagonist leaned over contentedly and answered that this was already quite enough. Dave looked at the girl and solemnly stated that he knew that he and Laura would get along. Laura stood up meaningfully and noted with interest that this was such a coincidence, and that in fact she thought so too. The girl stood in front of the protagonist. Dave turned to the potential ally and asked testingly that, then she should tell him who the smartest person in this world is, and the girl answered categorically that, of course, she is. There was a moon in the sky, and the protagonist methodically asked her what she would do with an irresponsible man who ignored everyone but himself, and Laura mercilessly replied that she would immediately cut off his limbs and hang him from the nearest branch. Dave threw his hand forward and asked her how she felt about innocent people. Laura stepped forward in disgust and contemptuously explained that she did not understand how they could live in their stupid little world, and that their purity was so blinding that it seemed to her as if they were not people at all. And the guy asked her what she thought of friendship, to which she selfishly replied that it was something she would only give to those who would not get in her way. Dave grinned madly and asked her what she thought of love, and the girl cruelly concluded that it was a beautiful path to destruction. The protagonist grinned madly and asked her what she thought of suicide. The girl smiled enthusiastically and exclaimed that it was perfect. The system automatically recorded the growth of mutual understanding and mechanically reported that the level of sympathy between Laura Deparnes and Dave had increased by 30 points. It was getting dark outside. Time was passing. The heroes were standing in front of the cage. Laura, freed, exited the cage and stated with relief that it was better this way. Dave, extending his hand to the freed girl in a friendly manner, asked how she felt about the feeling of freedom. Laura tilted her head to the side and answered with satisfaction that it was very convenient. Dave smiled mysteriously at the upcoming surprise and intriguingly said that then she should accept the first gift from him. A beam of energy hit the scroll. The girls on brooms flew towards the heroes. The girls flew over the city. Laura watched what was happening and asked with interest what it was. Columns of energy hit the city. Houses exploded. Fire blazed from the windows of buildings. The boy turned to the fire and ordered his girlfriend to watch more closely. Dave raised his hands to the sky in a solemn gesture and majestically proclaimed that this city would be cleansed today. The fire was blazing. The girls were flying on broomsticks. The fire was blazing in the sky. The girl on the broomstick snapped her fingers. The fire caught fire. The castle opened. The slaves stood in their cages, enchanted. The fire was blazing everywhere. The slave trader panicked at the sudden fire and screamed desperately what was happening, and anxiously commanded that the fire must be put out quickly, and that the goods were burning. The slave trader recoiled in horror from the attacking figure, and exclaimed in shock. The slave attacked him. Blood splattered on the ground, and he asked in horror who she was. The count covered his face from pain and arrogantly introduced himself as Rosal of Brutani, and that he should let the enemy know who he was. The girl stepped closer and the count warned her sternly that she would not get away with this, and that she would regret it. Lala stood before the enemy. Count Rosal desperately extended his hands in supplication and babbled pleadingly that he understood everything and that he needed to say what he wanted and that he would pay whatever he asked. Count Rosal covered his bloody face, trying to bargain for his life, and stuttered pitifully that if he needed money, he could buy his life, and that no, he was asking for mercy. The drunk guy groaned. The guy held his head. The whole city was ablaze. The guy panicked from what was happening and asked fearfully what was going on. The guy remembered how the protagonist said that he wanted to save Laura from slavery. The protagonist raised his hand to Jimmy and ordered him to pluck up courage because he would succeed. An image of a guy with a bottle appeared on the screen. The protagonist was smiling cheerfully. The bottle suddenly fell to the ground. The red-haired guy opened his eyes and wondered where Laura was. He rushed forward, thinking that he had to save her. The hero stood in the middle of a burning city. Witches were flying menacingly across the sky. The townspeople were running away from the slaves in panic. Armed slaves were running through the fiery streets. Fire was blazing everywhere. The protagonist pointed his finger up and asked if Laura could hear it after all. These were the dying cries of her tormentors. The girl smiled happily. The protagonist put his finger to his temple and thought that this was where her new life began. Then he raised his hands to the burning city and declared that this prelude was dedicated to her. The man stands in front of the fire. The girl looks at the demon king. Laura knelt down and said that she would henceforth acknowledge Dave as her master. The girl looked up and said that the life they had given her would be dedicated to serving him. The building is engulfed in flames, and Laura adds that she will obey any order from the hero until he betrays her. Demons kill people. The monster runs after the man, and the girl adds that her soul will be in his hands. The young man turns around and replies that he swears to always protect Laura's dignity. The guy walks forward and says that he, as the 71st Demon King, promises that the girl's loyalty will be rewarded. The guy stands in front of the girl. Dave looks down. Laura looks forward. Against the backdrop of the burning city, the Demon King puts his hand on the girl. The young man looks forward and asks to wait. The guy stands and asks what is happening here, and what Laura is doing. The hero silently looks away. The protagonist raised his head and said that Jimmy should have continued to sleep peacefully, and added that he was happier not knowing anything. The guy lowered his hands and wanted to know how the hero knew his name. An image of the standing protagonist appeared. The young man opened his eyes wide and said that he did not believe it. Jimmy extended his hand and suggested that Dave was the Demon King. The protagonist raised his head and clarified that he was the 71st Demon King Dave. The boy raised his head and asked if he was that Dave. A bead of sweat ran down the boy's face, realizing that everything he had told him was a lie, and suggested that the hero had intended to deceive him from the start. The protagonist bowed his head and said that he was grateful to Jimmy and that he was sorry that he had to deceive him. Dave raised his hands and noted that he had freed Laura and all the slaves. The people were walking in shackles. The demon was swinging an axe. The man was running away from the monster. The boy clenched his fist and asked what he was going to do with her. Dave stood next to the girl and said that he was not going to force her to do anything, and added that Laura was leaving with him of her own free will. The boy's mouth opened wide in surprise. An aura enveloped the hero, who told Jimmy to listen to him carefully, because he was not going to repeat himself, and ordered him to quickly return to his hometown before he was killed. The young man fell to the ground. The hero looks at the man in front of him and says that this will be a lesson to him, because he should not trust everyone so easily. The protagonist raised his hand and said that it was time for him and Laura to go. The girl looked back. The boy clenched his teeth. Dave, walking away from the boy with Laura, put his hand in his pocket. Clouds float across the night sky. The moon lights up the sky. Smoke rises. Flames envelop the building. An unknown person walks down the street. A shadow falls on the girl's face. The boy looks ahead. The hero raised his head and asked if she was finished. The girl raised her head and replied that the slave traders would not leave this city. The boy began to smile and said that she had done a great job. Lala looked behind the hero and asked who it was. The protagonist raised his hand and said that it was that same Laura. The girl looked ahead and asked who the man was. Dave turned around. Jimmy was wiping sweat from his face. The protagonist put his hand on his face and thought that he had just threatened to kill him, and then suggested that he had serious feelings for Laura. Lala grabbed her sword. The hero waved his hand and ordered her to stop. The protagonist turned and said that in their world it was rare to meet such naive and pure people, and then added that people like him should not be killed. The girl raised her head and asked what she meant by that. His foot stepped on the ground. Jimmy grabbed Laura's hand and asked her to stop. The guy looks at the girl and asks if she is sure about this, because that man is the Demon King. Laura turned and said that she knew everything perfectly well, but she decided that she would serve him. The boy extended his hand and tried to find out why she wanted to serve him, because they could do anything with her. The girl raised her head and asked what could be worse than her current life, and the master would give her a new life. The light illuminates the woman's face, who says that for the first time in her life, she feels her heart flutter. The boy silently looks forward. The hand dropped down. People are standing in the street. The girl raised her head and turned to the protagonist. The hero bowed his head and told her not to pay attention, because for her this is goodbye to her old life. Lala looks forward. The boy lowered his head and said that he saw Laura smiling for the first time. The boy closed his eyes and realized that he had caused her so much pain all the time and apologized. Jimmy raised his head and thought that it was too late to ask for forgiveness. The man opened his mouth wide. The boy stands in front of the girl and thinks about what he wants to tell her. The blade pierces the body of the boy, who does not have time to finish what he said. Jimmy turned his head. The demoness holds a sword in the body of a man. The girl bowed her head. The guy fell to his knees. The hero looks away in shock. The protagonist spread his hands and asked what Lala was doing and asks if she understands what she did. The demoness raised her head and said that she was doing what she had to. The hero looks forward and suggests that she likes senseless killings. Lala walks and says that it is not senseless. The girl looks at the guy and added that the hero ordered her to kill all the slavers and those associated with them. The hand holds the sword, and a female voice says that this is so that no one will know about the protagonist's appearance in the city. Blood gushed onto the ground, and the girl added that she does not understand why they should leave the only witness alive. Lala stands with the sword in her hands and asks if this is really a senseless death. Dave looks forward. Blood flows down the blade. Lala looks down and says that she swore allegiance to someone who was cruel and merciless, adding that he would do everything cleanly and without a single mistake. Lala raised her hand, and the system window reported that Lala's sympathy level had decreased by 5 points. The protagonist bowed his head and asked the girl to stop. Blood flows along the ground. The demoness raised her head and added that it was like a different person in front of her now. A system window appeared, which reported that Lala's sympathy level for the protagonist had decreased by 3 points. The young man raised his head and once again asked the girl to stop. System windows appeared, reporting a drop in Lala's sympathy level. The protagonist approached the demoness and said that she was a devilish woman. The girl stands with a sword in her hands and asks the hero how he perceived her until now. Dave looks at the girl. The protagonist extends his hand and asks Lala why. The hero swings his sword. The girl covers the demon with her hand. Lala turned around. The protagonist is standing with a knife. The maids are looking at the guy. The woman is looking forward, and the hero remembered that when he tried to kill her mother, and when he tried to punish that maid, she stopped him. Dave raised his head and said that he believed that she would understand him. The sword is sticking out of the boy's body, and the demoness replied that he was wrong and that Dave never seemed to understand her. The hand lifted the man's head, and Lala added that he should forever remember the face of this dead man. The guy opened his mouth wide. Lala holds the head and says that the protagonist will have the same fate. The boy frowned. The demoness looked forward and said that if he forgets about his weakness, then one day there will be someone who will take advantage of it. The protagonist grabbed his head and said that it is worse than demons. The girl raised her head and asked how Dave still perceived her. September 20th, 1505 on the imperial calendar, the residence of Admiral Nibrahim. Dave sits on the throne and tries to understand what Lapis wanted from him. Barbados holds a bottle and says that they need to take a break, because they talked for so long that it was already night. The guy looked away. The young man reaches for the cabinet and says that he entrusted this to his subordinate. Dave holds wine in his hands. The woman looks at the bottle with pleasure. The hero began to smile. An image of a hand with a bottle appeared, and the hero added that the hellish mountain, a place where the best wines in the demon world are produced. The volcano erupts, and the protagonist said that the wines made by the Magma company are considered the best among them, and the best craftsmen renew the spells cast on the wine every 6 months. The girl jumped up from the couch and asked the hero to shut up, then shouted that it was Nürnberg Rel 1101. The boy tilted his head and realized that it was very expensive, and the woman said that she did not believe the hero, who pretended not to know the price of this wine. Dave looked forward and said that if she listened to him to the end, she could take the first sip. Barbados began to smile, and said that it was easy. The boy leaned over laughing and sarcastically noted that the great and terrible Lady Barbados had stooped to such a low point, to which the girl replied that he should say whatever he wanted and quickly give it to her. The woman drinks wine from a glass and says that it tastes great. The boy sits on the throne and says that the Demon King's castle was about to be attacked. The girl looked away and realized that the letter was real. The young man raised his glass and said that now the climax is coming. September 15th, 1505, Imperial Calendar, Demon King Dave's castle. A witch flies on a broom. The door creaked open. A boy sits on a chair and asks the girl across from her if she has settled into the castle. Laura stands in the passage and says that everything is the same everywhere. The girl raised her head and said that she has food and can wash as much as she wants. The boy raised his head and said that this is the most important thing. The witch flew to the window and reported that there is an army 30 kilometers north of them. They are moving in their direction, and their number is 2,000. The demon folded his arms. The sun illuminates the banner. The knight raised his horn. Soldiers are walking with shields. A group of warriors is walking. People are marching. The horse is standing on the ground. The adjutant approached the lord and asked if this building was Dave's castle and if they would find deposits of black grass there. A man sits on a horse and says to address him as a general, because the battle will begin soon. The subordinate raised his head and apologized to the general. An old man sits on a horse, the guardian of the north, Cole. The general raised his head. The old man looks ahead and says that whether the rumors are true or not, it does not matter. The problem is that these rumors have spread to his land, and added that now people will be consumed by panic and fear. An image of peasants appeared, and a male voice summarized that if they do nothing, they will finally lose the trust of the people. The man turned and said that the people must see that they are doing everything in their power. The old man looks ahead and says that whether there is black grass in the castle is unimportant, because it is more important to show the people that they are doing something for them. The man raised his head to the general and said that this is all politics. The old man looks ahead and says that their enemy, the 71st Demon King, added that he is a weak king who does not even have allies. The army of people moved forward, and the general said that by defeating Dave, they could easily restore people's faith in them. An image of the terrain appeared, and the commander added that their lands were relatively close to the protagonist's castle and realized that if they found a cure for the plague there, it would be incredible luck. The soldier knelt down and began to report. An old man sits on a horse, and a male voice says that no enemy structures were spotted ahead. The commander looked ahead and said that the goddess herself favors them. Cole raised his sword and said that they are not afraid of the Demon King Dave and added that together, their army will defeat him. Clouds float across the sky. The sun illuminates the fortress. The protagonist sits at the table. The guy raised his hand and said that Laura's first battle has finally begun. Women's feet step on the floor. The girl approached the hero and said that she will give him advice for the last time. The subordinate looked away and said that all her knowledge came from books and that she had no experience in real battles, adding that she could kill all of his mercenaries. Laura stood in front of the protagonist and asked if these conditions were acceptable to him. The young man crossed his arms and said that she shouldn't worry about it. The protagonist spread his arms and said that they were mercenaries and that she could kill as many of them as she wanted. The guy started to smile and said that he could always just hire more people since he had plenty of money. Someone waved. The girl looked down. The guy touched the girl's collar and said that no one could replace her. Laura looked up. The protagonist spread his arms and told her to think of it not as a battlefield, but as a child's game. The piece moved across the board, and Dave added that she had 3,000 toys she could play with. The hero holds the piece. The girl bowed her head. Laura pushed back her chair. The woman's hand touched the black figure, and the girl said that she would follow his order. An image of soldiers appeared. Laura picked up the figure. The guy is sitting on the throne. The young man raised his hand. An army of people is approaching the enemy. The girl sits in front of the figures and remembers the hero's words that this is not a battlefield. The knights are moving forward. The girl touched her face. The hand moves the figure. Laura raised her head and said that she would follow his advice and play with soldiers. The protagonist looked up at the girl. The mercenaries raised their weapons. The woman looks at the map and says that it is time to begin. The enemy army is approaching the people. The scout sits in front of the general and says that they have returned from reconnaissance. The mercenaries are standing with weapons, and a male voice reported that armed troops are blocking their path about 3 kilometers away, presumably the enemy forces. The old man raised his head and realized that Dave had an army. The general lowered his head and asked to describe them. The scout kneels and says that judging by everything, this is a mercenary squad. The knight lowered his head and when asked about the enemy's numbers said that there were probably 200 people. The old man lowered his head and said that this was a battlefield, and inaccurate information could be fatal for them. The scout raised his head and asked him to forgive him. The general looked away and told the adjutant that they would see for themselves and asked him to follow him. The commander rides a horse. The sun illuminates the battlefield. The old man looks ahead and thinks that he was right, because there are about 200 mercenaries here, and this is not so many. The man looked away and did not understand why they were located here. The general looks ahead and realizes that the Demon King already knew about their arrival, which means that this information somehow leaked to him. Cole turned his head and decided that now the priority was to defeat the enemy in front of him. An image of mercenaries appeared, and a male voice said that the decision to invade was made half a month ago. Even if he knew about it 2 weeks ago, he would not be able to gather many mercenaries. The old man turned to the adjutant and told him to listen to his order. The general extended his hand and said to mobilize the archers and attack from both flanks at once. The soldiers blew the bugle. The soldier began to shout. The knights on horseback moved into battle. The sun illuminates the fortress. The protagonist crossed his arms, realizing that it had all begun. The figures stand on the map. A purple aura enveloped the horses. The girl bowed her head. The pawn stands in front of 2 horses. The troops look at each other. The soldiers raise their bows. The mercenaries raise their heads. The man looks up. Arrows fly at the enemy. Shells pierce the air. Smoke surrounds the enemy army. The old man sits on his horse and asks the adjutant to report the situation. The man frowned. The general looked up and realized that the enemy was not counterattacking. The knights were blocking the arrows with their shields, and the commander thought that the enemy was planning something and realized that there could be no support from the rear, because there was nowhere to hide, because they would have already seen the arrival of reinforcements. A bead of sweat ran down the man's face, trying to understand what their commander was doing. Arrows rained down on the mercenaries, and Cole noticed that they had not changed formation, were not attacking in response, but were simply taking the blows, and added that even if they were mercenaries, was it worth wasting their lives like that? The adjutant turned and reported that they had managed to disorient them. The old man looked ahead and gave the order for them to continue firing. The man was blowing his bugle. The general sat on his horse and could not find words for what was happening. The soldiers drew their bows. The archers aimed upwards. Arrows pierced the bodies of the enemies. The shell pierces the mercenaries' armor. Blood gushed onto the ground. The horse gallops across the ground. The general looks at the bodies of the defeated enemies. An arrow is sticking out of the mercenary's body. Blood is spreading on the ground. Cole frowned and tried to understand what the Demon King was planning. The guy looks ahead. Laura raised her head and said that 1 infantry cannot stand against a squad of archers and added that she will take this into account for the future. The young man stood up. Dave holds the girl by the hair and says that they need to think now. Laura closed her eyes and asked the hero to stop. The young man raised his head and said that he had never seen a worse battle in his life. Laura holds the guy's hand and says that he trusted her, and added that he was to blame for everything. The protagonist let go of the girl and asked what she was hinting at. Laura holds her head and says that she only read books on military strategy, and just wanted to test her knowledge and practice. The young man raised his head and asked what she was really planning. The girl looks at the hero and says that she just wanted to check how well they obey orders. The young man grabbed the girl by the hair. Laura is lying on the table. The hero bowed his head and said that the goddess of victory smiles only at the brave, those who are ready to take risks, and added that she will never win if she delays making decisions. The girl opened her eyes and repeated the hero's words. The guy raised his hands and said that reckless courage can break any obstacles. The girl raised her hand and repeated the words about recklessness and courage and said that she understood. The hero silently looks forward. The girl sits on a chair and says that she behaved too passively and added that although she is a genius, when it comes to war she is still a child and realized that her pride will not help here. Dave is standing behind Laura, who said that she will fix everything. The young man began to smile and told her to do as she wishes, because she has complete freedom of action, and asked to take away all the glory and victory from them. The girl raised her head and said that everything will be done. The old man moves with his army, and the hero asks Laura what she will do next. The girl looked ahead and said that she needs time to think. The general looks ahead. There was a blue sky above the desert land. The army of horsemen moved forward. The general looked ahead tensely as he thought about how this was not his first battle, but for the first time, victory came to him strangely easily. He had the reins in his hands as he wondered what this Demon King Dave was planning. A soldier approached Cole, asking what kind of battle this was. The gray-haired man frowned, looking ahead seriously. The warrior in the helmet clenched his fist as he said that this was too cruel, and that he used the mercenaries as human shields, summing up that their lives were wasted in vain. The knight looked at the general in front of him, who told him not to show sympathy to the enemy, adding that he always cared about others more than himself, and that it was a bad habit. Ron put his hand on his chest as he agreed with him, and asked for his forgiveness. The bearded man smiled slightly. Cole looked forward determinedly, his mouth wide open as he said that it was okay and that as a man he respected his position, however they were on a battlefield, and then asked his subordinate to consider that sympathy could be fatal for a warrior. The rider and adjutant were shown in profile as the soldier agreed with him. Cole frowned heavily as he said that they had their own way to find justice, and that Dave should accept his death calmly. Suddenly a knight knelt before him and addressed him, informing him that a messenger from a scouting party had arrived, and the general told him to report. The soldier in the helmet opened his mouth as he told that there was a new mercenary squad ahead. The white-haired man gritted his teeth in anger. The protagonist stood behind the blonde girl. Laura's green eyes were shown up close. The general looked through a telescope. The armored warriors carried blue banners. Cole's face was shown up close as he thought about how there were about 150 of them this time, and that they were the same mercenaries as last time. The opponents were holding bows in their hands to shoot. The white-haired man stared ahead, holding a telescope, as he thought about what to make of this, and that last time they came across an infantry squad, and this group was entirely made up of archers. The helmeted mercenaries were holding their weapons to shoot as the general thought about how he had never seen such a tactic before, and how once the infantry got close enough they would be powerless to resist, and then wondered if they even knew the basics of warfare. Cole covered his mouth as he thought about how that didn't seem to be the case, and how it was probably not intentional. The helmeted knights were standing in a line, as he realized that it looked more like the archery unit was there to help the infantry, assuming they had been delayed by something and weren't in time. The warriors used their shields to shield themselves from the arrows. The defending soldiers drew their spears as the general thought that if that was the case, it would explain why the previous unit hadn't put up much of a fight. The grim face of the white-haired man was shown up close as he realized something. In the distance, an enemy army was visible in front of him, when he remembered that it was just a bunch of mercenaries, and that they had only recently been assembled and could not act together, assuming that there were most likely other groups nearby. The general was shown half-turned, when he realized that he had to make a quick decision then. He opened his mouth very wide, when he ordered the cavalry to charge the enemy and break them without giving them a chance to resist. The riders raised red banners, shouting that they would not take a step back. The horse reared in front of the archers. The warrior in the red cloak held out his hand with the sword to the side. Cole watched the battlefield, when he assumed that it was all over. Next to him stood an adjutant, who turned to the general, saying that the goddess herself must be smiling on them. The white-haired man turned around, when he told his subordinates not to relax, adding that they would celebrate the victory when they returned home. Cole raised his hand in front of his army as he shouted that everything was fine and that they were getting closer to victory, and that they should keep moving and that at this rate they would destroy Dave's castle. The protagonist touched the head of the crying girl who called him master and asked him to stop. Laura grabbed her head in front of him as the Demon King said that he told her to be reckless, of course, but that was different from stupidity, and that they were two different things. The blonde looked at the protagonist with displeasure as she asked him to listen to her. Sweat was pouring down the girl's face as she said that she would not repeat her previous mistake and that she calculated that she could defeat a third of their warriors. The protagonist looked down menacingly as he asked her what she meant. Dave stood behind Laura, who asked him how he was feeling right now. The blonde grinned creepily as she said that playing real soldiers was a lot of fun. The brunette opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. The girl looked at her hand as she said that, to be honest, she was surprised herself, and that when the owner told her to treat the soldiers' lives like toys, she wasn't sure if she could do it. Laura opened both her palms in front of her, as she added that she thought she had morals and a sense of ethics, and that she believed that only books could bring true joy. Her hand shook as she wondered how anyone could do something that went against reason, explaining that she didn't believe it could bring any pleasure. The blonde looked ahead in admiration as she admitted that in practice it turned out to be more fun than she imagined. The pleased protagonist touched her shoulder, as he replied that he knew they were made of the same stuff. He held his hands out to the sides as he addressed the girl, asking if she knew what this pleasure was called. The protagonist bent his index finger as he explained that the desire to own and control, as well as the feeling of superiority, could be satisfied in many ways, but there was something more intuitive, more simple. Laura's mouth dropped open, looking ahead. A smirking Dave opened his palm in front of him as he explained that this feeling was called power. The blonde was shown in profile as she asked him again. The creepy master stood in front of her as he answered that everything was correct, and that it was a power capable of turning this world into a bloodbath, and that for him it was one of the reasons to continue to exist in this world. The girl was sitting at the table as she addressed the overlord, asking if power made life more fun. Fighting warriors were shown as the Demon King advised her to think for herself about why there were endless wars in the world. The man with the staff sat on the throne in front of his subjects when the protagonist told him that the answer was obvious, and that power was so sweet that it surpassed human lives, concluding that no one could resist it. Laura looked amazed. The protagonist was in front of her when he asked if it was true that she also wanted more and if manipulating people, controlling their lives and deciding the time of their death did not bring a feeling of superiority over others. The girl rested her hand on the table when she addressed the owner. The blonde blushed, looking forward when she admitted that she had never felt anything like this since she was born. Dave's pupils narrowed greatly when he answered that she was now truly living and then asked about her true feelings. Laura looked ahead with a sweet smile when she said that now she really felt like she was truly living. The Demon King smiled contentedly as he said that it was true and that this was how people like them experienced life, concluding that with him she would be able to see a better landscape. Suddenly, sweat appeared on his face. Raindrops fell into the water. The girl bent her knee in front of the protagonist as he told her to do so and acknowledge him as her lord. Lala looked languidly at his palm as he added that he would grant her true power then. The protagonist's eyes were wide open as she responded, dedicating her life to him. Dave turned away from the blonde, informing her that he would step away and that he was leaving everything to her. Laura placed her hand on her heart as she responded in agreement, saying that everything would be fine and that her experiment had come to an end, and that the seeds had already been planted. The Demon King ran, bending his hand in front of him as he realized that everything was connected. He remembered Lala turning around, looking back. The brunette imagined swinging his blade. The protagonist, out of breath from running, opened his mouth. He imagined the girl standing in front of him when she said that he didn't seem to understand her at all. The protagonist remembered talking to the maids. He was shown being enveloped in a red aura. A door appeared at the end of the hallway. Dave imagined Lala, looking ahead attentively. Her face was covered in blood when she addressed him, asking him what he thought of her now. The Demon King gritted his teeth when he thought about finally understanding the reason for her disappointment, and realizing why she was angry with him. The door was wide open. The brunette opened his mouth, breathing heavily. A girl in a suit stood in front of him when he addressed her. Lala looked away attentively. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile when he confessed that he loved her. He stood near the wide open door. The girl looked away with concentration. The protagonist's face was dripping with sweat. Lala's mouth was slightly open as she addressed the Demon King, saying that it was not the first time she had asked him to knock before entering. A shadow fell on Dave's face as he said that now they needed to talk about a very difficult and delicate topic that was happening between them. The girl held a piece of paper as she asked why so suddenly. The brunette smiled slightly when he called her by name. She looked away with a piercing gaze. The agitated protagonist looked ahead as he confessed that he had fallen in love with her. Barbados looked ahead with anger. She was sitting in front of the protagonist as she asked why she had to listen to this nonsense. He opened his palms as he replied that after all, that's what love is. Dave smiled charmingly. The blonde rolled her eyes. The demon, pleased, bent one finger as he wondered why he wanted to kill Lala's mother so much, since he wouldn't really get anything out of her death. He sat in a chair with his arms outstretched as he said that he still wanted to kill her. Then he was asked about the reason. The boy took a flower out of the vase as he explained that the answer was right before his eyes. He brought the plant to his face as he explained that the thing was that he had fallen in love with Lala. Barbados held a glass as she smirked, wondering if she had heard correctly, and if he had fallen in love with her, and that was why he wanted to cut her parent. The flower was in front of his open mouth. The blue-eyed girl looked forward in horror. The toothless old woman opened her mouth wide. The protagonist raised his hand, swinging his sword, as he thought about how, firstly, he had tried to kill her wayward mother. The maids bowed, closing their eyes. The frightened brunette was in front of the master, who remembered that after that he almost killed the servant, who simply clicked her tongue. The protagonist with red eyes looked ahead when he realized that if the public found out about this, his reputation would be destroyed. The guy with the bottle was watching the demon. Jimmy frowned, looking ahead when Dave thought about the fact that, thirdly, he wanted to save the life of the witness. Lala was behind her master. The young man looked down guiltily when the protagonist realized that the reason for this was his honesty. He tore off a petal when he summed up that he himself was hypocritically trying to win over his beloved. The pink part of the flower fell when the protagonist thought about the fact that once can be called an accident, twice is a coincidence, and 3 times are already statistics. He sat with the plant in his hands thinking that he was not so stupid as to not notice such obvious things, and then wondered why he chose to close his eyes to everything. Lala turned around, standing with her back, when Dave realized that this woman had driven him crazy. The brunette looked down thoughtfully when he remembered that initially his greatest pleasure was to drive people to despair. He imagined how he stepped on his subject. His smirking face was shown close up when the demon thought about how he felt happy that time with Isaac. The protagonist, engulfed in flames, swung his blade. He looked forward menacingly, his mouth slightly open, when he realized that in those incidents with the mother of his lover and the maid, he felt only anger. Sitting in a chair, the protagonist was shown in profile when he realized that he did the first for power, and the second for love. He sat in front of the evil queen when he said he couldn't believe he had actually fallen in love. His eyes were full of determination when he said he knew how to deal with it now. The blonde's yellow eyes were shown up close when she asked him again, and wondered what he meant. A shadow fell on Dave's smiling face when he asked if she really wanted to hear it, and then replied that she just needed to break up with Lala. Barbados leaned forward, lowering her glass. The demon continued to look ahead, smiling, when he asked her to imagine how disappointed she had already been in him. He imagined her behind him when he concluded that she had never sought his love. The protagonist touched his chin, holding a flower, when he told her that they had done a lot of things in bed. The evil queen's mouth dropped open, rolling her eyes. Across from her sat the protagonist, who added that the body and soul were 2 different things, and that her body alone would not be enough for him, and that he needed a deeper connection with her. Lala looked down in concentration when he said that she would do anything for power. His lover was in a cage when Dave said that his love would only hinder her. The old woman's mouth fell open, looking forward when he called her the girl's mother. The uniformed maids leaned forward when the demon mentioned them. Jimmy looked upset when he summed up that because of his love, he unknowingly hindered Lala and her lust for power. A rose was shown when the protagonist said that, in other words, he completely ignored her own desires. The protagonist crushed the flower in his hand when he said that he loved power more than her. He and Barbados sat across from each other when the boy said that she was only second. The demon queen frowned, pointing in front of her, as she replied that it wasn't love, and that she didn't care if they broke up or not, but it was impossible for her to be next after power. The petals fell from Dave's hand, who retorted that it seemed natural to him, but perhaps he had slightly exaggerated his love for her. The blonde stuck out her tongue as she replied that his talk was a waste of time, and that they were only wasting drinks. An angry Barbados sat right in front of him as she asked if it was okay to return to the war, to which he responded in the affirmative, remembering that chronologically it was their first. The army was marching in formation through the forest in front of the Demon King's castle when it was revealed that it was September 15th, 1505, according to the imperial calendar. In front of the rider was a man who reported that the scouts had found a cave and that it seemed to be the entrance to their enemy's castle. Cole frowned, looking down as he replied that it meant that it was time to begin the invasion and that they would proceed as planned, which everyone agreed to. Clouds were floating across the blue sky. The adjutant held his hands out to the sides as he stood next to the general as he addressed him, saying that he was still curious as to whether or not there really was a supply of black grass. The silver-haired man looked away as he replied that, as he had said before, it was not their priority, and that they were doing this to show the people their support. His brows drew together as he thought about the truth of the matter. The plague had spread heavily across their lands and that they could use some black grass. The castle was illuminated by the sun's rays when someone addressed the general, telling him that they had received a report from the first squad that had entered the cave. The rider and the army were in front of the messenger, who said that it seemed that they had found a warehouse inside with the same plant, and that there were supplies for 6 carts. Ron turned towards Cole as he addressed him. The silver-haired man raised his head to the sun as he addressed the goddess. He clenched his fist, closing his eyes and realizing that with this they could save the people suffering from the plague. The general, holding the reins, opened his mouth wide as he exclaimed that everything was fine, and ordered the soldiers to be careful when extracting all the supplies of the black herb, and to continue with the plan. Someone in a black cloak took a step forward. The protagonist stopped in the doorway as he addressed Laura, asking about the situation. The blonde's mouth was slightly open as she remained silent. The castle was visible behind the cave as Cole was informed that they had taken out everything that was in there. The silver-haired man frowned heavily as he looked ahead as he replied that it was good and ordered them to listen to his further instructions, to which the others agreed. Ron held his hand out with his mouth wide open as he ordered them to listen to his command, to act quickly and evacuate everyone from the cave. A light was visible at the end of the tunnel. A huge explosion occurred. Smoke was spreading out from the cave. Rubble was shown. Cole held his hand out as he sat on his horse as he shouted that everything was fine and then addressed the warriors, informing them that they were returning home. The rider was in front of the helmeted adjutant as he was addressed, saying that they were already retreating, asking if they hadn't come for the Demon King's head. The mustachioed man looked at the carts, explaining that now that they had the black herb, there was no point in wasting time on the demon's head. In front of the castle was a collapsed cave entrance. When he thought about how if he had more troops, he would never have given them these valuable plants, and how that meant that they could not expect pursuit. The general looked back, his mouth slightly open, when he added that they should return as soon as possible for the sake of the sick people, and that this was the best solution. Ron, in a cloak, stood by his side, when he replied that he was indeed the voice of the people. Cole smiled widely when he said that it was time to take this black herb to their homeland, reminding them that their families were waiting for them. Soldiers stood behind him with their hands raised. The protagonist stopped next to Laura, when he asked if she really gave them these plants, to which she answered in the affirmative. She had a chess piece in her hands when she turned to the owner, advising him to watch closely. A map of the area was shown. The blonde looked away with a smile when she said that from now on it would only get more interesting. While the tree was growing, the infantry was walking through the forest. Looking away, the guy said that the lands of Rosenberg were saved. I'm sure the people would be ready to believe that he was a saint. Smiling, the general replied that yes, finally, they would rid them of the epidemic. Turning his head, Ron asked that shouldn't they send the black grass to the market. Wide-eyed, he added that he would be praised, just for being able to buy medicine. Frowning, Cole replied that no, all the medicinal herbs would be given away to the sick for free. The guy looked at him in amazement and asked why. Sitting on his horse, the general said that luck had already been on their side twice. Firstly, their lands were located near Dave's possessions. Looking straight ahead, he added that secondly, they were able to repel the enemy attack without losses. Now it was their turn to sacrifice profit for the good of the people. Looking to the side, the man asked that he was wrong. Bowing, Ron replied that he was absolutely right. Asking for forgiveness, he should not have disputed his decision. Looking at the general, he added that he swears to serve him until the end of his days. Cole smiled and asked, by the way, how old will his children be this year? Walking next to him, Ron answered that his daughter will be 6, and his son will be 2 tomorrow. Looking to the side, the man said that I understand, then they need to hurry so that he can meet his family, to which the knight thanked him. Suddenly, the man stopped in front of them and turned. Frowning, Cole said that he should calm down. What is going on? Standing on one knee, the man said that there was a message from reconnaissance. Enemy soldiers are located ahead on the hill behind the forest. His eyes widened and he asked how that was possible. The man stretched his hand out to the side and said calmly, the war wasn't over until they returned to their homeland, so he needed precise information on where they were and how many soldiers they had. Looking at him, the knight replied that he was listening. They were located on a hill just beyond the forest. The girl was holding a chess piece in her hands. She put it on the table. Laura stretched her hand forward. The chess was on the map. The girl smiled sarcastically. The general looked in amazement, hearing that there were 3,000, to which he asked again. The soldiers stood still. A huge army appeared. Cole was looking through the telescope. The guy opened his eyes in fear and turned around, to which the man replied that he shouldn't panic. They needed to get away from here as quickly as possible. Frowning, he added that they might have to give battle. Let them be ready. Understood him. Raising his hand up, Ron shouted that they were moving forward at maximum speed. Looking straight ahead, the man thought about what to do. They had 2,000 soldiers, and the enemy had 3,000. The general turned around and added, damn it. The knights stood still. The thought came that it was obvious to them whose advantage was on their side. The guys looked at each other. Frowning, Cole thought that, but he was the commander, and had no right to doubt. Carts with grass appeared, and he added that they also had cargo. Looking straight ahead, the man thought that he needed to calmly think about why the enemy was located there. Gritting his teeth, he added that if they had 3,000 soldiers, why didn't they send all their troops to them from the very beginning? They had a chance to attack them at the very beginning. Closing his eyes, the general thought about the fact that but they appeared only after they destroyed the enemy warehouse. No matter how you look at it, it's abnormal. He can't understand the reason. The man looked ahead angrily. Turning around, he shouted that they should listen to his order. Holding on to the harness, the general thought that he needed to raise their morale. Now or never, they would fight. Looking at the knights, he shouted that everything was fine. The enemy had just arrived on the battlefield. Even if they tried to attack them, they would outrun them in speed. Ron looked in amazement, hearing that the destroyed enemy warehouse was proof of this. Raising his hand, Cole shouted that they had underestimated them, and thus contributed to their success. The knights looked at him and listened to him say that they should not be afraid. They were all rested and full of strength. The soldiers stood at attention. Frowning, the man shouted that what about them? They had just arrived on the battlefield, tired and weak. If they attacked now, they could win. Opening his mouth wide, he added that they should remember they were not far from their lands, where their families and friends were waiting for them. The knights raised their weapons, hearing that together they would defeat them and return home. No one would die here. The soldiers began to prepare for battle. Looking straight ahead, Cole shouted that they should show them who they were. The soldiers began to blow their horns, hearing that they should sound the battle march. Stretching his hand forward, the general shouted that the cavalry should go into battle. The soldiers rushed forward. The people began to fight. A fierce battle appeared. The chess was standing on the map. Putting his hand to his face, the hero asked her if she was sure, to which Laura responded approvingly. With wide eyes, the girl said that everything would be fine, no problem. She smiled, hearing that the fighting spirit of the enemy cavalry was amazing. Sitting behind her, the protagonist said that the enemy acted stupidly. They should have run away as soon as they saw their soldiers. Looking down, he added that there would have been a chase, but 30% would have survived. Looking at him, Laura replied that they did not run away, they chose to fight, as if it was the most obvious solution. Sitting on a chair, she asked what a nose, why they decided that way. Lowering her head, Dave asked what the black grass was. Stretching her hands forward, the girl said what exactly? The black grass can save their land from the epidemic. They are so obsessed with this carriage that they cannot let go of it. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that this was a wonderful strategy. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that Laura used the hope contained in the black grass. The general clenched his teeth tightly. A thought appeared that against their enemy, they did not even realize that they were fooled. They fell for this hope, like a fish on a hook. Putting his hand to his face, Dave asked what she would do next. Do not underestimate the enemy. Looking straight ahead, Laura replied that it was easy, but she was selfish. Leaning on the table, she added that once she tasted the luxurious life, she would never be able to refuse it again. The hero grinned, hearing that this was her final touch. Looking to the side, the girl said that they would join the battle. A fierce battle appeared. Knights attacked each other. The battlefield appeared. The general looked ahead angrily. Looking to the side, the guy shouted that the enemy cavalry was retreating. The knights ran forward. It was heard that he did not understand what they were thinking. Cole frowned with anger. Looking straight ahead, he shouted that all forces to the right flank. Looking at him, the soldier replied that but then the left flank would be completely defenseless. Turning his head, the general replied that it was okay, their goal. Carts appeared. It was heard that black grass. A view of the battlefield opened up. The hero sat on a chair. The girl grinned and said that war was indeed an interesting thing. Looking to the side, she added that you can move people as you wish. It's so much fun. The protagonist silently looked forward. Laura grinned when she heard that you can attack the left flank and instantly defeat them. But it's not that interesting. Raising her hand, she addressed the proud warriors. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that they should show their spirit, fight as if she was guilty of all sins. Putting her hands to her face, she added that they should fight like mad dogs, show her a senseless war. The knights fought among themselves. The general stood still. Frowning, he thought that the situation was not in their favor. With each passing minute the position of their troops was getting worse. There was no longer any possibility of retreat. The soldiers swung their swords. The thought appeared that they were desperately trying to resist a superior army. They were fighting on equal terms. Looking straight ahead, Cole thought that now they were driven forward by hope, the opportunity to protect the black grass, the chance to save their families. Gritting his teeth, he added that but in reality it would not help to cover the difference in numbers. The enemy was stronger. Looking at the battle, the general thought that they were at the limit. Turning his head, Ron said that they all turned out to be bait. They had thought it all out from the very beginning to catch them by surprise. Looking at him, the man answered that no, he did not think so. On the way here they destroyed 2 detachments, 300 people. They were lucky that the main troops did not have time to approach and they were not defeated immediately. The blow flew along the ground. It was heard that, and that was not all, they destroyed one of the passages to the castle. Frowning, the general said that even if it was a trap, then discovering the warehouse was clearly not part of their plan. It was pointless for the enemy to give up their resources. He froze, thinking that there could be no mistake. They had taken the enemy's reserves of black grass by force. They could destroy them now. It would no longer be called a full-fledged victory. Green particles appeared around him and the man thought about what and why. Such an unpleasant feeling. Looking down, he added that the situation needed to be changed. Looking straight ahead, the general said that they were mobilizing air mages. The mages held brooms in their hands. The thought appeared that they had only 4 mages. They were their trump card for an emergency. The mages attacked the knights. The thought appeared that there were few of them, but it was enough to instill fear. Gritting his teeth, Cole shouted a command. The mages rushed forward. The thought appeared that there were only 4, but the lives of 2,000 soldiers. People were crying. The thought appeared that the lives of their people too. Holding the weapon in his hands, the man thought that he was asking. He looked angrily and added that they just needed to destroy the enemy lines. That was their last hope. The wizards were flying towards each other. The guy suddenly looked in amazement. Suddenly the girl struck him. The man's gaze froze in fear. The wizard began to fall from his broom. Ron mumbled in fear. The girls were sitting on their brooms. Looking at them, the man asked what the witches were doing here. The guy stretched his hand out to the side and addressed him. With his eyes wide open, Cole thought why did they appear now? If they had been here from the very beginning, they would have been defeated by now. Looking at the battlefield, he added that why didn't they intervene earlier? Wasn't their goal to destroy their troops? Gritting his teeth, the man thought that it was clear, this incessant discomfort. Lowering his hand, he added that he had made a mistake, when, at the very beginning. The guy looked in bewilderment, hearing the address. Frowning, the general said that they were raising the white flag. They were surrendering. Ron stretched out his hands and asked why now. They were still there. Gritting his teeth, the man replied that they had never intended to destroy them quickly from the start. All the enemy wanted was to slowly and painfully kill them all. Standing still, he added that if they continued in the same spirit, they would all die. They could still raise a white flag now. Perhaps they would have mercy. Looking down, the man said that unfortunately nothing could be changed. Standing in front of him, the guy exclaimed, to which the general replied that there were no objections. Let him send a messenger to the enemy. The corpses lay on the ground. It was heard that they had received a message from the enemy general. Swords lay on the ground. A burnt flag appeared. It was heard that they must return all the black grass. The general walked forward. It was said that they should lay down their arms and throw the flag, and appear before them in this form, in which case they would be spared. Ron frowned and said that it was too terrible. He was going to just take and throw everything, both weapons and military honor. The man lowered his head when he heard that they should fight until death. Looking away, he asked what and what would it give them. Ron gritted his teeth when he heard that if they all died here, then chaos would begin in Rosenberg. For the sake of their families, now they must endure this. The man looked angrily and said that but they will not forget about this shame and someday clear their names. The general suddenly stopped. He frowned. The girl was walking towards him. She smirked slightly. The guy looked at her in amazement and asked who it was, what a child was doing in such a place. The people froze in surprise. Laura closed her eyes. She stretched her hand to the side. Cole looked at her in amazement and said that what a noble pose, she was like an angel. Suddenly his gaze froze. The man opened his mouth wide. The girl's eyes lit up. It seemed like that same unpleasant feeling that did not leave him. The people were standing behind the general. Stretching his hand to the side, Cole shouted that they should run. It was a trap. The man stood in front of the girl. Laura stretched her hand to the side. The man turned around and addressed him. The guys opened their eyes in amazement. Stretching his hand forward, Cole said that it did not matter where. The main thing was to escape. Arrows flew through the air. The general looked away in amazement. Shots cut through the air. The girl grinned slightly. A huge hail of arrows appeared. The hero was sitting on a chair. Shots flew forward. The protagonist smiled, looking straight ahead. The charges began to fly down. The man opened his eyes in amazement. An arrow rushed towards him. A bloody splash appeared. Cole froze in place. An arrow was stuck in Ron's shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he asked that he was safe. The general, his eyes wide, asked why him. The soldier, holding his hand out to the side, shouted that they should listen to him. They would protect the general so that he could retreat. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing. He couldn't leave them here. Shots were flying at the men. Frowning, Ron shouted that he should run faster. The general froze and objected. Standing in front of him, the young man asked why he was hesitating. What would happen to Rosenberg if he died here? Standing by the horse, the boy shouted that he should go faster. Ron, his eyes wide, shouted that they were Rosenberg's warriors. He should think of their people first. Wasn't that what he had taught them? The man closed his eyes. Smiling, the boy said that he was asking him to leave. The general, clenching his fist, apologized. He mounted his horse. The knight smiled, looking at him. The horse suddenly rushed forward. Sitting on it, Cole apologized. Gritting his teeth, he added that he had misjudged the situation, had failed to protect any of his warriors. What kind of general was he? Suddenly the man turned around. Shots were flying at people, and he thought that he would not forgive. Laura smiled. The thought came that this girl, he was sure that it was she who commanded the troops. Her bow was not a sign of greeting, it was a signal for the archers. Gritting his teeth tightly, the man thought about the fact that she was a servant of the Demon King, made him experience such humiliation. Running away from the battle, the man thought that he would not forgive, in the name of Rosenberg. He looked furiously and added that he would spend the rest of his life to kill her. Putting her hand to her head, the girl said that it looked like the enemy general escaped alone. Send a chase after him. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that he should leave him. This is the Margrave of Rosenberg. Grinning, he added that one of the greatest aristocrats of the north of the Habsburg Empire. Now from capturing him there will be more problems than benefits. Frowning, the protagonist thought that yes, it is too early, it is not worth attracting unnecessary attention to himself. Standing still, he added that if the weakest 71st Demon King suddenly captured the great Margrave of the Empire. Putting his hands in his pockets, Dave thought that this would only alert the people on the continent and attract unnecessary attention to him. And that was the last thing he wanted. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the hero said that this time they won, although there was still much to work on. When he had an army of 3,000 people, defeating an army of 2,000 was not that difficult. Putting his hand to his face, he added that in addition, the Demon King's castle suffered, the other demons would only laugh at them. Grinning, the girl replied that only he could rejoice in the destruction of his own castle. The other demon kings would not criticize him for it. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist replied that he would even be glad if they did it. Let her think about it herself. The general stood before the army. It was heard that in fact the Margrave had enough power to gather an army of 10,000 people. But what did they see? Stretching his hand forward, Dave said that he seriously underestimated them, thanks to which they are still alive now. Looking straight ahead, he added that a lion gives it his all even when hunting a small rabbit. The Margrave did not understand this simple truth. The girl put her hand to her face and said that giving it his all, what a deep thought, she will take this into account. Raising his hand, the hero said that he was glad that she understood. Let her come closer, she deserved a reward for her victory. The girl looked at her in bewilderment. The protagonist put his fist to her head, to which Laura asked why she won. Why is he doing this again? Looking at the hero, the girl said what is more important, to which Dave asked again. Standing in front of him, Laura said that they had captured many enemy soldiers. They had somewhere to put them. Smiling, the hero said that the Demon King's castle was half destroyed. They had no dungeon or anything like that. Looking straight ahead, he added that letting them go was not an option either. His eyes lit up and the protagonist said to kill them all. Dave looked at the prisoners. The executioner swung his weapon. Suddenly they stopped, hearing that they should wait. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. Holding his hand, the guy said that he was an adjutant of the army. His head would be enough to prove their victory. In exchange he asked to spare all the remaining survivors. The hero smiled and turned to the girl. Sitting on a chair, he asked that she had never killed anyone with her own hands. Yes, to which Laura replied that if you think about it, no, that had never happened. Looking at her, the protagonist asked why she shouldn't try. Just imagining what it was like in her head was clearly not enough. Laura looked away, hearing that she would gain experience. It would definitely come in handy in the future. Grinning, she replied that it made sense. The girl took the sword in her hands. She stood in front of the guy. Laura raised her hand up. Ron turned around in amazement. Suddenly, the executioner swung his sword. Looking at the girl, Ron said, "Damn, she was a demon." Gritting his teeth, he added that he only asked to spare their lives. Didn't she know mercy? Laura swung her sword. Lowering her head, she said that she still couldn't cut off the head with one blow. Looking at her, the hero heard that she didn't feel anything. Grinning, the protagonist replied that she was much more resilient than he thought. Laura put her hands out in front of her and said, "Yes, that's right, it's the head," to which Dave said he could scalp him and keep the skull as a souvenir. Holding the head in her hands, the girl said she would treasure it as a keepsake of her first kill. Barbados smirked. It was September 20th, 1505. The hero sat in front of her. He looked at the demon with a smirk. Drinking from her glass, the girl asked what, and in the end he won. Putting his hands out to the sides, the protagonist replied yes, thanks to the sender of the letter who warned him. Laura stood still. It seemed she was as interesting as she was. Smiling widely, the demon said that she had one question, to which Dave asked what it was. Putting her hand out in front of her, she asked how the hell he knew about her. The very fact of her existence was only recently revealed. Looking straight ahead, Barbados said that even she didn't know what this girl was capable of, so how could he know about it? Sitting in front of her, the hero replied that it would be more correct to say that he always knew about her. Grinning, he asked what she was talking about. The protagonist silently looked ahead. The girl frowned. Putting her hand to her face, she laughed. Stretching her hand forward, Barbados shouted that she knew it. He was so interesting. Holding a glass in her hands, she added that well, fine, one way or another she would find out the answer. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that now is more important. She smiled widely. Putting her hand to her face, the hero asked her what was interesting. What happened with Lala? The demon smiled, looking at him. Memories appeared. Smiling, the protagonist said that he loved her. Putting the documents on the table, the girl said that she was disappointed. Dave looked at her in amazement. Gritting her teeth, Lala said no, or rather, she should say. Looking away, she added that she had long been disappointed. They stood in front of each other. With her hand outstretched, the girl said that he treated her like an ordinary lover, and she sided with him, wanting to be an equal partner. Looking straight at him, she added that they had never entered into an official relationship. Why was he trying to take her away from her? Raising his eyebrows, Dave replied that he was sorry. Standing in front of him, Lala asked that he had just said that he loved her. With her hand outstretched, the hero replied that yes, amazingly, but it seemed so. Frowning, the girl said that then he should let her set the rules, to which he asked again. Looking straight at him, Lala said that he should not ask her to love him. She would not insist that he love her. Standing still, she added that, like him, the most important thing for her was to gain power in the demon world, and to achieve this, she needed to be cool and willing to get her hands dirty. Looking at her, the hero replied that he completely agreed. Putting her hand to her face, Lala said that he had created a problem. Raising her eyebrows, she said that love was just weakness, useless base emotions. It was surprising that he even treated her like a woman. Frowning, the girl said that her priority was to rise above others, but since she was just a lower hybrid. Putting her hand to her face, Dave replied that he also wanted to say something. Stretching out his hand forward, he added that he was not the only one who succumbed to these base emotions. She would not have attacked like that if she did not feel the same. He even felt sorry for her. The girl looked angrily and replied that she did not understand what he was talking about. Smiling, the hero asked that she loved him too, did not she? Looking straight ahead, Lala asked him if he was in his right mind, asking him not to jump to such conclusions. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the protagonist replied that fine, let her think about it herself then. Isn't the fact that he loves her beneficial to her? Smiling, he added that when they reach the top of the world, all the power will be in her hands. Frowning, Dave said that she hadn't even thought about something like that. On the contrary, upon learning that he had become even more attached to her, she felt hostility, not joy. Why? Lala looked at him in amazement. A view of the room opened up. Standing with her back to him, the girl said that he was right. Everything was as he said. She had no reason to object to his sympathy. Then why? Her eyes widened, hearing that the matter was that. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that she loved him. Lala froze in bewilderment. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said that for both of them, however, power was still above all else, so they liked those who thought the same. He grinned and added that he fell in love with her because of her love for power. The girl's gaze froze in place. She closed her eyes and replied that she understood him. Looking straight ahead, Lala said that she grew frustrated when she saw him strive for something other than power, because she felt that the man she fell in love with was wasting away. Looking at her, the hero answered that it was true. Putting his foot forward, he added that they were alike, and they both loved power. Walking towards the girl, the protagonist said that she was his weakness, and he was her weakness. Taking a step forward, he added that as long as they remembered who they were, their weaknesses would only complement each other, and not burden them. Standing in front of the girl, Dave said that he would say it again. Smiling, he added that he loved her. Looking at him, Lala reciprocated. They reached out to each other. The hero hugged her and kissed her. A notification about the level of sympathy appeared. Sitting at the table, the hero said that he and Lala had become stronger. Raising his hand, he added that their love could not be called warm or tender, because it was not typical of their characters. Smiling, the protagonist said that they were ready to completely devote themselves to their goal and were ready to do everything for it. That's who they were. Looking at him, the demon replied that he seemed to have already said this. Sitting in front of her, Dave asked that by the way, her spell had already found the sender of the letter. The girl looked at him in surprise. Frowning, the hero said that it seemed that the goal had not yet been achieved. Windows appeared. It was heard that everything suited him. The demon looked at him angrily and asked why. Crossing his legs, the protagonist said that because everything was clear, let him ask why her magic could not find the sender. With her eyes wide open, Barbados screamed that she was mocking her. After all, she said that her magic was absolute. Dave smirked, hearing this. Gritting her teeth, she asked what he was laughing at. The hero silently looked ahead. Grinning, he said that she was the sender of that letter, right? The girl opened her mouth and asked what and how to understand it. Looking at her, the protagonist answered that literally, this time everything was planned by her. She frowned, hearing the appeal. A view of the room opened up. It was heard that he got it from what? Sitting in front of him, the girl asked what the wine had gotten into his head. Dave grinned and said that they would sort everything out in detail. The demon frowned angrily. A message appeared. It was heard that they would start with a letter. Whoever wrote it, he clearly sympathized with him. Otherwise he had no reason to warn him. And this someone must have a wide network of informants. To find out about the affairs of Margrave Rosenberg, you need to have a certain power. Sitting in front of the demon, the hero said that they had already discussed all this with her. Stretching his hand forward, he added that but let her think for herself. A high-ranking person who cares about him. How many such people there are in the world. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the protagonist said that it was embarrassing to admit it, but he ranked 71st. People's eyes widened. It seemed that for everyone he was a small fry with a rotten reputation. Dave's eyes widened, asking why someone would like him then. The girl shuddered. It seemed that he could make someone happy. A notification about the level of sympathy appeared. Barbados smiled widely, and the hero said that when he crushed his enemy in front of a crowd. Looking straight ahead, he added that someone like her. The girl silently looked forward. Holding the glass in her hands, she said that she was curious why he assumed it was her. But it was not her style to send scribbles, preferring to discuss things face to face. Stretching out her hand, Barbados said that firstly, if it really was her, she would not deny her involvement, because it turns out that she saved him. No. Sitting in front of the hero, the demon said that without this letter, he would have died. The sender of it was a benefactor. Why would she refuse the chance to make him in her debt? Raising his hands, Dave said that yes, she wrote this letter in order to help him. Smiling, he asked that she wanted to test him, right? The demon stuck out her tongue. It was heard that she hoped that this newcomer would be useful. But he was more of a psycho. A plant appeared. The thought arose that why Barbados thought that he would be useful. Because he discovered the properties of the black herb. The hero looked out the window. It was said that, but she did not know how exactly he found out. She did not understand how he managed to collect so much black grass right before the epidemic began. And she devised a test for him to see if he was really useful, or just luck. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that she thought the Margrave would be a great way to test his skills. With his help, she wanted to see if he would really be useful to her. Stretching his hand to the side, he asked what and to what conclusion she came. The girl silently looked forward. Frowning, Dave said that it seemed he hit the nail on the head. He guessed she was going to ask him to join her faction right after he passed her test. But before that happened, a serious obstacle arose. The girl turned around. It was heard that Lala. The demon looked angrily. The hero put his hand forward and said that if someone who was having affairs with a half-breed joined her, it would make her look like an idiot. She didn't want to tarnish her faction's reputation, and then thought that in other words, Barbados considered it necessary to separate him and Lala. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist said that in Nibelheim he was known as a demon lord with strange tastes and a love for half-breeds, so she took measures in advance, or rather, directed everything in the direction she needed. Barbados frowned and replied that she had enough chatter and should speak frankly. The woman was crying. It seemed that Lala's mother. The girl looked forward angrily. Putting his hand to her face, Dave said that Lala's mother abandoned her many years ago. The woman was trembling. It seemed that they might not be related at all. The girl looked in amazement. Tapping his finger, the hero said that going to the Demon King without any evidence and presenting something is certain death. The woman smiled. It was heard that, but she was surprisingly full of confidence, as if someone had given her accurate information. Raising his finger up, the protagonist said that most likely it was she who brought Lala's mother to them. The demon frowned, looking at him. Looking straight, Dave added that this did not end there. She sent subordinates to his castle to keep an eye on him. The girl looked at him with fear. It was heard that, for example, that maid. Patting, the hero said that at that time the relationship between him and Lala was not so close to react like that. He could still understand her if he and Lala were in the middle of their relationship. Barbados smiled broadly and asked what he wanted to say. She was the one who made them break up. He thought too much of himself. She wouldn't go such a roundabout way. She would rather just cut everyone who was in the way. Putting his hand to his face, the hero replied that it would be like that if no one cared about them. The demon glared at him and said that he should stop talking nonsense. What did he mean? Grinning, the protagonist said that he should accept his praise. He could see that she was a good politician. The demon glared at him. People were kissing. It was heard that now in the demon world, he and Lala are the most talked about couple. They held hands. It was said that in Nibelheim, many support their union. Would she kill one of them or both at once for her own benefit? Barbados frowned, hearing that this would reflect on her reputation, to which she said that her reputation. Sitting in front of her, Dave said that if he wanted to say that she didn't care about her, then he should save that lie for others. She was the leader of one of the leading factions in the demon world, no matter how much she denied it. But politics mattered to her. She and Lala were still alive and well, and she didn't know what to do with it. Smiling, the hero added that nothing could be done about it. He could argue. She didn't expect to meet a couple with such a perverted love. The demon looked at him angrily. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that even here she heard rumors about their breakup. Of course, she hurried to him. Right after the breakup, Her heart was fragile as glass. Memories appeared. It was heard that if you interfere now, you can finally quarrel them. That's what she wanted. Grinning, the hero said that, but it was just a performance. Lala held out her hand and said that if they were going to spread rumors, they'd better make a show of it. The demon smiled when she heard that she was the one who showed up, full of curiosity, and it hadn't even been 2 hours since her fight with Lala. Putting her hand to her face, the protagonist said that all the clues led to her. Frowning, Barbados said that she came to support him, that he. Suddenly, Dave snapped his finger. The doors suddenly opened. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. Entering the room, the girl said that she apologized for interrupting, to which the hero asked that she would tell him how it all went. Lala, looking straight ahead, said that yes, around noon a bat flew out of this room. The demon stretched her hand forward. The letter began to burn. The beast looked furiously. It was heard that the witches reported that she flew 3 kilometers and disappeared naturally. Barbados angrily clenched her teeth. Stretching her hand forward, the hero said that the story about finding the sender was an empty lie. She just wanted to get rid of the letter as soon as possible so that he would not guess. So she turned it into a bat, sent it away, used a fictitious spell as an excuse, and began to look for a non-existent sender. Grinning, he added that she would have succeeded if she had tried to deceive someone else. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he should show her. Lala answered approvingly, closing her eyes. Barbados looked at her in amazement. There were heads of people in the box. Looking at the girl, Dave said that he didn't find it a good view. It was all Lala. She was angry not because he almost killed her mother. The woman trembled. Her head was in the box. It was heard that, but because he tried to deprive her of the joy of taking revenge herself. The maid looked at her in fear. Her head appeared. It was heard that the same applies to the maid who insulted her. Frowning, Barbados shouted what he wanted to say with all this. Stretching his hand forward, the hero replied that she was wrong from the very beginning. Lala is not some simple woman. She is vengeful and insidious. That is her charm. Putting his hand to his chest, he added that this is why he likes her so much. He loves Lala, and no one can separate them. Never, that's right. Not even a god can come between them. The girl sighed and said that she should stop talking nonsense, and that she should allow him to take his leave. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that it was enough for today. He would come later, and she should rest. The doors closed. Stretching his hands forward, Dave said that she wanted to separate him from Lala, but all her expectations were destroyed. How does she feel after this? The girl smiled widely. She lowered her head down. Suddenly, Barbados opened her eyes wide. A glow appeared around her. Raising her head up, the girl sighed. Looking at the ceiling, she said that it was well done. He entertained her more than she expected. The demon grinned slightly. Looking at her, the hero thought that he was like a different person, and then said that he would be honored, so this whole game was worth it. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked that the game, let it not make her laugh. So everything that was a game, he killed half a day here in order to make her laugh. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he almost managed to penetrate the soul of the 8th demon queen. It would be more correct to say that it took him a whole day. Barbados, widening her eyes, said that yes, he guessed everything correctly. Now that he knows the real her, it would be more logical to get rid of him. Otherwise she will not be able to stop worrying. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Standing in front of the hero, the demon said that but she is a magnanimous demon queen. If he joins her faction, she will spare him. The girl looked away. It was heard that of course, he will have to refuse the engagement with this mongrel. Barbados put her finger to her face. Suddenly, she extended her hand forward. Dave flinched in surprise. His hands were cuffed. The hero looked at his hands. The demon's eyes lit up with flames. She took a step forward and said that she would try to refuse. She would cut off his head so quickly that his body would not even realize it. Looking straight at her, the protagonist asked why a demon queen like her would go so far for a new member of the faction, planning to destroy humanity. Grabbing his face, the girl asked what if so. She raised her weapon up. Grinning, the demon said that let him abandon his mongrel and obey her, otherwise. The sword was leaned against the hero's neck. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said to wait, he will do as she wants. The demon's eyes lit up and she said that finally something was going according to plan. Her new cute slave would need a collar, something that would suit him. Dave frowned and replied that he had not finished. The knights looked at each other. An army appeared. It was heard that he was talking about her true desire. People looked angrily. It was said that the only way to destroy humanity. The girl stood in front of the hero. The thought appeared that she would arrange a great war. Frowning, Barbados said that not only all the demon kings would have to participate in such a war, but also all the human nations. Someone like him was not capable of it. The hero's eyes lit up and he said that all that was needed was to spread a rumor that the demon kings were to blame for the spread of the plague. The corpses were lying on the ground. It was heard that now humanity was on the verge of collapse. The states were doing nothing. Soon the discontent of the common people would reach the limit. So if they spread a rumor that the demon kings were to blame for everything, then the human rulers would gladly take advantage of it. The girl looked at her in bewilderment. Grinning, Dave said that he was sure that this would be the case. Either the country, nor the royal family, nor the nobles would be to blame. all the blame would fall on the demon kings and the people's discontent would be directed exclusively at them. Suddenly, the weapon was destroyed. Raising her hand, the demon asked how he had been before, to which the hero replied that yes, she would have to take advantage of this. The protagonist looked furiously and shouted that she only needed to find a suitable reason, and these stupid people would gladly attack them. His eyes lit up and he added that they would show them what real hell looked like. Barbados smiled upon hearing this. Dave looked forward angrily. The girl's gaze froze in place. Lying on his lap, she thought that she recognized his intelligence. But he was deeply mistaken if he believed that he could understand everything in the world, how far he could go before he died. Grinning, the demon thought that she would lead her to his very end. Well, she could just cut off his head, and that would be the end of it. But gray smoke appeared. Looking at the hero, the demon said that he should listen. Now she can't stop thinking about how cruel the war he would start would be. He was not going to just take and leave after he got her so hot. Looking straight at him, Dave said that he should not say that. Grinning, Barbados said that the magic of lust. Touching the hero, she thought that it was true, she could easily tame a boy like him. Suddenly, the shackles were removed. The protagonist looked at his hands in amazement. He froze in bewilderment. The demon smiled slyly. Taking his face, the girl confessed her love.